Hey, what's up, YouTube fam? It's your boy Chronos, and today we've got a mind-blowing experience for you. Imagine a world where the brooding powerhouse villain Deku crosses paths with none other than the ruthless force of nature, BANE from Batman. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown in What If Villain Deku Was BANE, the movie? But before we dive into this epic clash, hit that subscribe button, join the Chronos squad, and let's make sure you don't miss out on any of the action. No, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. Those words resounded in the head of young Izuku Midoriya. That what it always came down to, wasn't it? You can't do anything without power. Power was everything in this world. There were those who had it like Kaken, and All Might, and there were those who didn't like himself. Before Izuku knew it, he was running full tilt down the stairs of the building he'd landed on after grabbing hold of All Might. His hero of a lifetime shut the door on his dreams so easily. Izuku had felt powerless his whole life, but never before had he felt so weak. He burst through the stairwell door to the lobby and continued to run, his legs burning, lungs heaving, until he was home, standing before the door to the apartment he shared with his mother. Izuku panted, his shirt soaked with sweat, as he stumbled into the apartment on shaky legs as quietly as possible. Izuku kicked his shoes off in the entryway and headed to his room, sliding past his mother unnoticed, and shut the door to his room. Why am I so weak? He grieved, leaning back against the door, sliding slowly to the floor. He was surrounded by All Might memorabilia, his idol. He couldn't stand it, looking at that proud smile, knowing it was really there as self-gratification. You revel in your power, don't you, All Might? After all, you're the symbol of peace. Izuku growled, lunging forward to his desk and grabbing the nearest All Might figurine and hurled it against the wall, watching its pieces break apart. All Might lay broken before his feet. If only I could do that to the real All Might, he said as an idea formed in his mind. Power was the status quo of this world, and there were many ways to attain power. After all, didn't people say knowledge was power? Izuku sat in his computer chair, bringing up workout regimens. I'll be powerful not just in body but mind as well. I'll show Kaken .. Izuku shook his head. It was time he let go of that so-called friendship. Katsuki was an asshole, and it was only Izuku's weakness that let him believe the two were still friends. I'll show Katsuki and All Might that power is subjective. And so it went. Izuku pushed himself to the limit, both body and mind, training himself rigorously over the summer, weightlifting, running, alongside numerous hours of study, everything from tactics and martial arts to biology and chemistry, taking a designated interest in the way the human body can be forcibly developed, such as unlocking the brain's limiters on the muscles. Izuku shed his small frame, bulking it considerably with muscle, coupling that with his growth spurt, shooting him up from his 5 foot to 5 feet 11 inches. Izuku was hardly recognizable, especially with his unruly green hair cut into crew cut. It was during his research that Izuku came across stories of the drug called Trigger, a drug that boosted a user's quirk to its utmost capabilities. This is exactly what I need, Izuku said, looking at his laptop as he did push-ups. Getting into a sitting position, Izuku brought up all the recent events and brought them up on a map. From there he had a pretty solid search area. After all, like any drug, Trigger had to have a dealer. Izuku stood up, closing his laptop, and grabbing his jacket exited his room, dressed in black cargo pants, boots, a gray t-shirt stretched taut across his chest, and bumped into his mother, causing her to almost fall before Izuku grabbed hold of her, pulling her to her feet with one hand. Inko Midoriya was a stout woman, so seeing her son pull her back onto her feet before she hit the ground with one hand startled her at the strength he now possessed. "Oh, why, Izuku, are you heading out?" Inko asked bashfully. She'd hardly seen her little boy since school ended. He spent all his time in his room, either working out or reading thick volumes on obscure subjects. She'd asked him where he'd gotten the money to afford all his weights, and his answer had floored her. "I sold all that All Might junk." Izuku had idolized All Might to find out he'd sold it all and called it junk. Inko was at a loss for words. It was only one big change after another. First the sale of his All Might collectibles, then the haircut and workout regimen. It was like she was living with a stranger, and it hurt her to think of her only child like that. Yeah, I'll be back later, don't wait for me, he said, sliding past her and heading to the front door to put on his shoes. Izuku, you know I love you, right? She asked, looking over her shoulder at her son. Izuku stopped his movements for a moment before standing up with his shoes on. I know, Mom, he said as he walked out the front door, closing it behind him without ever looking back. Izuku made his way deep into the city where the last trigger incident had occurred. As he did, he went through the multiple photos the media had taken trying to single out the dealer. It was a long shot, but Izuku had done some studying on human behavior, and though he was no expert, he believed himself competent enough to find something out of the ordinary. Izuku stood outside the construction cordon looking at the destruction before him. Apparently this trigger incident had resulted in a sound quirk going haywire, casting massive shockwaves across the area and brought down several buildings. Izuku compared the photo to the actual scene and spotted something in a video. There was a man in a suit carrying a briefcase, which in this day and age is as normal as one can get, but the way the man handled himself, while everyone was running and screaming, this man never moved, he just stood still and watched. Izuku smiled. Found you, he said, going through his pictures once again now that he knew who to look for. Mayuri was walking along the sidewalk feeling rather pleased with himself. He'd managed to nearly sell out of his trigger. Of course his orders were just to give the stuff out, but why give when you can sell? Besides, either way the drug still got out there. But he had to be careful. If the boss got wind of him selling this stuff, he'd be turned inside out, which is why he was going to call it an early night tonight. Mayuri was walking past an alleyway when two hands shot from the darkness and grabbed him by his collar and slammed him up against the back wall of the alley. The force was enough to drive the air from his lungs. He gasped, looking up at the large shadowy figure approaching him. Mayuri reacted, gathering saliva in his mouth and spit. Mayuri's quirk was acid spit, self-explanatory really. His saliva was corrosive. The figure moved like water, avoiding the shot before kicking him in his mouth. Mayuri felt his teeth shatter as blood flooded his mouth. He inhaled, feeling bits of tooth fall down his throat as he attempted to scream, only for an iron grip to close around his throat and hoist him against the wall. Listen closely, because I'm only going to say this once. I own you now, and you're going to give me what trigger you have now and a quarter of every order you get. Drop it in this alley, and if you don't, I'll find you again, and next time you'll have more than a few broken teeth to worry about. Now shake your head yes if you agree. Mayuri glared down at this guy. He couldn't get a good look at him, mostly because his vision was swimming from the kick to his jaw, and the darkened alley wasn't doing him any favors. He would spit at this guy, but his quirk only worked when he had pure saliva in his mouth. With all the blood in his mouth, his acid wouldn't be more than a slight itch, and this guy was obviously strong enough to fold him up and stick him in his pocket if he felt like it. Mayuri shook his head and was immediately dropped to the ground. The guy grabbed his suitcase to open it before stopping and tossing it to Mayuri. Mayuri pursed his lips in disappointment. If he had tried to pry open the case, it would have shocked the hell out of him, but apparently the brute had scoped him out pretty well. Mayuri placed his finger into the key lock, allowing it to scan his fingerprint, and popped open. There were 5 vials left, and he handed them over promptly. The guy stowed the vials in one of the pockets of his cargo pants and walked away. Mayuri gripped his mangled mouth in pain as he spit out more bits of broken teeth. Whoever that guy is, I hope I never see him again. Fucking strength quirks. Izuku walked back into his home at 3 in the morning and noticed the light was on in the living room. After kicking his shoes off, he rounded the corner, looking at his sleeping mother on the couch, the remote on the floor as an infomercial played. He sighed, turning off the TV and picking up his mother bridal style before turning off the light. Izuku placed Inko onto her bed, covering her with the comforter. He sighed, knowing what he was about to do would hurt her gravely, but he had to. If he stayed here, he'd never be able to do what needed to be done. Izuku went to his room and began packing, taking what cash remained from the sale of his All Might crap and several pairs of clothes. Izuku looked around the room one last time before heading out for the final time. Now that he had trigger, he could begin in earnest. He would show this world what power really meant. He would stand at the top of not just heroes, but villains as well. He would be the absolute power. Izuku looked at the home he'd carved out from himself after leaving his mother 2 months ago. He'd found this abandoned factory towards the edge of town. It had been under the control of a small drug ring using it as their place of production. A simple call to the cops and the gang was either arrested or scattered, leaving a nice place for him to set up shop. It had been the perfect setup with all the lab equipment the cops had taken. Izuku had gotten to work immediately on breaking apart the trigger and re-engineering it for his own purposes as a super steroid for himself. Thankfully, Mayuri had fallen in line, immediately giving him a constant supply of trigger to work with, and before he knew it 2 months had passed. Izuku sat at a workbench dressed in a pair of jeans and boots with no shirt, looking at what he'd come up with. There were bags under his eyes, a testament to the work he'd done to get this far. This seems to be what I'm looking for. Izuku was no genius when it came to chemicals, but with what he'd learned in the time since his meeting with All Might, he'd been able to come this far. Izuku smirked as he swirled the vial of neon green liquid. All that's left is to find a delivery system, he said, setting the vial down, and dropped to the floor to do a series of push-ups. Exercise usually helped him think. He found peace in the repetitive motions of exercise, whether it be push-ups, crunches, or chin-ups. I could inject it, but that's too troublesome, and it's not like my enemies are going to give me a chance to shoot up. Plus, having to carry a series of needles around is too risky. Pills bring up the same issues. Izuku rolled over onto his back, looking up at the cobweb-ridden ceiling, his eyes roving across it, not really looking at anything before he locked onto the window. Smoke was wafting by it, and that smoke gave him an idea. Sitting up, Izuku began to speak. What if I made something like nicotine patches? He said, nodding his head, and jumped to his feet. Alright, let's get to work, because after this it's time for a test drive. Inko Midoriya sat in her son's room like she did every day. 2 months had passed since her son had left her. Inko's eyes were bloodshot, dark bags hung under her eyes as she stared down at a picture of a newborn Izuku. Izuku was her little miracle, an inside joke between she and her husband Hisashi. They had tried for so long to have a baby, but nothing seemed to work, and then just as they were contemplating giving up, she'd missed her period. Reading her positive pregnancy test had been the greatest day of her life right after the day she'd married Hisashi. Izuku was so tiny when she first held him, and it was hard to compare that baby with the man she'd known prior to him leaving. Inko was so drawn into her memoirs of her baby boy that she didn't notice Mitsuki Bakugo walk into the doorway of Izuku's room. Mitsuki looked at her best friend, or the shell that had taken her place since her son disappeared. Mitsuki and Inko had been friends ever since Mitsuki moved in with her husband. Both women being pregnant with their first child brought them closer, along with the fact that Inko's calm demeanor was the perfect match to Mitsuki's explosive personality. Inko, you need to eat something, doll, Mitsuki said, breaking Inko from her thoughts as she locked eyes with the blonde. The hurt on Inko's face was like a gut punch to Mitsuki no matter how many times she saw it, and in the past 2 months that had been every day. It had all started with Inko coming over to her home asking if her son was with Katsuki, knowing the two boys were friends before her son grew into the arrogant asshole of today. When Mitsuki told her that Izuku was not there, Inko fell into tears on her doorstep. Mitsuki brought her in to listen to Inko's story of how over the summer Izuku had undergone a frightening transformation before ultimately disappearing one night 2 months ago. Inko had already called the police telling them of her son's disappearance, but they hadn't turned up anything yet, and every day that went by Inko slipped further and further into depression, so much so that Mitsuki had to call Hisashi and tell him what had happened. He was supposed to be arriving any day now, work keeping him from coming to his wife's aid immediately or some crap like that. Honestly, Mitsuki couldn't understand what was so damn important that would keep a man from consoling his wife about their missing child. Mitsuki shook her head as she walked over to Inko, helping her to her feet, taking notice of how her pink sweater and pants hung loosely across her shrinking frame. Come on, Inko, let's get you something to eat, Mitsuki said, forcing a smile to her face as Inko shuffled beside her into the kitchen and sat at the table as Mitsuki fixed her something simple, knowing it would be a fight to get Inko to take a bite of anything. Having assembled a sandwich, Mitsuki returned to the table with it, and a glass of water, setting them both down in front of Inko. There was no reaction from Inko as she continued to stare at the baby picture of Izuku. Sitting down with a sigh, Mitsuki prepared herself for the battle in front of her. Inko darling, you know you're my best friend and I only want what's best for you, right? Alright, I'm just going to come out and say it. You need help, Inko, this isn't healthy. You barely eat, and by the bags under your eyes I can tell you aren't sleeping. You can't punish yourself for this, it's not your fault. Yes it is! Inko shouted, slamming her palms on the table as she stood up, staring down at Mitsuki. This is my fault. I gave up on him, Mitsuki, Inko said, slumping back into her chair. He asked me, and I didn't know what to say, so I just said I'm sorry, like that would help him through it. I didn't have the heart to say no, but I didn't have the courage to say yes either, and that's why he left. He quit on me like I quit on him. Tears streamed down Inko's face as she looked down at the picture of her son. Mitsuki was confused as to what Inko was telling her. From her standpoint, there was no mother more supportive than Inko, herself included. What did he ask you, Inko? Mitsuki questioned, wondering what question could have brought on the kind of guilt Inko was feeling right now. The question every kid asks, Mitsuki, could he be a hero? Katsuki Bakugo was walking down the street, not really heading anywhere. But it's not like he was looking for that damn nerd either. No, Katsuki was not looking desperately for Izuku Midoriya. That would be stupid. That fucking loser, what does he thinks he's doing making his mom cry like that? The next time I see Deku, I'm going to crack his face in half. Katsuki kicked a pebble off the sidewalk as he walked, his head swirling with thoughts of Deku and the last thing he'd said to him before he disappeared. Here's how you can get a quirk, Deku. Pray to have one in you next life and jump off the school. Oh shit, what if he did? Cold dread spread through Katsuki as he thought of Izuku's body hitting the pavement. No, Deku would never do something stupid like that, he growled as he began to run towards the school. Why was I such a dick to Dekuzuku? That thought ran on repeat in Katsuki's head as he chased the same answer in a vicious loop. Because even without a quirk, Izuku was better than me, and with one he'd be out of my league. Katsuki jumped the fence of his school. The building closed for summer break. No one would even know if Izuku was lying dead around here. But no matter how long or hard Katsuki searched, there was no sign of Izuku's body, so why didn't he feel relieved? In fact, he felt worse now knowing that his friend was out there somewhere. What am I saying? I was no friend to Izuku. I was just his bully. A jealous asshole that picked on him, making his life a living hell. I am sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. Katsuki shouted that over and over again as the sun set on his anguish. Izuku walked into a clothing store specializing in making clothes for those with heteromorphic quirks. He was dressed in a blue t-shirt, jeans, his boots and a baseball cap pulled low over his head. Walked to the back of the store near the changing rooms where 2 security guards waited. They both stepped aside as Izuku approached, giving 3 knocks, quickly followed by 2 applause, and then 3 more on one of the stalls. The stall opened to reveal a staircase leading down, which Izuku walked down, leading to another door which was opened from the inside, revealing a large office. The room was furnished nicely with a large oak desk at the back with 2 couches facing opposite each other on the left and right. Izuku looked at the man sitting at the desk. He wore a black suit with a golden tie, but his most striking feature was the fact he was a humanoid cat. His fur was striped with light and dark shades of orange, vertical pupils nestled in green irises much like Izuku's. This was the owner of the store above, but he was also the underworld broker known as Fat Cat. The name was fitting given his quirk and the fact that this kitty was missing no meals. It's good to see you. Izuku had been going by the name Im, using his initials as an alias given the circles he ran in now. Izuku had met Fat Cat a week or so after leaving his mother's. Fat Cat had a thief in his midst that had made off with a not so small portion of his funds. Needless to say, he couldn't let this stand, so he'd put a hit out on his former employee, only no one could seem to find the guy. That all changed when Izuku had brought him in, they'd had a working relationship ever since. "I need a fight, fat cat," Izuku responded, getting right down to his purpose here. There was no reason to engage in pleasantries, they were business associates, and while Izuku hadn't perfected the American accent, he'd been working on a further layer to his disguise. If he seemed like he didn't speak Japanese, people were more likely to let things slip, and they no doubt mistake him for an American and not a native of Japan if someone were to describe him. "Well, it's about time. Here, I thought you'd never say yes to a fight." Fat Cat had been trying to get him to fight in his events since they first met. That was after him had turned down the opportunity to work for him. The man was an enigma. All he'd wanted was the bounty for the thief, nothing more. In fact, this was only his second time ever talking to him face to face. Everything else had been done through phone calls. "You're in luck, actually, I have an event set up at the docks tonight. Head to the docks at 10 o'clock, I'll send you the warehouse number at 9. Wouldn't want this getting out. Not that I suspect you of being a snitch, but one can never be too careful, can he?" Izuku gave a nod before turning on his heel and walking back out. He needed to get ready for tonight. This would be his first test run of his steroid. Izuku looked at his watch. It read 9:45. The text had arrived just as Fat Cat said it would, letting him know it was Warehouse 18, the very warehouse he stood outside of now, but there was no noise aside from the lapping waves. He arched an eyebrow as he stepped up to the warehouse door, having it opened for him, releasing the noise of a large crowd inside. Obviously, the building was soundproofed very well. Izuku hoisted his gym bag higher on his shoulder as he walked in to see the crowd of people cheering around a raised concrete arena where two women were fighting. On one end of the arena stood an African-American woman with thick black dreadlocks down to the small of her back. She was wearing a striped black and blue tank top with matching shorts and gray sneakers. As she stood there, her dreadlocks lifted up, forming two large fists, which she launched at her opponent. Izuku thought her opponent was wearing some kind of opaque cloak, only to have the cloak flare out into two pairs of wings, launching her into the air and away from the groping hands. The girl wore a yellow bomber jacket topping black and yellow striped leggings. Wings zipped through the air, narrowly avoiding the grasping hands of her opponent before soaring straight into the ceiling, her opponent chasing after all the way until wings kicked off the ceiling and dove straight down, planting both her feet into Dread's face, driving her to the pavement with the resounding sound of breaking bone. Izuku turned away from the spectacle, spotting Fat Cat making his way over to him. "I'm glad you could make it. Come with me, I'll show you to the changing room and explain the rules on the way." Izuku wordlessly followed after him, listening to the broker speak. "Well, rules are simple. Quirks are allowed as much as you like, but no weapons like knives or guns unless you know that's your quirk. Also no support gear, we're here for quirks, not tech, that's another show," he said, smiling as they arrived at the changing room. "Got you your own room too since you're new and all," he said, turning around to look at him. "Gotta check the bag, he said, holding out his paw. Izuku held it out to Fat Cat as he opened it and looked at Izuku's gear. "Yeah, this works. Now get ready with the way things are going. Your fight will be up soon. I'm betting on ya, and don't worry, you'll get that smoking habit," he said, winking and clicking his tongue as he walked out, shutting the door behind him. "I bet you are," Izuku said as he tossed his bag on the bench and shrugged out of his hood, revealing a black muscle shirt alongside his usual cargo pants and boots. Izuku reached into his bag, pulling out a mask similar to those worn by wrestlers. It was a complete face mask, lacking a hole for the mouth, predominantly black except the face of the mask being white, and over the eyes were green one-sided lenses. The next and final piece of his gear were a pair of fingerless gloves sporting steel-enforced knuckles. After slipping them on, he smashed his fists together. The sound of clashing metal filled the room. "Now for the most important part," he said, pulling out a nicotine box, but the patches inside were of Izuku's own design. He pulled one out and, lifting his shirt, placed it right over his heart, slapping it into place to break the seal on it. For a moment nothing happened and Izuku worried he might have made a mistake, but then he felt searing pain enter his chest as the drug went to work, flowing through his body like acid. Izuku crouched over the wooden bench, gripping the sides as he felt his muscles grow under his skin almost to the point of tearing through it, but it stopped as soon as it had started. Izuku released his hold on the bench, seeing he tore out chunks of it with his fingers. He turned to mirror, catching sight of himself. He looked different from the man who'd walked in here moments ago. He was at least several inches taller, placing him at over 6 feet. His muscles bulged with any movement, pressing his veins against his, which seemed to slightly glow green. "It worked! I did it!" he shouted as there was knocking at the door. "You're up, man!" was shouted through the door. Izuku walked out, crushing the doorknob in his grip before walking out to the roar of the crowd. Death Arms stood up from his desk at his agency, putting out his cigarette as he walked to the door, having completed his hero worksheet, and was heading home. He stretched, reaching for the doorknob before it was thrown open by one of his sidekicks. "Death Arms, sir, we have fresh intel in!" shouted his sidekick, a young man in black and yellow armbands like himself, wearing a blue shirt and jeans. Death Arms groaned at this development. "Guess heroes don't need sleep," he thought to himself. "If it's not something big, let someone else handle it," he said, about to walk out before his sidekick informed him of the nature of the intel. "Sir, it's Fat Cat." Death Arms turned, grabbing the paper as he looked it over. Fat Cat was Death Arms' white whale, as some would say. He'd been trying to get that bastard for years, but he was as sly as he was portly. But this looked like his best chance. "Get everyone to the docks! I'm finally going to skin that cat tonight!" Death Arms shouted as his sidekick ran off to round up everyone. "You've gotten your last slice of lasagna, Garfield," Death Arms said, staring out his window towards the docks. Izuku stepped into the ring, facing his opponent, a man with a bull cork, it seemed, giving him large forward-facing horns and hooves instead of feet. He even wore a large nose ring to fit his motif. The announcer walked alongside of the ring to start the fight. "Crooks and criminals, I bring to you another glorious fight. On the left we have returning fighter Black Bull." The crowd went wild, obviously he was the favorite to win. "And on the right we have mysterious newcomer Im." The crowd mostly booed, but Izuku didn't care. This was just his testing ground. Once he got what he needed, he never set foot here again. "All right, let the fight begin." Bull wasted no time rushing his opponent, looking to gore him with his large horns. Izuku took his stance, his right foot behind him, and his left forward, bracing for the impact. "I'm going to mow you down, boy!" Bull shouted moment before he impacted with Izuku. Izuku grabbed hold of Bull's horns as they made contact. He was surprised at how little force he felt before lifting Bull off his feet and then bringing him down in a full frontal body slam. He felt light as air. "This is it. This is the feeling of my power. The power I crafted with my own 2 hands." Izuku looked down at the prone form of Bull as he tried to rise. Izuku brought his foot up and brought it down on the back of Bull's head, smashing his head deep into the pavement. "I'm not done, I want more," Izuku thought as he reached down, grabbing Bull by his horns, only to smash his knee into his face again and again, feeling Bull's face give in under the crushing blows until his horns snapped from the force, letting Black Bull roll across and out of the arena. The crowd was silent at the brutal showing they'd been faced with as the front of the warehouse was blown in. "Pro heroes, nobody move!" The warehouse erupted into movement, people scrambling to escape or fight off the heroes. Izuku homed in on Fat Cat, making a break for it, and decided running away would be for the best. He wasn't sure how long his drug would last, and he wasn't ready for the pros to find out about him yet. He took off quickly, catching up to Fat Cat, his enhanced muscles propelling him with ease. Fat Cat was in the locker room trying to scurry through a window that was obviously too small for him. Fat Cat fell from the window looking at Izuku. "Help me get out of here, please. Death Arms has it in for me. If you get me out, I'll get you whatever you want. Money, girls, drugs, whatever. I'll get it." Izuku didn't really want to help Fat Cat, but he couldn't pass up the chance to hang a debt around his neck. "Stand back," Izuku said as he grabbed his bag before cocking his fist back and smashing a large hole in the wall that both ran through. Death Arms had spotted Fat Cat immediately, and the broker had done the same and made a run for it, followed by some masked villain. "Take care of these guys, I'm going after Fat Cat," he shouted, barreling through the low-level thugs as he chased Fat Cat. Hearing a large crash in the backroom, Death Arms kicked in the door, seeing a large hole there, most likely the work of the masked man who'd been following Fat Cat. Death Arms jumped through the hole into the cold night, seeing two figures running towards a maze of shipping containers. "If they get in there, I'll never find them," the pro shouted, grabbing one of the lockers from the changing room and hurling it as he ran, watching it crash in front of the escaping duo. Fat Cat yelled in panic as a locker nearly crushed him. "That bastard nearly killed me!" he shouted, turning around and having Izuku's bag thrown in his face. "I'll hold him here, take that and get out of here," he said calmly, turning back to face Death Arms. Fat Cat didn't need to be told twice. He bounded away on all fours with the bag on his back just as Death Arms arrived. "I feel sorry for villains like you. You have such loyalty to garbage," Death Arms said, cracking his knuckles. "This is your only chance, surrender." Death Arms narrowly avoided a fist to his face, feeling his cheek split open as he dodged to the side, driving a fist into the villain's side, feeling as if he'd just punched steel. Izuku didn't have time to listen to this hero. He was on a time limit that could run out at any second, so he pressed the attack, using what he knew of Death Arms to his advantage. Izuku stepped in close, not giving Death Arms any breathing room. He knew that a few years ago Death Arms had broken his left leg catching some fallen debris. Capitalizing on that, Izuku threw a gut punch, watching as the pro dodged to the left. The moment he landed, Izuku kicked his knee inward, feeling it snap under the blow. Death Arms yelled in pain as he threw a Hail Mary right hook, catching Izuku on the right side of the head, smashing in the lens of his mask. Izuku stepped back, feeling the plastic cut at his eyelid and brow. He pulled the lens from his mask, revealing his bloodied green eye that to Death Arms seemed to glow in the darkness. The pro fell to his side, looking at his broken limb. He reached for the radio on his belt, only to have Izuku stomp onto his hand, shattering the bones there. The pro went to yell again in pain, only to have Izuku's fist crash into his face, driving the back of his head into the concrete. "I feel sorry for you heroes who talk about justice but don't know what true justice is. The only justice in this world is that of the strong. Only the powerful are just, and you Death Arms are either. I am the bane of your hero's society. You made me, poisoning me with your hypocritical venom, but it didn't kill me like all you wanted it to. No, I used that venom you all spit at me. It's coursing through my veins and makes me more powerful than any of you can imagine." Izuku kicked the pro in his side, rolling him onto his stomach before grabbing his arms from behind as he stepped on his back, pulling with all his strength until he felt both arms dislocate. By this time, Death Arms was succumbing to the pain of his injuries, his world swimming in and out of focus. He was aware that his arms had been dislocated, but he'd hardly felt it before passing out. Izuku walked away from the declaration of war he'd made out of Death Arms as green steam wafted from his body, causing him to shrink as his muscles returned to normal. He disappeared as Death Arms' sidekick showed up. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Fat Cat had been hiding in the shadows watching the fight, recording it actually, mostly for leverage on him, but now he knew what to do with it. He'd upload Death Arms' defeat. Fat Cat knew when an opportunity was at hand, and this was it. He slinked off back to his hideout to upload what he'd seen and then make good on his word to him. "No, not I'm Bane." Death Arms' sidekicks came upon the aftermath of the battle and were shocked at what they saw. Death Arms had been pinned to a shipping container. The metal of the container tore out and punctured through the hero's once proud arms twice over, from which he hung limply like he'd been crucified. His arms were a collage of bruises, as if someone had smashed them repeatedly. His face was an unrecognizable mess, both eyes swollen shut as blood ran from his mouth. His left leg had bone protruding from the skin, further adding to the blood pooling on the ground beneath the grim spectacle. "Death Arms!" rang out through the night. In an underground bar, a TV played in the corner of the room. On it was a female news anchor with 3 eyes and purple hair. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We come to you today from NHA News Studio. It has been a month since the brutal attack on pro-hero Death Arms by the new villain named Bane." On the screen was shown a picture of the villain. "Authorities in conjunction with heroes are still pursuing this villain, but as of yet no arrests have been made. The TV was muted by one of the two occupants of the bar. One stood behind the bar looking over a laptop. The villain's name was Kurojairi, and he seemed to be a living cloud of darkness with glowing yellow eyes as his only facial feature. Kurojairi wore a server's vest and neck armor as his ghost-like fingers clicked across the keyboard in front of him. As he worked, he heard a voice from the direction of the sole other occupant. He sighed inwardly. He'd heard this same speech again and again for a month now, to the point he could repeat the speech forward and backward from memory. I feel sorry for you heroes who talk about justice, but don't know what true justice is. The only justice in this world is that of the strong. Only the powerful are just, and you death arms are either. I am the bane of your hypocritical society. You made me by poisoning me with your hypocritical venom, but it didn't kill me like all you wanted it to. No, I used that venom you all spat at me. It's coursing through my veins and makes me more powerful than any of you can imagine. There was giggling as Bane began to make an example of Death Arms. He's incredible, Kurojairi, I want to meet him, Tamura Shigaraki said, giggling more as he watched the video. Tamura had light blue hair, crimson eyes and scars across the left side of his severely chapped lips and his right eyelid. He wore a black long-sleeved shirt and jeans with red sneakers. Kurojairi rolled his eyes as the same question he'd been asked repeatedly the past month was voiced. Haven't you found him yet, Kurojairi? Tamura shouted. Calm yourself, Tamura Shigaraki. This is a complicated task, finding someone by a single video. It will take more time. Kurojairi responded as he heard Tamura's nails rake across the dry skin of his neck. He's getting bored with the video, which will lead to an eventual and destructive outburst. Kurojairi thought, resigning himself to having to order more furniture for the bar before turning back to the computer. He'd spent the last month scouring dark web chat rooms looking for anything on this Bane character, but all his fishing had come back empty. An encrypted message popped up on Kurojairi's screen. He took a moment to decrypt it and read the short message it contained. Who are you and why are you looking for Bane? Kurojairi took a moment to type out a message, hearing Bane's speech play again in the background. I am called Kurojairi of the League of Villains and my employer would like to meet with Bane. How do I know you're legit? The anonymous messenger replied back. Kurojairi glared at the screen. There was no insurance in this business and criminals were rightly paranoid in this day and age, but it was a hassle to deal with. Kurojairi would rather skip past all this wasteful nonsense, but he would have to play the game for now. How would you like me to prove myself? Kurojairi responded, clenching his fist over the keyboard. Send me your location and I'll pass it along to Bane. Kurojairi hissed in frustration. This person was asking him to completely expose Tamura and himself. He couldn't do that, not without the master's permission. Unknown to Kurojairi, Tamura had snuck up behind him and been reading the exchange between the two. Taking advantage of Kurojairi's indecision, Tamura reached around the gaseous villain and typed in their address and sent it before Kurojairi could stop him. Kurojairi's head spread out into an angry cloud. Why did you do that? You've completely exposed us to whoever this is. It could be the police assembling a strike team right now. As Kurojairi ranted, another message came through. It was 4 simple words. We'll be in touch. The connection was severed, with the entire chat box being erased. See, now we'll get to meet Bane, Tamura said with a wide smile. The thought of dropping Tamura into the ocean crossed Kurojairi's mind, but he held back the urge. Tamura was important to his master, so he couldn't harm him, even though he was far too childish for his age. For our sake, I hope you're right, Tamura Shigaraki, Kurojairi responded, going to find a glass to clean to hopefully relieve the stress he was feeling. Fat Cat leaned back from the computer on his desk, putting his paws behind his head. League of Villains, hun? He said to his empty office as he fished his work phone from the drawer of his desk. This phone contained all his underworld contacts, and topping the list was Bane. Well, it couldn't hurt, I suppose, and it's really up to him if he shows or not. No skin off my bones if he doesn't, Fat Cat stated, dialing Bane's number. Izuku was doing chin-ups with 2 100-pound weights chained around his waist in his home. Fat Cat had really made good on his word after he had helped him escape. He'd found out about the video Fat Cat had posted about him the next day and had intended to kill the broker for exposing him to the world before he was ready. But in the week that it had taken Fat Cat to contact him, he'd come to appreciate the broker's unwarranted assistance. The people were scared of BANE, and the villains were worshipping him, but best of all, the heroes were scared too. He could see it in the eyes of every hero he passed by on the street, and on their TV appearances, and that made it all worth it. So when Fat Cat called and told him that he'd set up a place for BANE, he was more than happy to let the broker live. It was a small house near Dagoba Beach that Fat Cat had gotten for a steal, since the place overlooked a dump pretty much, which also meant that there was very low risk of anyone coming out here, what with the garbage piling up every day. It had been renovated by Fat Cat's men personally. Nice furniture and all the creature comforts one could ask for, not that it mattered to Izuku. All he'd really need is a place to sleep, a fridge, space to work out, and a lab to mix his venom, as he was calling it now, but it was nice to have nonetheless. With the lab materials he'd moved from his old home, he'd been revamping venom, making it more powerful and testing its new limits for the past month. As of now, Izuku could dose himself a maximum of 3 times at once. Any higher, and he would lose all coherent thought. The venom also helped him heal faster and made him resistant to injury. Nothing crazy really, but as long as venom was pumping through him, he wouldn't have to worry too much about being wounded. As he was exercising, his phone went off. Izuku dropped to the floor with a loud thud and undid the weights, having them crash to the floor. Picking up his phone, he put it on speaker as he wiped the sheen of sweat from his body. "What is it, Fat Cat?" he asked, sitting on his bed as he reached for a large water bottle on the floor. Fat Cat's voice rang out clear from the phone's speaker. "I was contacted by a guy named Kurojiri from a group calling themselves the League of Villains. Says his boss wants to meet you." "Why?" Izuku asked, crawling off the bed and started doing push-ups. "Didn't ask, sorry about that. Figured I'd pass on the invitation to you," he said as Izuku's phone buzzed, alerting him to a text. "I just sent over the address of where they want to meet. Place is called the Mahjong Bar. I'm sure this isn't a trap or anything. I've had some of my guys scope out the area before calling you, and they'll be nearby just in case shit goes sideways." Izuku grunted at that before hopping to his feet to see what the address is. "Alright, I'll think it over," Izuku said as he hung up, thinking about the situation some. For a while Izuku had been toying with the idea of gathering people under him. After all, heroes have sidekicks, why couldn't he have an organization behind himself? It sounded like this League of Villains had plenty of warm bodies for him to pick through. What could it hurt? He asked himself as he got dressed in a pair of jeans t-shirt, and his boots, topping it off with a hat and some shades as he walked out of the door, locking it behind him. Izuku began walking into the city, heading to the train station, when on a nearby light pole he noticed a missing person poster. He walked up to it, coming face to face with an old picture of himself. He looked at the embarrassed, awkward kid he'd once been and then turned his back on it. Ripping it down would have only brought unwanted attention to himself. "I'm not that weak kid anymore. I've changed. I'm strong now." Izuku began walking faster, feeling as if the eyes of his old self were boring into his back. Only when he boarded the train was he able to ditch that irritating feeling. After getting off the train, it had only taken a short amount of time for Izuku to reach the bar, and made his way down the stairs and opened the door. Outside a hospital room stood All Might alongside Kamui Woods. All Might wore a pair of green jeans and a black t-shirt, while Kamui Woods was dressed in his full hero attire. The two were looking in at a still healing Death Arms as he attempted to lift a barbell. From the side they could see the weights added up to 600 pounds, making the full weight 1200. Death Arms lay on the bench and began to lift the barbell. Alongside him were 2 of the strongest orderlies in the hospital. The 2 pros watched as Death Arms struggled under the weight until finally the 2 orderlies had to assist him in putting it back on its rest. It was pitiful, really. A little over 1,000 pounds should have been nothing to the punching hero. In the past he could lift that with one hand no problem. All Might looked to Kamui Woods as he clenched his fists. "The diagnosis is not good," Recovery Girl said as she walked out of a nearby room and headed over to the other two heroes. Death Arms suffered severe damage to his arms. Shattered bones are one thing, but having two jagged pieces of metal rammed through them didn't help. Even with my quirk helping him, he'll still need at least another 2 weeks of bed rest. Recovery Girl paused for a moment before continuing with her explanation. He has lasting damage to his arms, so much so that I'd say his strength has been halved at least. Stones dropped in both Kamui and All Might's stomachs. Strength was Death Arm's selling point as a hero. If his strength was reduced by that much, there's no way he could continue as a hero, at least not in the same capacity he once had. You both know what that means, which is why I suggested that Death Arms retire, Recovery Girl said, saying what the other two heroes couldn't or wouldn't. How could you say that? Kamui would shouted, startling All Might some. In that room is a hero, one of the finest heroes I've had the pleasure to know and work with. Kamui Woods and Death Arms had been long-standing friends, having shown up on the hero scene around the same time and worked multiple cases together. They were more than just work associates. They were real friends, and knowing that his friend might not be able to continue his job was too much for him. He's already in pain from having lost to a villain and had it broadcast all over the world. And then you go in there and tell him to just give up. Kamui, please, this is a hospital. All Might spoke out, placing a hand on his shoulder. Besides, she might be right, All Might said as Kamui faced him. What if Death Arms goes back out there with his strength compromised and tries to catch something that's just too heavy for him? He could injure himself or jeopardize a rescue. It's not fair, but that's the reality of it. Thinking otherwise would be irrational, spoke Eraserhead, coming out of the stairwell in his trademark scarf and hero costume. All Might let go of Kamui Woods as he faced Eraserhead. Aizawa, were you able to find out any information about BANE? All Might asked as Kamui Woods went into the hospital room to speak with Death Arms. Aizawa shook his head. I was out there all night. I busted up 3 more fight clubs and a villain hideout. But nobody had any info on BANE. He's completely new to the scene. The only thing I know for sure is that he deals exclusively with Fat Cat, and nobody is rolling on the feline, Aizawa said, scratching his head before there was a light cough from Recovery Girl. I do have some good news. One of the villains caught by Death Arm's sidekicks was brought into this hospital for medical treatment. He's on the floor below us, a man named Tyson Ushi, but he went by Black Bull in the fight club. He actually fought BANE, and is a regular at this fight club, which is said to be hosted by Fat Cat, so maybe he can give us the answers we need. Then let's go, I have some questions for him, Kamui Woods said, coming out of the Death Arms room and heading for the elevator. The 3 pros weren't sure if it was a good thing to let Kamui Woods talk to the criminal, but none had the grounds to stop him either. You 3 go ahead, I'll do some last-minute work on Death Arms before heading back to UA. Recovery Girl spoke as she went into the room, her cane clacking against the tile. All Might and Eraserhead walked into the elevator after Kamui and rode it down 1 floor, coming out and spotting 2 officers outside a room, marking it out as Black Bulls. Why don't you 2 go stretch your legs, gentlemen? We'd like a moment with the villain, All Might said to the 2 officers, who eagerly agreed, walking off down the hall. Kamui Woods opened the door, looking at Tyson as he sat on the edge of the bed. His face was still bruised, but a major step up from when he came in. The remainder of his horns had been ground down from the jagged stumps they once were. What the fuck do you want? He growled, looking at the 3 pros. I'm going to say this only once. What do you know about BANE? Tell me, Kamui shouted as Tyson laughed at the heroes shouting. Suck my dick, hero, I ain't no snitch. Besides, shouldn't you guys be writing get well notes to the cripple upstairs? Kamui's arm shot out, forming branches to slam Tyson against the back wall of the hospital room. That man upstairs is more than you will ever be, you garbage villain. Now tell me about BANE or else I'll kill Dash. Kamui's arm went limp as he was cut off from his quirk and then bound by Aizawa's scarf. You just blew your chance, Woods. All Might, make yourself useful and get him out of here, Aizawa said as he tossed Kamui into All Might's strong grip. You can't do this, Aizawa. Let me go, All Might. Kamui said, struggling in the number one hero's grasp as he was carried out. Forgive me, Kamui Woods, I cannot. Sometimes we heroes have to save people from themselves. Aizawa shut the door as the two pros argued outside. That bastard could have killed me. I'll fucking sue his ass. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around Tyson before he drove his knee into stomach. Listen here, Tyson. I stopped Kamui from ripping you in half because he has a face in the public. Me, on the other hand, I'm nobody. It's not much to me if I get reprimanded for roughing up a villain. Now tell me what you know or I'll start breaking bones. Aizawa walked out of the hospital room seeing Kamui Woods was gone, and only All Might remained, and he wasn't smiling. What did he say, Aizawa? Aizawa sighed and scratched the scruff on his chin. Nothing much, he really didn't know anything, but what worries me is what he did say. He told me that even if he didn't know who or where Bane was, he wouldn't say anything, which is odd. After all, Bane beat him to hell and back. Why protect someone like that? All Might too was confused. It was human to want to hurt someone who hurt you. You think he's scared of Bane or maybe Fat Cat? He asked Aizawa, who shook his head. Nope, this is pure loyalty. He said he owes Bane one for taking down a pro like he did. If he wasn't going to jail, he'd have gone to join Bane. This is dangerous if he can inspire this kind of loyalty from someone he's savaged. Imagine what he'll do to those who have no bias against him. All Might shivered as a chill ran down his spine. It's just like how he started. All Might thought to himself. Anyway, we need to get to UA. Those irrational entrance exams will be starting soon, Aizawa said, heading to the elevator followed by All Might. Inside the bar, Izuku saw two men, one sitting at the bar and the other standing behind it. They turned to him, or at least he assumed they did, considering one was a human-shaped gas cloud. I assume you are Bane? Spoke the black cloud. Izuku shut the door behind him as he walked further into the bar. You're just a kid, Tamura said, looking at the muscular teenager with shock alongside Kurojairi, whose lack of facial features gave him the perfect poker face to hide his own shock. If you asked me here to talk about my age, then we're done, Izuku said, turning on his heel heading for the door. And oh wait, please stay. I'm sorry, Tamura said, hurriedly apologizing for his rudeness. On the other side of the camera, All for One smiled. Tamura was never polite to anyone but himself, so seeing him apologize to this kid was amusing to him. He's starstruck, All for One said, remembering his younger brother giving him that same look all those years ago. Kurojairi, pour him a drink, whatever he wants, Tamura commanded as Bane sat down several chairs away. Water is fine. I don't plan on being here long. Now what do you want with me? In the past month, Izuku had perfected his American accent over the last month, masking his Japanese roots with ease. Kurojairi sat a glass of ice water in front of Bane as he began speaking. Thank you for meeting with us on such short notice, Bane. My associate and I are the founders of the League of Villains, and our goal is to kill All Might. There was a light crack in the bar as a spider web of fractures appeared on Bane's glass. The room grew heavy with malice, so much so Tamura began to sweat. And how do you plan to do that? Bane asked, staring down Kurojairi, putting the Mist Man on the spot. We've learned that All Might will begin teaching at UA this semester. After getting certain information from the school, we will arrange an attack with our followers and kill the symbol of peace while also blacking the eye of the most famous hero school in all of Japan. Bane was silent for a moment as he thought this over. All Might, this could be my chance to finally prove that hypocrite wrong, but tying my name to this League of Villains could be troublesome in the long run. Just then Izuku remembered his old friend Katsuki. He'd wanted to go to UA. Izuku smiled as he stood up, releasing the glass from his grip. I will join you, he said, looking at the screen in the back of the room. But I'm no underling, understand, mystery man? He said as the speakers crackled with sound. Very well, Bane, I thank you for assisting young Tamura, spoke All for One. Izuku pulled a pen from his pocket and scrawled his number across the shredded poster of All Might. When you're ready, Izuku said as he left the bar and fished out his phone and dialed Fat Cat. When's my gear going to be ready? Izuku asked as he heard purring on the other end. I take it the meeting went well, I figured it would, and don't worry, your gear is in the car waiting for you. Just finished it, actually. Didn't I tell you that I'd handle everything? A little trust goes a long way, Bane. Izuku rolled his eyes as he hung up, climbing into the car waiting for him, and spotted the suitcase on the back seat and opened it. He smiled as he looked at what was before him. Perfect. Bakugo had done his best to change ever since that day at the school. He was no longer the boy exploding with pride. Instead, he'd driven everyone away from him, focusing only on his dream of being a hero. But unlike before, he wasn't aiming to be the best for himself. No, he was aiming to be the kind of hero Izuku had wanted to be. He wanted to be better than his old self, and maybe if he worked on changing the person he was and being the hero Izuku wanted to be, then maybe his friend would come back, and maybe, just maybe, he'd forgive him. He tried to do this with his new classmates at UA, completely ignoring everyone, but there was one person he couldn't ignore. Her name was Achiko Uraraka, and she reminded him so much of the friend he'd lost it physically hurt to be around her. But he forced himself to be around her to befriend and protect her like he should have done for Izuku. His attitude towards everyone else in class was cold indifference or rage, but with her he was calm and respectful. This manly attitude attracted the attention of Ejiro Kirishima after having seen Bakugo threaten to explode Mineta inside out if he caught him staring at Achiko again. This same event also garnered attention from the vice class representative Tenya Ida, who denounced his methods, but couldn't deny the results of Bakugo's treatment of Mineta. The girls of the class were kind of jealous, seeing how within a week Achiko had a knight to look out for her and keep Mineta away, while the other females of the class still had to deal with the perverted grape. Bakugo, in his hero costume along with the rest of Class 1A, walked into the building known as the USJ and marveled at the grand disaster scenarios around them. Izuku would have loved this shit. Bakugo thought, a forlorn look on his face. Achiko hadn't really felt any kind of attraction to Bakugo. He was a little too over the top. But the look on his face whenever he looked at her like he was in pain, it made her want to find out why and well comfort him. So she allowed him to protect her, not because she needed it, but it seemed like it made him happier. She cast her eyes over to Bakugo, noticing that same painful expression on his face as 13 talked about the power of her quirk. Then Aizawa snapped to attention as he looked out onto the field, noticing a portal open. Is the simulation already starting? I thought this was rescue practice ... Kirishima said before being cut off by Aizawa. Stay back. These are real villains, shouted Aizawa as he put his goggles on. 13, protect the students. Kaminari tried to get a signal out to the main building, Aizawa said as he jumped down the stairs and began fighting with the villains down below. Shit, I can't get through something or someone is jamming my signal, Kaminari shouted, sweat dropping down the side of his face. Get to the door now, students, I'll dash. 13 was interrupted by Kurojairi, who appeared in front of the students, blocking the doorway. Do nothing, 13, unless you want to endanger your students with that black hole of yours. As Kurojairi spoke, 2 students rushed at him, Kirishima and Bakugo, blocking 13's ability to use her quirk. Kurojairi looked at Bakugo and remembered what he'd been told by BANE. Kurojairi, I don't care where you put me, but if you see a blonde kid with red eyes and explosions coming from his hands, send him to me. Kurojairi had been curious as to why BANE would ask such a thing. Do you mind if I ask why? Kurojairi had asked. BANE looked at him and simply said, We have history. And nothing more, so he did as BANE asked, sending both Bakugo and the redhead to him, before whisking away the other students to other areas of the USJ. BANE sat on a large cinder block in what he supposed was a partially destroyed office building with several dozen other villains. So you're BANE? Izuku looked up through the one-sided lenses of his mask at the villain speaking to him. He was dressed in his revamped costume. He wore improved steel knuckle gloves, with steel-reinforced knee pads and steel-toe boots with Kevlar-woven pants and a long-sleeved shirt with bracers on his forearms. His mask had been the most improved. It was Kevlar-woven like his shirt and pants, with the design remaining unchanged, and with a metal-breathing mask. The lenses were now made of bulletproof glass, less likely to break and blind him. He told Fat Cat his quirk came from breathing, but really he needed the breather so he could use the new aerosol version of venom. I am, Bane responded as he adjusted himself on the block. He hadn't dosed yet, not wanting to do it too early and risk wasting one of the three. Give it to me straight, Bane. You're the real leader of this whole league of villains, aren't you? There's no way the hand dude is the boss. He looks like some drug addict. You're the only reason a lot of us came. Man, what you did to Death Arms, that shit was epic. The villain laughed as a portal opened in the ceiling. Showtime, Bane said as he stood up. The other villains gathering around the portal as two kids were dropped into the middle of the circle like chum into a shark pool. Izuku made his way slowly to the staircase going down to the next floor as crashes and explosions rang out. Hopefully those idiots will take out the other kid. I want Katsuki for myself, and there's no way Katsuki would get taken out by that cannon fodder. All I have to do is wait, and then make my move. Bakugo and Kirishima let loose on the villains, with Kirishima bashing into them like a battering ram, knocking the villains around like ragdolls as Bakugo continued to explode any within his reach until all the villains lay on the floor unconscious. We need to get back to our classmates, Bakugo, Kirishima said, releasing his hardening. Bakugo moved his hand, pinning a villain to the ground that had been camouflaged, and blew him up, leaving the villain alive but smoking and unconscious. Yeah, you're right, let's go save our classmates, Bakugo said before a hand erupted from the floor and grabbed hold of his foot, dragging him through the floor and into the second level, coming face to face with Bane. The mask was more advanced, but the pattern was recognizable as the one worn by Bane. Bakugo released an explosion point blank, causing a large cloud of smoke as he felt the grip on his foot loosen, but watched in fear as a fist rocketed free of the smoke and punched him in the gut, causing him to vomit as he flew back, slamming into a wall breathless. Kirishima had seen what happened and followed immediately after, jumping through the hole to help his friend. He saw Bakugo create an explosion and then be rocketed out of the ensuing smoke and slam against a wall. He was so focused on his friend that he didn't notice the fist coming at him until the last moment, hardening his arm to block the blow, but was horrified to feel his skin break under the force of the blow, cracking and gushing blood as he was punched into the ground, barely conscious. Bakugo hadn't had the breath to warn Kirishima and only sat there and watched his friend get hurt because he was too weak. Don't you hurt my friend! Bakugo shouted, exploding himself at Bane, and released a stun grenade right in front of the villain before grabbing Kirishima. You have to get out of here and go help our class, he shouted as he threw Kirishima, exploding him like the ball at his quirk assessment test out the window of the building. You called that boy your friend? Bakugo turned, looking at Bane. He was singed all over his body, but other than that he was fine. Yeah, he's my friend, you dumbass villain! What, are you deaf? Katsuki shouted, popping off small explosions. You don't have friends, Katsuki. Bakugo, you only have victims and sycophants. You know, I hoped you'd be here, but at the same time I kind of hoped you weren't, because if you weren't then maybe I'd have more respect for this school, but knowing you're here means that I was right. All anyone cares about is power. Bakugo growled. Who the hell was this guy to talk like he knew him? You're just some asshole villain, so don't act like you know me, Bakugo shouted, blasting himself towards Bane and getting ready for a big right hook. He'd blow that mask apart. Right as Katsuki swung, Bane grabbed his gauntlet and, pivoting on his foot, slamming Bakugo to the ground, the floor cracking under the impact as the air was knocked from Bakugo once again. But Bane hadn't let go of Bakugo and lifted him up again to drive his fist into the side of Katsuki's face, letting go as he did, watching Katsuki sprawl to the ground. You always start a fight with a big right hook, Katsuki, Bane said, walking towards him as Katsuki tried to get to his feet. Blood was streamed down the side of his face, splashing onto the floor. This is pathetic. Really, you're nothing to be afraid of. I can't believe Izuku was afraid of you. Katsuki's head shot up, looking at Bane. What do you know about Izuku Midoriya? Katsuki shouted, stumbling to his feet. Bane was a little shocked under his mask. Katsuki hadn't called him by name since after he got his quirk, and he didn't say it with the irritation he'd had when he said Deku. It was almost like Katsuki was concerned for him. I killed him months ago, Bane responded, and in a way it was true. Bane couldn't exist alongside Izuku Midoriya, so for all intents and purposes Bane had killed him. Katsuki's whole body went numb as he heard those words. His friend, the only true friend he'd ever had, was dead, killed by the monster in front of him. Tears streamed from the blonde's eyes as he glared at Bane. Bane smiled. "There's the Katsuki I know, full of anger and rage. It would have been a shame to come all this way to find out you changed from the monster you've always been." "You want a monster? Well, here you go, you bastard!" Katsuki pulled back the handle on one of his gauntlets, showing off a pin trigger that he pulled, releasing a massive explosive wave that blew out the side of the building. Katsuki realized he might have just killed someone, but it didn't matter, nothing mattered. Izuku would never be able to forgive him. His arm dropped as the floor broke under him, revealing Bane jumping up towards him from the floor below, and grabbed his face as he slammed Bakugo's head into ceiling and threw him back down to the floor. "That was close. If I hadn't punched through the floor, that would have blown me out of the building," Bane said as slammed his foot down on Katsuki's gauntlet, smashing it and driving shards into his arms. But that didn't stop the explosion user from moving his other gauntlet and repeating the release process with his teeth at point-blank range. "Always on the offensive, fine then, let's see whose power is better," Bane shouted as punched down at Katsuki's building explosion with all his strength. Boom! USJ was rocked by two simultaneous explosions that day, signifying the end of two cataclysmic confrontations. As the impact of Katsuki and Bane's attacks resounded through USJ, another explosion was witnessed by Tamura Shigaraki, as he watched his precious Noma be rocketed through the ceiling of the USJ by none other than the man they were here to kill, All Might. "I really have gotten old." Back in the day it would have taken no more than 5 blows to take down that beast, but today it took more than 100. All Might's voice boomed across the field towards Tamura and Kurojairi. All Might didn't have much left, but maybe he could at least capture one of them. They seemed to be the leaders of this attack, but he didn't want to risk his students anymore. He should get these two to retreat, and then go round up the remaining villains. "Master lied to me. He's not weaker at all," Tamura shouted angrily as he began scratching at his neck, his nails biting deeper and deeper into his flesh until he felt blood and flesh gather under his nails. Nomu was the precious toy his master had entrusted to him, and All Might had taken it away from it with a smile like it was no big deal. "We should retreat, Tamura. If All Might is here, reinforcements won't be far behind," Kurojairi stated as he went to wrap Tamura in his portal mist. Tamura stopped scratching as an idea came to mind. "Reinforcements, hun?" he said as he smiled behind the palm on his face. "Kurojairi, bring Bane here. I don't care where he is or what he's doing, bring him here now," Tamura shouted, looking at Kurojairi between the fingers on his face. Kurojairi wanted to leave immediately, but looking at All Might he knew the symbol of peace wouldn't let them go that easily, and even with his warps he wasn't faster than All Might. They needed Nomu or something just like him. "I see your point, Tamura. I will do as you ask," he said, opening a portal to where Bane was. But instead of watching the hulking male walk through, they saw a blonde boy exit the portal. Tamura and Kurojairi's eyes widened at this. It was one of the students Kurojairi had warped to Bane. This kid beat Bane. That thought rang out in both Kurojairi and Tamura's minds as All Might's booming laughter reached their ears. "Looks like you underestimated these students, you villains. Young Bakugo here has returned Saf Dash." As All Might watched the portal, it was clear Bakugo wasn't moving on his own. Instead, he was being carried by the neck by Bane, who stepped out after Bakugo. Now that both were completely out of the portal, their bodies could be fully seen. Bakugo's left arm was covered in blood as shards of his gauntlet were embedded in his flesh. His other arm was relatively fine aside from some deep lacerations. Bane's left side and arm were severely burned, with the sleeve and most of the left side of his shirt being incinerated. The only piece of his costume remaining on his left side was the metal bracer, which glowed a dull red from the heat it had absorbed. The smell of burning flesh permeated the entire area. "All Might, it's so good to see you," Bane spoke through his mask as he glared at the symbol of peace. "You monster, release my student at once," All Might shouted as he prepared to rush the villain and rescue his student. It's true he wasn't as strong as he once was, but he still held one for all within himself and the power of his predecessors. But he was wounded. That fight with Noma was serious. Without Todoroki's help he would have never freed himself from the tag team of Kurojiiri and Noma, who'd managed to reopen his wound from 5 years ago. "Careful, All Might, are you sure you can reach me before I snap his neck?" BANE growled, holding Bakugo in front of himself. "It wouldn't take much, and who knows, the sheer impact of you hitting me might do it." All Might bit his lip, admitting the villain had a point. He was fast. But was he that fast? And even if he was, could he risk his students' safety like that? Not to mention he still had the issue of young Todoroki. If he went for Bakugo, the other two villains might target Todoroki. It would be best to stall for time. "Why are you here, BANE?" All Might asked, swiveling from one villain to the next just in case they made a move. "I'm here to break you, All Might, not just physically, but mentally as well. I will break you down, and as you crumble, the rest of the world will fall with you. The first break happens right now." BANE lifted Bakugo above his head before bringing his body down towards his knee. "Goodbye, Kaken," BANE whispered. All Might launched himself at BANE, but just before he reached him, a portal opened up before him. Kurojiiri may not be fast enough normally, but it was no secret where the symbol of peace was heading, so he opened a portal right in front of BANE, which deposited All Might right back at the foot of the stairs, no more than a second's delay. But it was more than enough, as the sound of breaking bones rang out through USJ, followed by Katsuki Bakugo's screams of pain. From their vantage point at the shore of the shipwreck zone, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Mineta saw it all happen in slow motion, and the sound echoed in their heads. "No!" All Might rushed forward to smash this villain who would harm his students, but instead was met with Bakugo's unconscious form slamming into him. All Might instinctively caught the boy doing his best not to jostle him and his injured back, but that left him wide open for BANE to deliver a punch straight to his wounded side. When BANE had tossed Bakugo at All Might, he'd also used his 2 remaining doses of venom, his muscles bulging with inhuman strength, slamming all of it into All Might's side. All Might felt his ribs give as blood spurted from his mouth before he was punched in the jaw, his head rocking to the side. "The bastards got me over a barrel. I can't defend myself while holding on to Bakugo, but I can't just toss him aside either. All I can do is try to protect the boy as best I can and hold out until help arrives." All Might wrapped his arms tightly around Bakugo, cradling him against his chest as BANE continued his onslaught. BANE stepped in close, driving his fist under All Might's chin, hearing the hero's teeth click together loudly. He smiled under his mask, venting his rage. All Might took a step back, trying to dodge away from the villain for some breathing room. But before he could, BANE grabbed All Might by his stupid hair and brought him forward into a head, but his forehead slamming into All Might's. Todoroki watched as BANE hit All Might again and again, each punch well placed to do the most damage, as blood spattered the ground around the two, and he wouldn't stand for it. He went to launch a wall of ice to protect All Might, but had to jump back as a portal opened up in front of him, nearly sucking him inside. "This is no place for children, boy," Kurojiiri spoke, increasing the suction of his portal to try and warp the ice kid away. BANE was thrilled he could do it. He could kill All Might here and now. Tamura stood and watched in awe as BANE beat All Might like it was nothing. He couldn't take his eyes off the spectacle. Not even Noma had done this much against All Might by himself. He smiled widely under the hand on his face as he started laughing wildly. BANE drove his fist into All Might's face, feeling his bones crunch under his knuckles. Due to how he was holding Bakugo, he couldn't get to his wound again. But this was better. He wanted to destroy that smile he'd worshipped for all those years. This was his moment. "I'm not powerless anymore." BANE kicked All Might's leg out from under him, dropping him to a knee before throwing a right hook into the hero's face, blood and spit flying into the air to paint the ground as All Might fell onto his back, and still the hero clutched Bakugo to his chest. "I can barely hold my muscle form. If this keeps up, he'll kill us both," All Might thought to himself, preparing for the worst. "That's where you belong, All Might. Kneel in the face of true power," BANE shouted before throwing his knee into the pro's face, knocking him onto his back. "I'm sorry, young Bakugo, I can't protect you." Tears sprung from All Might's eyes as he stared at the unconscious boy in his arms. BANE stood above All Might and raised his boot. "Goodbye, symbol of peace." Just as BANE was about to bring a close to the era of All Might, bullets pelted him, burrowing into his skin, but not deeply. BANE stumbled back and looked to the doorway of USJ as multiple heroes stood there. Kurojiri was also forced to retreat as he watched Tamura's arms and legs be shot through by the pro-hero snipe. BANE growled, looking down at All Might, ready to finish him off at all costs before he was enveloped in Kurojiri's portal and deposited back into the bar, barely avoiding the suction of 13th's black hole. BANE rounded on Kurojiri, grabbing his neck armor and squeezing. "I had him! You had no right!" BANE shouted as the metal of Kurojiri's armor began to crumple. Tamura was injured and the pro-heroes had arrived. Our chances of victory were no longer guaranteed. It was best to retreat. Kurojiri wheezed before BANE let him go and pulled his mask off. The boy was drenched in sweat, and the veins in his neck were glowing a soft green, as were his eyes. BANE took a deep breath and let it out slowly, allowing the adrenaline to slow. "You're right," he said in way of an apology as a portal opened, admitting a doctor with a thick mustache who looked down at the injured Tamura, who was bleeding out onto the floor. "You were wrong, Master. All Might wasn't any weaker. He destroyed my Nomu. If not for BANE, he would have gotten me." Tamura whined as the doctor looked over his wounds. Not waiting for the doctor, BANE dug the bullets out himself, not that they penetrated any deeper than an inch or so. BANE grabbed his bag, undressing from his ruined costume, and dug out his civilian clothes, getting dressed as he listened to the mystery boss of this league. "Are you sure, Tamura? You say he defeated the Nomu, but was stopped by BANE?" the boss asked as he stared at the bar through his camera at the young man dressing in the background. "This boy fought All Might and avoided capture?" Thought All for one. "That deserves a reward, I think." All of a sudden a black liquid poured from BANE's mouth, enveloping him completely and transporting him to a secret lab. BANE coughed as he stood up, glaring at the man who had brought him here. The man's only facial feature was his mouth, while scar tissue covered the upper part of his skull with IVs running from various parts of his body. "Sorry for the rough departure, but I thought it would be good for us to meet face to face. I am All for one." All Might lay in one of the infirmary beds in his true form, most of his body bandaged. Recovery girl had done her best, but he was still pretty banged up. But his own injuries were not what plagued his mind. The only thing he saw was Bakuga being broken over the villain's knee, the sound echoing in his skull. He clenched his fist in rage and guilt. "I'm no hero. I'm nothing," he said as tears streamed down his skeletal face. "It's not your fault, All Might. You did your best. After all, you did manage to save Aizawa from that Noma creature. No one could foresee that BANE would be there. Aside from Katsuki Bakuga, the other students are unharmed. Only Kirishima received any moderate wounds. All the criminals besides BANE, the masked man and the warp gate, were all collected by the police. I'm even told that the creature known as Noma was recovered in the nearby forest. It may not be much, but you did do well today, All Might. Take solace in the small victories," Principal Nisa said as he opened the infirmary door, shutting it behind him before climbing into one of the nearby chairs to sit at All Might's side. "They were my students, sir. I should have been there from the beginning. Instead, I wasted all my time knocking out common criminals on my way to work, and now young Bakugo is in a hospital bed fighting for his life. I didn't want to believe that I would have to stop being the symbol of peace, but now it's apparent that I am not capable of holding that title anymore." All Might sat up and looked at the principal, his blue eyes shining in the recesses of their sockets. "It's time I go through with the reason I came here, sir." Nisa sighed and nodded. "I figured you would say that, and I know there's no changing your mind, so I won't try." He hopped off the chair and headed to the nurse's desk to use the PA system. Mirio Togata was in the middle of class, barely containing his enthusiasm for the subject in front of him before an announcement rang out across the school. "Will Mirio Togata report to the nurse's office?" Mirio shot up from his desk. "Yes, I will." And with that, Mirio left his classroom as his classmates looked on curiously. That night the same story was on every news channel: the USJ incident. On a rooftop across from an electronics store there stood a man with a crimson scarf billowing from his neck and an assortment of blades all over his body watched curiously as his partner, a man with burned scars running across his visible skin in a patchwork, listened. Half-heartedly. After a month of inactivity, BANE has surfaced again in an even more gruesome way. He and an assortment of criminals calling themselves the League of Villains attacked UA in hopes of killing recent Staff Edition All Might. The man dressed in blades smiled as a picture of BANE came onto the screen. You've fought him and know how worthy he is. You understand what is wrong with this world. The hero killer stood up and pointed a knife at the collection of TVs. We are the same BANE comrades in the war to right this world of false heroes and media whores. In a shabby hotel room, a naked woman was curled in the corner nursing a broken arm, softly crying as she clutched her clothes to her chest. The only reason you're still breathing is because you were a good lay, but if you keep up with that damn crying I'll have to change my mind. A blonde man lying on the bed in a pair of boxers watched the screen as he chugged a beer. We're told they failed in that aspect, but did severely wound a student before leaving. We're not sure of the severity of the student's injury, nor was the student's name released to us, but our thoughts and prayers go out to them and their family. We still don't know what BANE is after. Is he simply here to cause trouble, or do his motivations go deeper? The blonde man sat up, showing off the scar on the left side of his face and his prosthetic eye as he laughed wildly, jumping to his feet. It doesn't matter what he's after. All that matters is that he's doing what he wants and nobody can stop him. That's fucking great. He's the kind of guy I can work with. The man grabbed his clothes, getting dressed in a pair of jeans and a burgundy muscle shirt before putting on his boots. He looked over his shoulder at the woman still cowering quietly in the corner and fished out a handful of cash from his pocket and threw it towards her. Buy yourself something nice, sweetheart, he said before opening the door and leaving. In a back alley, a blonde girl with two messy buns on the side of her head, dressed in an overly large sweater covering the majority of her navy blue skirt, skipped away from the corpse of businessman as she licked the blood from her knife as if it was a gourmet lollipop. She was listening to the news from her earbuds. Still, the fact remains, a villain of this magnitude has not been seen for some time, and whatever his motive, it is clear BANE is not done. In fact, he might just be getting started. The blonde girl smiled widely, revealing large canines as her amber eyes glowed gleefully in the dark as she looked at a picture of her crush BANE covered in the blood of death arms. Oh BANE, what's a girl to do? She said, stowing the picture in her sweater as she skipped along into the night. At Dagoba Hospital, the doors were thrown open as a blonde woman rushed in towards the desk, slamming her hands down on it as her husband tried his best to keep up. Where's Katsuki Bakugo? What room is he in? Shouted his mother Mitsuki Bakugo, who was dressed in a black t-shirt with jeans and heels. Her husband Masaru Bakugo stood behind his wife, hunched over and breathing hard. He was dressed in a tan t-shirt and slacks with gray running shoes. The woman at the counter looked at the frantic woman and father and looked up the information hurriedly. He's in the operating room right now. You can't see him just yet, he's still in surgery. Please have a seat, we'll let you know when he's out of surgery. Mitsuki slammed her palm on the counter. Listen here, that's my son in there. Tell me everything, she shouted, shaking off her husband's attempts to calm her down. Hearing the commotion, UA teacher Midnight approached the couple. Excuse me, I'm a teacher at UA. I can try to fill you in on what happened, but it won't be much. I wasn't actually there, and the teachers who are too injured to speak right now. Mitsuki looked at Midnight before walking away with Midnight after shooting the receptionist a glare. Masaru breathed a sigh of relief before bowing in apology as he left to hear what had happened to his son. Midnight told the couple what she'd learned about the attack, even relaying what had been done to their son by BANE. Mitsuki covered her mouth as tears spilled from her eyes, feeling her husband grab her shoulders in an attempt to console her. Mitsuki had always prided herself on being a strong woman, but right now she was a mother worried about her son. She turned into her husband's embrace, crying against his chest. Midnight looked down in shame. They were supposed to protect these students, and in only a week they'd had a break-in by the media, which turned out to have been done by the villains to get confidential information, and now one of their students might have been crippled for life. This would not go over well for any of them, let alone the school as a whole. As she stood there with the grieving couple, the clicking of Recovery Girl's cane could be heard. All three adults turned to look at the veteran healer. Recovery Girl's bun was a bit messy. A sheen of sweat coated her forehead, and even behind her visor they could tell the hero was exhausted. "Recovery Girl, how is Bakugo?" Midnight asked for the parents, who were still trying to collect themselves. Recovery Girl took off her visor to pinch the bridge of her nose to try and relieve some of her fatigue. "He's out of surgery and his spine is intact, so there's no worry of him being paralyzed at least." Mitsuki and Masaru both smiled, hearing their boy would recover from this. But Midnight knew there was more with the way Recovery Girl was clutching her cane. "But there was some damage that even I couldn't fix. You must understand that several of his vertebrae were broken, exposing raw nerves, and the movement he suffered while being protected only aggravated these nerves. As you may know, the spinal cord serves as a highway for the nervous system, allowing the brain to transmit signals to the rest of the body. These signals can be anything from moving your arm, curling your toes, or even activating one's quirk." A shiver ran down both the Bakuga's spines as the implication of what Recovery Girl was saying. "You don't mean? That's impossible. Katsuki's sweat is naturally explosive. How is that possible?" Mitsuki asked, hoping the hero could be wrong. Replacing her visor, Recovery Girl sat down on the nearest chair to explain. "It's true Katsuki can still sweat, but it's a conscious decision for Katsuki to explode his sweat. It doesn't happen automatically, correct?" Recovery Girl stated, to which the two parents nodded. "The neural pathways that send that particular impulse to induce the explosions are damaged. We don't know if that's permanent or not, but at this moment Katsuki can no longer activate his quirk. For all intents and purposes, Katsuki Bakugo is quirkless." Mitsuki fell to her knees, dragging her husband down with her, as tears streamed down her face. "Quirkless? Is this what Inko's been feeling all this time?" she thought as her husband hugged her to his chest. BANE came to his feet, wiping saliva from his mouth as he glared at the man in front of him. "All for one, was it?" he asked, looking around at the darkened room. The only source of light was the multitude of screens in front of All for One of which was a feed from the bar he was just in. This was a bad situation. BANE was in an unfamiliar location with a man he hardly knew anything about, and furthermore his venom would run out, leaving him weakened. "There's no reason to be so wary, Izuku Midori. I simply wish to speak to you." BANE's green eyes flashed in shock and then anger as they bore into where All for One's eyes once were. All for One simply smiled. "No need for such a look, my friend. After all, what kind of a teacher would I be if I didn't know who my precious student was consorting with?" he asked, swiveling his chair to face Izuku head on. "What do you want?" BANE asked, feeling like a caged animal. This man before him had done something that hadn't happened in several months. He unsettled him. "Believe me when I say that I have no intention of revealing your identity to anyone. After all, it's not like I can go into a police station looking like this now, can I?" he stated with a chuckle. "No, if anything, I am enamored with you. You, a quirkless boy, have cultivated a strength all your own that allows you to stand toe-to-toe with the best." BANE grit his teeth. He was out of time as green steam erupted from his body, causing him to shrink slightly and stumble some. But he would not fall, he would not show weakness to this man. All for One watched the spectacle silently before speaking. "A time limit, interesting," he said before raising his right hand, the fingers growing black with red lines running through it before they stretched from his hand, embedding themselves in Izuku's chest. BANE had no chance to react. His muscles were exhausted, meaning his reaction time was shot as he felt the fingers pierce his skin. It felt like electricity was running through him. He grunted under the pain before feeling the fingers leave him, causing him to fall to his knees. The first thing he noticed after the pain ebbed away was an itching in the left side of his body, especially his arm. He looked at it, and watched as the burned flesh fell away, revealing newly knitted skin as if it had never been harmed. This spectacle took place all over his left side and deeper. The crash of having so much venom in his system wasn't gone, but it was reduced. He stood up again, looking at All for One. "What did you do?" he asked. All for One smiled once more. "I simply righted the wrong that fate gave you. You are quirkless no more." I have given you one of my many quirks. It's called Regenerate. Any wound will be healed in moments as long as you have the energy necessary to facilitate it. This is my gift to you for keeping Tamira safe when I could not. Bane looked at himself as the healing stopped, having restored him fully. He flexed his arms, feeling slight soreness, but nothing more. You have a quirk that gives quirks? He asked, staring at All for One, who shook his head. That is only half of it. My quirk, like my name, is All for One. I can take quirks from anyone and then give them to others or keep them to myself. I have in my possession over 100 years' worth of quirks. Bane's eyes widened. What he was saying was impossible. There was no way such an insane power existed, and no one knew about it. All for One chuckled. I see why you wear a mask. Your emotions are far too easy to read, but it's true. I have lived over 100 years thanks to a combination of longevity and healing quirks. But in all my years I have never come across someone such as you, a keen and dexterous mind far beyond your years. I want a man like you at Tamira's side. Bane looked at him as he calmed down, deciding to just accept what he was told for now. There's that mental dexterity I spoke of. Now I'm sure you have questions, so let me begin at the beginning. When quirks were still new, rare instances among the populace, I took action. After all, these people had no leader, they had no support against the growing hatred and jealousy of the normal people. I became their symbol to show them that they need not be afraid as long as they stuck together behind me. Bane nodded. He could understand that logic. A tumultuous time in society, those with quirks being persecuted would no doubt follow anyone who promised safety. I had a younger brother who at the time I thought was like you, quirkless. He was sickly and weak, so I wanted to protect him. I gave him a quirk, nothing flashy, just the ability to store power. But he didn't agree with my methods and turned against him. And unknown to both of us, my brother did have a quirk. The ability to pass on his power. Combine that with the ability I gave him, and you'd get what his successors call one for all. Bane noticed All for One begin to frown deeper and deeper as his story continued. He passed that power on without my noticing, and so began the line of heroes my brother created to bring me down. This power has passed down through 8 people. I killed the last person to have it, and nearly did so with its current holder, All Might, but instead we were both dealt grievous injuries and forced to retreat. Bane looked at All for One. You're telling me that All Might's enormous strength is a hand-me-down from you? He asked before smiling and then laughing. We truly are opposites, aren't we? He was just given power. That's what I hate about all the people with quirks. They were just lucky to get the powers they have, and they looked down on me because I wasn't. And All Might is the perfect example of being lucky. That's all that separated me from everyone else. Bane took a breath, closing his eyes before opening them again. That's good, because now I've earned my power and I'll show them that luck can't save them. All for One couldn't truly see Bane, but even without his eyes he could feel the fire in this man's gaze. And that's the other reason I called you here. This drug that affords you so much power, what is it? Bane looked at All for One and frowned. He may have given him a quirk for protecting his pet project, but that didn't afford him Bane's trust. But he'd give him something. After all, he already knew about his venom, and he didn't need him holding that over his head. It's called Venom. It's a super steroid I developed. It increases my strength several times over with each dose. I didn't have a quirk, so my physical strength in mind is all I had. Plus, people always underestimate strength quirks, thinking they're all idiots who just know how to throw a punch. All for One nodded. I agree, strength quirks are simple, but in the right hands are truly effective. The reason I ask is because ... Bane interrupted All for One as he caught sight of one of the screens showing several figures in large chemical vats. You want to use it on your Noma, correct? He stated, knowing he was right. Venom is a delicate cocktail of multiple drugs. It'll affect them, but I'm not sure how, considering they do have quirks, multiple ones each, I'm assuming. He said, looking to All for One, who nodded in confirmation. Tell me, All for One, what do you want, and why use Tamira? All for One turned back to his wall screen, zeroing in on the screen that showed the bar and Tamira getting patched up by the doctor. Tamira is my goal. I want him to be the new me. I know at the moment he's not much. Nothing more than a child who enjoys breaking things, but that's why he needs you. True evil has ambitions, goals to accomplish. Anything else is just petty crime. I'm hoping by associating with you he'll understand that and grow. I know giving us the key to your strength is not something you're inclined to do, but I assure you it is mutually beneficial. Make your strength our strength. The Nomu are blank slates. You can experiment on them as much as you like, and even if the drug fails on them they'll still be useful, and you will be able to push your venom to its utmost limit. Now tell me, Bane, what is your goal? The scarred man said, turning around once more to face Bane. I want to bring this city to its knees before me, and for the time being siding with you guys seemed to be the right thing to do. I'll give you my venom, but only I will work with it, so if you want my venom give me a lab and some of your Noma. All for One smiled and nodded. I'll have it taken care of and let you know when it's done. Here's to a continued partnership, he said, raising his hand, teleporting Bane back to the bar. Tamura had been staring at the spot that Bane had left from. He was anxious until the doctor told him that the master wanted to speak with Bane. Tamura felt uneasy. The master rarely spoke to him face to face anymore, but Bane got to meet him after only one mission. Tamura reached for the bandages around his arm, wanting to scratch the wounds before the doctor smacked his hand. Don't scratch them, you might infect them, he said, taking note of Tamura's cracked and dirty fingernails. Tamura growled as he glared at the doctor, thinking about ripping his stupid mustache of his face, but before he could go through with it, Bane appeared in the bar once more. He looked completely healed, not a scratch on him, but he was smaller than before he left. Bane reached for his bag and headed for the door. Wait, what did Master say? Tamura said, getting to his feet and hissing slightly as the bullet holes in his legs throbbed. Bane wanted nothing more than to leave. He was exhausted, regeneration or not, his body needed rest, but remembering All for One's words, he turned around. He gave me a reason to stay here, and now I'm going to gather my strength, and you should do the same. To put it into words you'll understand. We cleared level 1, so we need to assemble a new party because level 2 is going to be that much harder, he said, shouldering the bag with his ruined costume in it as he left the bar. Tamura looked at the door and sat down, nodding. Yeah, level 2, he said as the doctor was warped out by Kurojiri, who took off his ruined neck armor, seeing the imprint of Bane's hand in the metal, realizing how close he'd come to actually being injured. Bane made his way home, his mind consumed with planning, a small smile on his face. You made a mistake, All for One. I have no intention of being your henchman. There can only be one top dog in this city, and that's going to be me. I'll play your game for now, but when the opportunity arrives I'll knock you from your throne and take it myself, he thought as he walked into his room, having unlocked the door and dropped his bag in the nearby closet before grabbing his laptop and crawling into bed. If he was going to take down All for One, he needed an inner circle of his own people who were loyal to him, and him only. Bane pulled up the most wanted list of Japan. It was like looking through dozens of resumes, and he found a couple that he found interesting. After that he went to active crimes in the city, finding an interesting one about a series of corpses drained completely of blood. He'd taken the time to learn about hacking. After all, being abreast of what the police knew and didn't know was always good. Looks like I'll have my work cut out for me, but for now I need sleep. Bane shut off his computer and laid back on the bed, immediately falling into a deep sleep. The next day at UA was a somber one. Classes were cancelled as the staff locked themselves in the conference room to talk about what had transpired, apart from All Might, who had some personal issues to deal with. This is ridiculous. The semester's not even in session for a week and this happens. One of our students gravely injured, not to mention what happened to Eraserhead and 13. President Mike shouted, feeling bad for what happened to his friend. Something needs to be done. Upping the security isn't going to solve everything. I think we should cancel the sports festival and focus solely on improving the students' abilities. They were lucky this time, but we can't depend on that again, Snipes said, leaning forward onto the table. That's just going to show weakness to the public. The sports festival is the cornerstone of UA. The whole world looks forward to it, and it links directly to where and how our students get their internships. We can't just take that from them, Midnight stated, causing a murmur of agreements around the room. Principal Niza coughed, gaining the attention of the entire room. I agree with Snipe, the sports festival is not our priority at this moment, but it will be held. I suggest we do things out of order. Normally we'd do the sports festival, send the students on their internships, and then have the training camp over the summer. I'm going to rearrange that. We will hold the sports festival ahead of schedule, getting it out of the way as quickly as possible before the villains can mount another attack if that was their goal. Then the students can participate in their internships. Afterwards we can get a jump start on the training camp. Until final exams are over we will push our students more than before, and then once the exams have been completed we will send them to the training camp where their intense training will continue. This will give us even more time to groom our students and prepare them for the next attack. Can everyone agree to this? Niza stated as the teachers nodded, glad the principal could come up with a compromise. All Might sat in an office on the top floor of a 5-story building. The name of the building was Night Eye Hero Agency. At the desk sat his old sidekick Night Eye, a tall, lean man with green hair with blonde streaks and glasses, dressed in an impeccable green suit. All Might sat on a couch at the coffee table. In front of him was a tall blonde young man. And that's the story of One for All and All for One, All Might said, leaning back against the couch, his skeletal form barely making an impression in the cushions. I know it's a lot to take in, young Mirio, but knowing this, will you accept my power? All Might said, staring into Mirio's eyes. Not missing a beat, Mirio stood up and gave an okay sign. But of course I will, All Might. That's what a hero does, accepts burdens too heavy for any one man. Toshinori smiled as he nodded. Not a second of hesitation. Very well then, if it's alright with you, Night Eye, I'll be taking your pupil under my wing for a bit. All Might said, standing up, his pinstriped yellow suit hanging off him like a coat rack, looking at his old sidekick. Night Eye waved dismissively. There's no issue, I'm just glad you've come to your senses before it was too late, All Might. Night Eye stated, looking to Mirio. I've mentored him to be your ultimate successor, there's no worry in entrusting him with your power. Mirio smiled wide at the praise from him mentor. Thank you, sir. Bane woke up later than usual. It was no surprise he'd taken 3 shots of venom in a short amount of time. There were bound to be repercussions. He got out of bed, stretching as he got undressed, heading to the shower and preparing for the day in front of him. He needed to find the first person on his list of recruits, and he had a good idea where to start. After getting out of the shower, and while he dried off, pulled open his laptop and brought up a recent crimes report, mainly ones where the victims were beaten to death, leaving nothing more than a bloody pulp behind. If what I read is any indication, then he shouldn't be that hard to track, especially if he's close, he said, looking through the reports as he got dressed. Bane headed into the kitchen to make breakfast, nothing fancy, but he did need to take in a lot of calories to replace what Venom took. He loaded a plate down with eggs, bacon and toast before making quick work of it with a glass of milk. Looking through his phone as he'd found an email containing an address, no doubt from All for One. He gathered some of his chemicals in a backpack as he left, putting the dishes in the sink as he did so. After finding it on the map, he made his way there. It was a nondescript building in Kamino Ward. He watched the place from a corner for about an hour, taking note of the foot traffic, and found it to be minimal. Well, at least I don't have to worry about being spotted, he thought to himself before walking up to the building and hopping the stone wall. Bane stalked up to the door, finding a key under a rock nearby, and let himself in. Looking around, he found 4 chemical vats containing Nomu and as much lab equipment as he would ever need. Well, this will definitely speed things along, but first... Bane scoured the room and, as he thought, found several bugs and small cameras. Sorry, no peeking, he said, smashing the small electronics before getting to work and began his experimentation. This was how Bane spent the next few weeks, experimenting on the Nomu, tweaking his venom so that it would work on any Nomu no matter the quirk set. After all, venom was a designer drug he'd made for himself, someone with no quirk. But since venom was derived from a drug that was meant to enhance quirks, it was very simple to use on the Nomu. But the difficulty came from the fact that each Nomu had multiple quirks, each one different from the last. Making venom into a one-size-fits-all drug for the Nomu was incredibly difficult, but also vastly rewarding. Taking the results and factoring it into his own venom, he could go so much farther with it than if he'd been testing this on regular people. During this time, he'd also started becoming familiar with his regeneration quirk. He found that flesh wounds healed in moments. Broken bones took minutes depending on the severity of each. He even seemed to be immune to poisons after testing his blood after exposing it to arsenic and the like, but the greatest benefit was that his venom intake had been boosted. He could now easily take 3 doses of venom with minimum drawbacks. Speaking of venom intake, the Noma were like sponges. Since their minds were basically dead, they could support a constant supply of venom without going mad, which he'd taken advantage of by making tubes to inject venom directly into their brains. They'd be on a constant venom rush, able to take and deal damage in ridiculous quantities. "My perfect soldiers," he'd said, looking at them. It was a hassle keeping All for One and his doctor abreast with just enough information, but it seemed to be working. He'd started supplying All for One with his blanket venom, but refused to let go of the 4 that were in his possession, citing he could do more with subjects that were already introduced to venom. With the amount of venom they were getting, they were willing to comply with his request. These 4 would be his and his alone to command. They would get the more specialized dosage to specifically enhance the quirks they possessed. The venom he was giving All for One was nothing compared to what he could now produce for himself. He felt better about testing his venom on these mindless things. In the beginning, he'd sold his prototype venom like a makeshift trigger, and even though it was their weakness that allowed him to use them as guinea pigs, it still left a bad taste in his mouth watching people go mad and die. After hours of mixing chemicals, BANE stowed his chemicals away in a small hole he dug out behind the vats, and made sure to take his notebooks containing the information he'd learned today with him. It was nearing sundown, so it was the best time to go speak with his unknowing informant. BANE hopped a train to a neighboring city, getting off well past dark, and made his way to the red light district of the city. He'd finally found the girl who'd had a run-in with his first recruit. She'd gone to ground pretty hard, no doubt in fear of her life, knowing what the man she'd snitched on was capable of. It brought a smile to his face that at one point the thought of this place would have broken him out in a blush, and now he could walk through ignoring the lustful eyes of the women there. He decided to use that to his advantage and approached one. She was a heteromorphic type with 6 arms, red skin, and a large horn protruding from her forehead. "Oh my, you're a big one, aren't you?" she said, smiling at him, her hands reaching all over him. He coughed. "I'm looking for someone," he stated, hoping she'd be useful. She smiled broadly at him, revealing all her teeth were pointed like a shark's. "Me too, darling, so why don't we just get down to it?" she said as she wrapped a leg around his. He sighed, holding up a picture of the girl he was looking for. "Where is she? I know this is her usual area." The girl immediately stepped back, looking him over. "If you're not here for me, I can't help you," she said, walking away, and BANE smiled. He'd hoped she'd give up easily and not persist in lying to him. Waiting a few minutes, he began to tail her, and sure enough, she led him right where he needed to be. She headed up the stairs of an apartment complex and knocked on an apartment door, and the girl he was looking for opened it, pulling the red girl inside. "Now to wait," he said, sitting down on the ground in the shadow of the alleyway, tossing his backpack onto one of the roofs above him to retrieve for later. BANE began thinking he needed to get rid of All for One, but he wasn't foolish enough to believe that even with his strength he could kill someone who'd already lived over 100 years and traded blows with All Might before he was injured so easily. No, an outright attack would just get him killed. Something subtler was required. As BANE plotted, he noticed another presence eyeing the small apartment. Taking note of the person's size, it was a good bet that this was who he was looking for, but he decided to wait just a little longer to see what happened. The red-skinned prostitute soon left, giving her friend a hug before departing. Soon after, the mystery man made his move, walking up to the door and grabbed hold of the doorknob, forcing the door open, and walked in. BANE made his way across the street, making sure no one had noticed the forced entry, and made his way up to and inside the apartment. Knowing what kind of man he was going to be dealing with, Bane grabbed one of his new patches, a green sticker in the shape of a V. Peeling it from its backing, he slapped it onto his chest, feeling the patch dissolve against his skin as it flooded him with his newly renovated venom. The patch he made now was the equivalent of 3 doses of his former serum. His muscles bulged under his skin, increasing his height and bulk considerably. Releasing a long breath, he rounded the corner, finding a hulking blonde man holding the prostitute he'd been searching for by the neck against the wall. Mary, why'd you have to go and do something stupid like rat me out to the cops?" he asked as his fist began squeezing tighter, the woman wheezing as her throat was forcibly closed. "I was really going to let you live. Now I've got to come back here instead of getting on with finding my new partner," he growled as he brought his hand towards him, only to slam it and the back of her head against the wall, watching blood splatter against the surface as he let go, dropping the limp form to the ground. Bane clapped from his view behind the large male. "A little drawn out, but glad you finished it. I don't want her blabbing about what we're going to discuss, Muscular." The man known as Muscular turned around, smiling. "Looks like it's a 2-for-1 tonight," Muscular shouted, rushing towards Bane at breakneck speed, rearing back as muscle fibers tore from his skin, coiling around his arm as it propelled his fist forward, only to be caught by Bane's hand, the collision rocking the apartment. Bane smiled. "I figured this would happen. Thank you for the chance to test out my new venom," he said, pulling Muscular forward into a headbutt, smashing the killer's nose as he let him go, driving a fist into his stomach. Muscular stumbled back, clutching his nose and stomach as he stared at the man before him. No one had ever overpowered him so easily. Muscular growled as muscle fibers erupted from his pants, rocketing him forward. He locked hands with Bane as he pushed him back and through a wall into another apartment, hearing the screams from the occupants as the two crashed to the floor. Muscular looked down at the man under him as he pulled back his fist to throw a punch, only to be punched in the shoulder, throwing off his blow as it crashed into the floor, causing it to give way as the two titans fell through. But Bane grabbed hold of Muscular's arm and twisted in midair to put the criminal under him and drove him into the ground, placing his boot on Muscular's neck as he stared down at him. Muscular glared at the man on top of him and went to wrench his arm free. But no matter how much force he put behind it, Bane's grip didn't budge. Muscular had never lost in terms of brute strength. It was impossible. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted. Bane smirked, stepping off him and letting his arm go. "I'm Bane and I want you to join me, Muscular. Come with me and rampage to your heart's content," Bane said, offering his hand to the killer. Muscular lay there for a moment, staring up at the guy before him. The look in his eyes sent a rush through his body. Muscular laughed as police sirens were heard in the distance. He took hold of Bane's hand as the breaker pulled him to his feet. "To my heart's content? I knew you were the only guy I could work with. Let's fuck shit up, boss," he said as Bane clasped his hand tightly in agreement. "We should leave. I'm not ready to engage the heroes yet. I have more recruits to find," he said, ducking out of the empty apartment, and then using his increased strength to launch himself to the next rooftop, Muscular right on his heels before the cops rounded the corner of the street. Bane watched them for a moment as he retrieved his backpack, making sure they hadn't been spotted their escape before moving on with Muscular. He led the killer back to the lab with the Noma. After all, it's not like he wanted Muscular to live with him. Besides, having a murderous guard dog like him would keep All for One from sending one of his pawns to spy on him. "If anyone but me comes here, kill them," he told Muscular, who smiled at the thought, murdering someone. "Got your boss," he said, going over to look at the 4 Noma in their vats, each riddled with tubes pumping a constant supply of venom into them. "What's with these ugly fucks?" Muscular asked as Bane prepared to leave. "They're the grunts who are going to lay the groundwork for me to take this city," he said, turning to leave when his phone began ringing. It was Kurojiri. "What is it?" he asked, stopping short of the door. "We request your presence at the bar. Where's your location?" Kurojiri spoke into his ear. Bane sighed, not really wanting to deal with Tamura and the League right now. From the few conversations he'd exchanged with All for One's doctor about the Noma, he'd become aware that Tamura was angry with the fact that people assumed Bane was the leader of the League of Villains. Still, he needed to play the role All for One wanted him to as Tamura's guide on the path of villainy. BANE told Kurojiri he was at the lab and a portal opened up in front of him. As BANE walked through, he heard the tail end of a sentence. "I came for him." BANE looked at the man who'd spoken, looking into the red eyes of Stain, the hero killer. He was kneeling above Tamura with a knife in his shoulder and a sword pointing at BANE. BANE took notice of the two other men in the room. One with black hair and having a patchwork of scars across his visible flesh, and the other a lizard man mimicking Stain's outfit of a scarf around his neck and a piece of cloth serving as his mask. BANE looked down at Tamura and then Kurojiri, who was bleeding from his arm and slouching against the bar. He growled under his breath. "What have you idiots brought me into?" BANE locked eyes with Stain as he rose from his position over Tamura, sheathing his sword and walking over to him. "So you're BANE," Stain stated as he looked over the kid in front of him. It was a shock to find that someone so young had taken such great steps to righting the world as Stain himself had. "And you're the hero killer, Stain," BANE said as he looked into his eyes, seeing them burn with some unknown fire. He began thinking how he could use this man to achieve his own goals. Obviously, from what he'd walked into, Stain and Tamura weren't on the best of terms, which worked in his favor. If he could get Stain on his side more than Tamura, he'd be a powerful ally to have. "These two brought me here, and the only reason I and my apprentices came was to speak with you, but instead I was met with this demented fool," Stain said, pointing at Tamura, who was getting to his feet and glaring at Stain, but BANE felt some of that wrath directed at him as well. "You wanted to speak with me, what about?" BANE asked, deciding to ignore that dig at Tamura. If he fed into that, Tamura would lose his shit, and he did not want to have to deal with that. "Don't ignore me!" Tamura shouted at the two. "This is my league. I built it, and I am its leader, not BANE. You will respect me, or I'll kill the both of you," he said, flexing his fingers, preparing to attack. BANE grit his teeth. For better or worse, he still needed Tamura for the moment. He couldn't risk having the league fracture just yet. "He's right, Tamura did build this league. Think of me as a free agent lending my time here, so I'm free to speak with you nonetheless," BANE said with a shrug. "Let Tamura have this league for now." Tamura straightened himself, seeing that BANE knew his place in this organization, but he still wanted to kill Stain for stabbing him like he had and reopening some of his wounds. Stain looked between the two of them before speaking to BANE once more. "I don't care whether you're the leader or not, it has no bearing on my question. What is your goal? What will drive you to do what you do? Just know if I don't like your answer, you and this league will die by our hands," Stain threatened as the scarred man and lizard male by the door both took active stances. "My goal is simple: true power, strength surpassing any skill. The people of this world worship at a false altar of power. The number one hero is nothing more than the winner of a popularity contest, and the people view that as true power. They're all wrong. Power is terrifying, nothing can stand in the way of it, and I will wield that power to open their eyes to how frail their strength is," BANE said, his green eyes staring into Stain's red ones. "You are worthy. Your conviction has convinced me to help you in your endeavor to change the world, for just like you, I am an agent of change. This world is stagnant because there are no true heroes anymore. All these fakes that pander to the camera make me sick. They should all be purged. There is only one man who deserves the title of hero. The man you fought at USJ, All Might." BANE now understood what the fire he saw burning in Stain's eyes was. It was zealotry. This man worshipped heroes, and anyone who didn't conform to his idea of heroism set down by All Might will die. Now that he understood this man, it would be that much easier to work with him. "I look forward to changing the world with you, Stain," BANE said as Stain and his two students left the bar. BANE sighed, looking at Kurojiri, who was now able to stand on his own 2 feet. "Don't you ever bring me into something like that again," he growled, looking to Tamura. "I'm not one of your Nomu, Tamura. I don't mindlessly obey you. Order me around like that again and I'll break you." Tamura glared back at him. "Everyone thinks this is your league, your plan, and it makes me sick. I want you gone." Tamura shouted, bringing his hands forward and rushing at BANE. Inwardly, BANE smirked. This would be the perfect chance to put Tamura out of commission. He wouldn't be able to kill him, but making him bedridden for a while wouldn't be too bad. He thought before the speakers of the TV crackled with All for One's voice. Tamura, stop! Immediately, like a leash dog, Tamura stopped just short of the portals that Kurojirai had made to redirect his hands. BANE is here to help you. If not for him, you would be rotting in a cell somewhere out of my reach. Even now, he has granted you another ally to your cause. You should think about your actions more carefully. Tamura dropped his hands like a sullen child. He stalked over to the bar, placing his hands upon it fully. BANE watched as the wood began to decay, rapidly turning to dust. BANE smirked at this turn of events. He was starting to drive a wedge between All for One and his precious student, and seeing as how Tamura was All for One's only real way to affect the world, if that bond was broken, he'd be effectively cut off. Send me back, Kurojirai. I have more work to do for our master, he said, barely concealing a smile as he walked through the portal. He'd leave Tamura to stew on that, and hopefully his jealousy would cause him to act out foolishly, no doubt in an effort to win back his master's approval. As BANE stepped into his lab, he noticed Muscular asleep in a corner of the lab, surrounded by 6-packs and a multitude of convenience store meals. He's obviously made himself at home, BANE thought to himself as he left. Now I need to get to work finding my next recruit, he said as he walked through the streets. Noticing it was almost morning, he decided to devote the next couple of days to researching his next target after he slept. Kenji Hikishi was walking through the park, taking in the warm sunlight on her skin as she brushed some of her maroon hair out of her face, looking at all the good people to kill. She wore white-rimmed triangular shades, an orange button-up shirt, and blue jeans with running shoes. She continued walking down the path, looking this way and that, trying to find the perfect victim, and soon she did. Standing there at the entrance to one of the park's running trails was a green-haired boy. His hair was in the style of a crew cut, and he was wearing a gray muscle shirt with running shorts and red running shoes. He was doing a series of stretches, and Kenji couldn't take her eyes off him. She could clearly see the corded muscle flexing beneath his flesh. Oh, a tough guy. Well, they're all tough at first, she thought as she walked over to say hello. Hi there, I haven't seen you around before, she said in greeting as the male turned her way, giving her a view of his face. Vibrant green eyes and adorable freckles adorned his rugged features. Oh yeah, he's definitely my type, she thought as the male eyed her up and down. I'm new here, bro. Heard this park had one of the toughest trails in the city, so I had to come. Friends call me Shidanki. Nice to meet ya. Care to keep me company on the trail? He asked in a thick country accent, hiking a thumb towards the path in question. Kenji nodded eagerly as she watched Shidanki take off down the path. You couldn't have chosen a nicer day to die, Shidanki, Kenji said as she took off after him, watching Shidanki run in front of her, his powerful legs eating up the trail like it was nothing. It was taking no small amount of effort to keep up with Shidanki, but it's not like Kenji was planning on finishing this trail with him anyway. Once they were far enough away from the trail's head and not seeing anyone else around, Kenji decided to make her move. She increased her speed, her legs propelling her right towards Shidanki. Her heart was pounding, but not just from the exertion of running, but the excitement she always felt when about to kill. She could already imagine the feeling of smashing Shidanki's body into pieces. Don't worry though, I'll leave that pretty face of yours alone, I promise, Kenji thought to herself as she launched herself at Shidanki's back, preparing to throw a punch right at the base of his spine. Right as Kenji was about to make contact, Shidanki spun on his heel, grabbing hold of Kenji's face, smashing her glasses into her face as he slammed Kenji into the dirt of the path, a large cloud of dust erupting around the two as Shidanki placed his left foot on Kenji's right wrist and his right knee on Kenji's left forearm. I was wondering when you were going to make your move. It's nice to meet you, Magna. Kenji's eyes widened in shock between Shidanki's fingers on his face. How do you know who I am? Kenji asked, staring into those once vibrant green eyes, now dark with satisfaction, like a lion who's savoring its prey. You were probably too busy imagining killing me to pay attention to my name. I said people call me Shidanki, remember? Magna's brow furrowed in confusion. What was so special about Shidanki? How would that have given her any warning about this man? But then Magna realized that Shidanki translated to breaker in English. Once more Magna's eyes widened in shock as she realized this was BANE. It had come out recently that Death Arms had been forced to retire due to his injuries from BANE. A reporter had called it the great break of the hero's career, and then following that it was leaked that BANE had broken the back of a student with these two events so close together. Many people had come to call BANE the breaker. BANE saw the recognition in Magna's eyes and let go of his hold on the villain. I see you've put it all together. Good, that saves me an introduction. Now then, Magna, I've come to ask you to join me. Magna sat up, tossing her broken glasses away as she stared up at BANE. You could have just said so. You didn't have to get so rough with me. I'm a tender maiden after all, she said, standing up and patting the dust from her back and butt. BANE shrugged. I had to know you were the right person. It's not like I have your number. And if I hadn't been so aggressive with you, then there was no way you'd stick around long enough for us to talk, he said, looking at her. Now will you join me or not? BANE asked once more. It had taken a lot to set up this encounter, and he'd gone so far as to expose himself so publicly just to meet Magna, a man, or well, in Magna's opinion, a woman with so many counts of murder under her belt. Why should I join you? Magna said, crossing her arms and looking away for a moment, only to find BANE right in her face. She blushed, stepping back before BANE gripped her arm, stopping her. Because you want to be the best version of yourself and live how you see fit, right? That's never going to happen in the world we live in now. There's no place for one such as you, Magna. You're a killer for one, and your personal view of reality is something no one will agree with. Come with me, I have a place for you. Or don't, and once this city is mine you'll regret not taking my offer, BANE said, letting go of her arm and turning his back on her. This is your best chance to realize the life you want, he said, walking away. Magna looked down at her arm that BANE had grabbed and bit her lip before speaking. I'll join you on one condition, Magna said, stepping forward as BANE looked over his shoulder at her. See, can I call you big bro? BANE arched a brow at that before shrugging. Call me whatever you want, just hurry up. I intend to finish this run and get back, so come on, he said, taking off down the path, Magna following behind him. Muscular cracked open a beer as he stared into one of the boss tubes at his brain. Guys, or whatever. I don't know what the boss has planned for you ugly fucks, but I'd bet it's going to be good, he said, smiling as he chugged the beer, some of it running down the side of his mouth as he heard the door open behind him. Hey boss, I'm getting bored. When are we gonna tear shit up? I'm getting bored sitting in this place day after day, Muscular said, turning around looking at BANE before noticing the other guy with him. Hey, who's this guy? Muscular said, tossing the empty beer can in the corner as he walked up to BANE and Magna. BANE eyed Muscular before explaining. We're going to be moving out soon, Muscular, and this is Magna. She'll be lending me her power in the coming conflicts. Muscular grit his teeth, looking at the redhead next to BANE. In what world is this guy a she? What are you, some kind of fruit? Muscular shouted, pointing at Magna, who glared at him, stepping forward. I'd watch your mouth around a lady, you muscle-bound bastard, Magna said, clenching her fists as Muscular did the same, the two glaring at each other. Enough, BANE shouted, staring down the two of them. You both were chosen by me, remember? If you have a problem with each other, then that means you have a problem with my choices. Is that what you're telling me? BANE said, staring down the two as Magna and Muscular shook their heads no. Good. From this day forward we're a team, which means we need to work together, and that means knowing one another in and out so we can work efficiently. So get ready, you two, it's training time, BANE said, smashing his fists together as he grinned at the two. Katsuki opened his eyes, slowly turning his head towards the sound that had woke him up. He couldn't see all that well, but what he could see made his heart race. There sat his childhood friend Izuku. He was sitting by his bedside peeling apples. Izuku? Katsuki questioned, not wanting to believe, but soon his vision cleared, showing him the face of Inko Midoriya. His heart fell into his stomach once again. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Inko was often at the hospital with him, seeing as how she didn't work. She watched over him for his own parents. "Sorry dear, it's just me. Did I wake you?" Inko asked, setting the apple down next to another freshly peeled one. Katsuki coughed, reaching up to wipe the sleep from his face along with the unshed tears. "No, you didn't, Aunt Inko," Katsuki said, trying to sit up only to have pain shoot through his back. He grunted in pain, falling back to the bed. Inko immediately sprang into action. "Katsuki, you mustn't move. Here, let me help you," she said, pushing a button on the side of the hospital bed, raising Katsuki into a sitting position. "Would you like anything? An apple, some water? I can call a nurse for you." Katsuki grit his teeth as Inko fawned over him more so than his own mother did, but that was his fault. He was the one always trying to do everything by himself, like he didn't need anybody. But what hurt the most was how much he didn't deserve Inko's kindness. "She doesn't know I made Izuku's life a living nightmare, and I'm too much of a coward to tell her. I'm pathetic," Katsuki thought to himself. For the last few weeks Inko had been here religiously taking care of him alongside his own parents, not knowing what kind of a bastard he was. "No, this ends today, I have to tell her." "No, Aunt Inko, that's fine, I don't need anything." "I have something to tell you," Katsuki said, taking a deep breath. Inko sensed the seriousness of Katsuki's next words, so she sat down and listened closely. "I bullied Izuku ever since we were kids. Every chance I got I made fun of him for not having a quirk, and mocked him for wanting to be a hero. Anything he did I belittled it. I'm so sorry, if I could take it back I would. I'd be the best friend Izuku ever had, but I can't, and now I can't even make up for it." Tears ran down Katsuki's face as he glared at the ceiling. He was garbage and deserved what happened to him. "I knew," Inko said calmly, moving to grab the knife and one of the apples as she began slicing it into bite-sized pieces. Katsuki looked at Inko shocked. She looked up from the apple for a moment, locking eyes with Katsuki before returning to her labor. "I've always known, Katsuki, and to be honest, I hated you for it. I wanted nothing more than to hurt you as much as you hurt Izuku, and the only reason I didn't was because Izuku begged me not to." Inko took a deep breath. "Izuku made excuse after excuse for you, saying you didn't mean it, or you were being pressured by other kids to make fun of him, and he forgave you for it because that's what a hero does. I couldn't betray Izuku's resolve to see the good in you, so I sat by as you abused my son. I hate you for it right now, but I know that when Izuku comes home he's going to want to be there for you, and until he can, I'll be here for him," Inko said, setting the freshly chopped apple down in front of Katsuki. "You should eat something." Katsuki was floored by Inko's words. Izuku had been stronger than Katsuki had given him credit for, and that made his guts writhe in pain from the guilt. He hunched over the plate of apples, tears dripping from his face to the plate below him. "I have something else to tell you, Auntie, and it concerns BANE's identity." At that moment there was a knock at the door, followed by the entrance of All Might and Detective Tsukachi. "Did we hear you right, young Bakuga? You know BANE's identity?" All Might asked before shaking his head. "Forgive me, Bakuga, I jumped ahead of myself. First and foremost, please accept my apology for not coming to see you before this." All Might got on his knees, pressing his forehead to the floor. "I know nothing I say can make up for the mistake of allowing you to be hurt, but even so, from the bottom of heart, I offer you my humblest and sincerest apology." Bakuga swallowed, looking down at his hero on his knees, and shook his head. "You have nothing to apologize for, All Might. I brought this on myself. Every last bit of it is a consequence of what I did. Whether it's karma or divine justice, I accept it as my own fault. No one else is to blame for me losing my quirk and being injured. I say I know who BANE is, but it's just a gut feeling, and BANE himself contradicted my theory, but here goes. I think that Izuku Midoriya is BANE." All Might rose to his feet as there was a clatter in the room as the chair Inko had been sitting in was thrown to the floor by the greenhead's rush to stand. "How dare you!" Inko shouted, glaring down at Bakuga's bowed head. "You apologize for bullying my son, and then you accuse him of being the monster who broke your back?" Inko said, tears of anger running down her face. "He was your best friend. My son would never do the things he's done, no matter how much someone deserved it. You're a liar, Inko said, gathering her purse and making her way past the two males and out of the room. All Might gave a cough as he looked at Bakugo. Go ahead, young Bakugo, tell us why you think this. All Might scratched his head, feeling as if the name Izuku Midoriya was familiar in some way to him. Bakugo swallowed. Well, first, Bane knows about Izuku. He mentioned his name to me when we were fighting, and when I questioned him about it, he said he killed Izuku. Katsuki nearly choked up at having to repeat the villain's words. But Bane was so familiar with me, as if he knew everything about me. The things he said about how I start a fight with a right hook, and how he was able to counter me so easily, as if he knew what I do. Sakachi rubbed his chin. From what I've seen of Bane, he seems like a seasoned combatant. It could just be his experience with fighting that got the best of you. Still, for Bane to bring up Izuku of his own volition doesn't make sense. Sakachi thought to himself. If Bane is Izuku, why would he do this to you? After all, you two were friends, right? Sakachi asked. Katsuki looked down in shame and shook his head. He was a friend to me, but I was a bully for him. I bullied him for not having a quirk, Katsuki admitted. The thing that really gets me is what he said right before he injured me. He whispered, Goodbye, Kaken. Kaken is the name Izuku called me by. He was the only one who called me that, Katsuki said, sighing as he finished giving all the evidence he had. Sakachi nodded at the explanation. I see bullying is wrong on any level, and it can lead to outcomes such as this. But you said the boy was quirkless. Bane traded blows with All Might. That kind of strength could only come from a quirk. Do you have a picture of this Izuku Midoriya? All Might asked, not able to get past thinking that he might know this boy. Katsuki reached for his phone, flipping through some pictures as he found one. Handing it to the number one hero, All Might broke out into a sweat as he looked at the kid in the picture, with Takachi looking over his shoulder. It was a picture of Katsuki standing over a green-haired boy who was obviously terrified of Katsuki. This is the boy from the rooftop that day. All Might coughed, handing back the phone and trying to cover the shaking of his hand. Thank you, young Bakugo. Will go now and give you time to rest, All Might said as he made to leave, Sakachi following behind him, noticing something was off about him. All Might, what's wrong? Sakachi asked as they found themselves in a deserted hallway. All Might turned to face him. I know that boy, Sakachi. He asked me after I saved him if he could be a hero with no quirk, and I told him no. What if my words put him on this path as a villain? All Might asked, looking at Sakachi, who shook his head. All Might, listen, I don't think Izuku is Bane. After all, we established that he had no quirk, and even you said Bane's blows were on par with yours. No quirkless child could do that. And even if Izuku is Bane, your words were meant to encourage him to pursue other paths. If he took your words as a reason to pursue villainy, that is not your fault. But as I've said, I don't believe Izuku Midoriya is Bane. To put your mind at ease, I'll look into the kid and bring back what I find. If he was hiding a quirk, which I highly doubt is possible, I'll find out, Sakachi said as he placed a hand on All Might's shoulder before leaving, as All Might's phone went off as he was making his way out of the hospital. He fished it out of his pocket and read the text message from the principal. The UA Sports Festival starts tomorrow. Bane unlocked the padlock and opened the gate to a scrapyard he'd started coming to when he first started taking his venom. The owner had allowed him access after he'd used his new strength to crush a few cars for the guy until the owner could get his crusher fixed. It was good practice, and he'd chosen to forego payment in exchange for having all access to the scrapyard whenever he wanted. The owner was more than happy to accept, and now it would be the perfect place for him to train Magna and Muscular. The two villains were following behind him as he led them into the very center of the scrapyard, allowing the high walls of scrap metal to conceal them. If anyone came by and heard the noise they were about to make, they'd simply think it was the crusher going at it. Bane dropped the jacket he'd been wearing on a nearby rusty washing machine. He cracked his knuckles as he looked to his two compatriots. Muscular was ready to start, he could tell by the way he was constantly flexing, and Magna boasted a calm exterior with her massive magnet lying across her shoulders. From this moment forward, we're a team. That means we need to always be in sync, know each other's battle style as well as our own. Until our next assignment, we will be in here every day training until we're a well-oiled machine of battle. Understand? He shouted, watching Magna and Muscular nod in agreement. Don't worry, boss, I'm the entire battle machine you'll ever need, Muscular shouted, boasting as usual. You're a brute, and there's more to battle than physical strength. Brains are needed more than strength, Magna retorted. BANE took this moment as the two argued to take out 3 of his new venom patches. He knew each of these was worth about 3 doses of his previous venom, so taking 3 patches at once would be 9 times as powerful. He took a deep breath. Normally this would be enough to kill him, but he had to know the limits of his healing factor, and it wasn't like he was willing to cut his head off to see if it grew back. He pressed the 3 patches in a circle around his left bicep under the sleeve. The drug flowed into his body, transforming it immediately as his muscles grew in size to the point his skin began to tear, but his healing factor took care of it as his normal stature of 6 feet was increased to that of 8. He panted a little, the pain of the transformation quickly being overwritten by the tingling feeling of his regeneration reversing whatever damage was done. Brain and brawn in perfect harmony is an unbeatable pair. Now the exercise is simple, he stated to the 2 bickering villains as he walked over to a car and ripped the driver's side open before tossing it towards the entrance. You 2 need to work together to get past me and honk the horn in that car. You do that, the exercise is over, otherwise we will do it again and again until you can, or until the sun sets. Come at me full force or you won't get anywhere. There will be no breaks. If you stop coming for me, I'll come for you. If you understand, then let the exercise begin, he said, taking a combat stance and waiting for them to make the first move. Muscular smiled as muscle fibers burst from his skin, covering him from shoulders to ankles, enlarging him to be taller than BANE. You think I need this guy to get this done? You're underestimating me, boss, he shouted as he took off, charging at BANE like a freight train. BANE sighed. He was hoping Muscular would at least attempt to work with Magna, but as always Muscular wouldn't understand it until it was beat into him. As Muscular came within range, he threw a punch, which BANE sidestepped outside the punch, grabbing Muscular's arm, and using his forward momentum spun and hurled him to the right, watching him crash into a pile of scrap. As Muscular went flying, BANE noticed Magna coming up from his blind spot and then swing her giant magnet at BANE's head. I figured Magna would take advantage of Muscular's arrogance and impatience to try and launch a sneak attack. Not a bad thought, but she's depending a bit too much on that magnet, BANE thought as he stepped in close to Magna, catching the magnet under his arm, stopping it from reaching its full momentum, and then threw a punch at Magna's gut. Surprisingly, Magna dropped her weapon immediately to dodge back, but neither was aware of how powerful BANE's punch was as the wind pressure created from it shot Magna backwards, causing her to tumble end over end before regaining her feet. BANE was shocked to see how much power he had from his new venom. His shock left him vulnerable as Muscular came from behind him with a punch, driving his fist into BANE's back and throwing him into the air, and causing him to drop Magna's magnet. BANE coughed, tasting blood and feeling pain flood his back before the tingling of his regeneration repair him. That idiot, he had a chance to go for the car and instead he came at me, BANE thought as he righted himself in midair and, taking advantage of his newfound strength, shot off another punch, wind rushing down towards Muscular, who blocked with his muscle-cloaked arms as dust rocketed up around him. Come on, boss, give me more dash. As Muscular pulled his arms away to gloat, BANE came down on him with both feet in his chest, driving the villain to his back on the ground, cratering around the two. BANE crouched over Muscular, turning and bringing his arms up in a boxer's block to block Magna's swing as the magnet crashed into his arms. BANE felt his skin tear and bones crack as he was knocked off Muscular and landed sliding across the ground, leaving 2 long furrows in the dirt, and then felt his arms begin to heal as he stood up, looking at his 2 cohorts. Muscular was on his back, coughing harshly. It was only due to the mass of muscle fibers surrounding his body that BANE hadn't caved Muscular's chest in. BANE stood up as the dust began to settle. He could feel blood running down his arms and grit his teeth as his flesh and bones were put back together. All right, boys, come on, you haven't gotten close to that car at all, BANE taunted them as he waved his hand towards himself in a "come on" gesture. Magna looked at BANE and truly understood the power of the man she was working for. BANE wasn't just a muscle-bound idiot like Muscular, no, he was a tactician as well. Like he said, brain and brawn together are unbeatable. Magna thought to herself. Look, I don't like to work with you, but we have to or else he'll pound us flat, Magna said as Muscular got to his feet, spitting out a bit of blood. I don't need you to get this done, just stay out of my way, he said, walking forward ready to go again as Magna grit her teeth. We can't beat him alone, you need to work with me. Magna tried again, thinking how easy it would be to kill this man, but if he did, BANE would kill her for sure. You do whatever you want, I'm going for it, Muscular shouted as he shot forward once more at BANE. BANE sighed. Seems it was time to take the kid gloves off. He'd know that by going easy on them they'd naturally come together, but it seems more drastic measures were needed. BANE shot forward as well, throwing a punch as Muscular mirrored the action. Their fists collided, sending out wind from their colliding fists, blowing away the dust still in the air and shattering some of the windows in the cars. Muscular reared back for another punch, but BANE didn't give him time as he dropped into a crouch, circled around behind and grabbed Muscular by his waist and bending over backwards suplexed Muscular, who brought his hands above his head to keep from being driven into the ground. The earth cracked under the force of the wrestling move, but Muscular wasn't immobilized. BANE rolled out from under Muscular as both villains got to their feet. BANE rushed Muscular, going for a flying knee, smashing into Muscular, who grabbed BANE in bear hug, trying to crush him. BANE smirked as he began to pry Muscular's arms away from him. No matter how many fibers Muscular piled on, he just wasn't strong enough to keep hold of BANE. Muscular's arms snapped wide as BANE gave one final push and then grabbed Muscular's head, pulling him into a headbutt, dropping the villain to his knees. And just as BANE reared back to punch Muscular in the face, a car horn went off. BANE turned around, seeing Magna inside the car he'd thrown towards the front, slamming her hand on the horn. Thanks for holding him off, you stupid bastard, Magna said. BANE smirked as he pulled up a groaning Muscular to his feet, blood running from Muscular's forehead. You two did well, but we're far from where we need to be, but we're getting there. Muscular, go back to the hideout. Magna, you're free to go. We'll meet here tomorrow where the teams will be switched. As BANE was laying out the plan for tomorrow, his phone went off. He moved over towards his jacket, fishing out the phone. He recognized the number as Fat Cat's. He hadn't talked to the underworld broker for some time. Their last interaction was to set up Fat Cat with BANE's own drug. It was a severely diluted version of his venom, nothing more than a super steroid, no doubt being used in the sports world, but it kept money in his pocket and Fat Cat satisfied. What is it, Fat Cat? He asked as he heard the voice of his broker answer. BANE, we have a situation. Seems there's a spy in my gang, and I need your help to flush him out. Meet me at my warehouse outside the city, I'll explain everything there. The phone call was disconnected right after. BANE rubbed his chin as he looked to see Muscular and Magna had left. Just as well, I didn't want to tell them about this, he said as he put on his jacket and headed to the train station. The train would take him the majority of the way and he'd be able to work at a puzzle he'd been putting off for a while now. He'd been trying to track the vampire of Muzudafu for a while, but the killer was a complete and utter enigma. As BANE stepped onto the train, he began to think, gathering everything he knew about the vampire in his head. There have been at least a dozen attacks. All the victims were completely drained of blood. All that wasn't drained was soaked into their clothes. Most of the victims were male aside from one or two female victims, which would suggest a female killer. All the victims were cut repeatedly, indicating torture. The wounds suggest a small knife switchblade, possibly. BANE ran a hand through his short green hair as he tried to put together a profile for the killer. There was no connection between the victims other than most being adults. They were all average people. What was the purpose of taking their blood? Blood isn't worth much on the black market, and if money was the objective, knocking over a blood bank would be better. No, there has to be something deeper, some kind of thrill in killing people and taking their blood. Maybe it has something to do with their quirk? BANE was broken from his thoughts as the door in front of him opened, letting him off. He began the short trek to Fat Cat's warehouse, finding it easily, and noticed the car parked out front except there was no driver. That was strange. To his knowledge, Fat Cat never drove himself anywhere. Bane went up to the door and pulled it open, revealing Fat Cat sitting on an old metal drum. Fat Cat jumped off it, walking hurriedly over to Bane. "Glad you made it. Good news, I caught the spy." Bane crunched the metal of the door in his fist, the venom still coursing through his body as he glared down at Fat Cat. "If you caught him, why am I here?" Bane growled, slamming the door shut behind him. The thought had crossed his mind to kill Fat Cat, especially if his organization was compromised. But he might just kill him for wasting his time. "Easy there, big guy, I didn't have him until right after I called you. See, it was my driver, he got wind I was bringing you here and he tried to off me, so I took him down and then threw him in there." Fat Cat hiked one of his paws at a small bathroom located in the back. "So why haven't you killed him?" Bane asked, staring to walk over to the bathroom. "Oh, figured you'd want to get whatever info out of him. After all, you're more suited for torture than me," Fat Cat said, following closely behind him as Bane opened the door, rolling his eyes as he realized Fat Cat just wanted him here to do his dirty work. As Bane opened the door, his eyes went wide before he spun on his heel, catching the blade that Fat Cat had tried to stab him with. The blade pierced right through the flesh of his palm as he swatted the portly feline away from him. "I can't believe I didn't feel that attack coming. I couldn't feel any killing intent at all." Bane looked at the knife stabbed through the back of his hand as he then looked to the arm he swatted Fat Cat with. It was covered in some kind of goop. "Who are you?" he shouted as he cast an eye back at the corpse of the real Fat Cat in the closet. Fat Cat sat on the lid of the toilet, dressed in only his pants, while his chest and face were crisscrossed with cut marks. His once orange and black fur stained red with his blood. Seems he'd gone into shock and died of blood loss. From the looks of how much blood had seeped into his pants and dried, he'd been here for at least a week. Seeing the corpse in the closet had been the only reason he turned around. It was only by happenstance that he turned in time to stop the knife from cutting his throat. "Oh, you are good. I was sure I was going to kill you right then and there. But of course the mighty Bane wouldn't be killed so easily," said Fat Cat in the voice of a girl as the feline face began to slip off, revealing the face of a young girl with golden eyes and large canines. She jumped away from him, landing behind a few boxes. From what Bane had seen, the girl was naked. She soon emerged from behind the boxes, dressed in an oversized sweater that came to mid-thigh, and he assumed nothing else. "The name is Himiko Toga, and I'm your biggest fan, Bane. Though I had no idea you looked so cute under that mask, though you could stand for a bit more blood on you." Bane gripped the knife in his palm and yanked it out as blood splashed on the ground and dripped from his fingers before the wound began closing. Toga's eyes widened at that as her smile grew bigger. "You really are perfect for me. Anything I do to you, you'll heal from it. I can cut you so much without you dying on me. You're the best, come on, let me cut you, let me join you." Bane arched a brow, looking back at Fat Cat's mutilated body. Things began to fall into place. "You're the vampire of Muzurifu," he said, turning back to face Toga, narrowly avoiding a knife she'd thrown at him. "But you're really good at dodging for a big guy. But that's fine, once I join you I'll have plenty of chances to cut you, so come on, let me join." Bane grit his teeth. It was true that he'd been tracking the vampire, but he had no idea she was this crazy. Then again, crazy could come in handy. After all, he'd redirected Muscular's bloodlust. Maybe he could do the same here. But the fact she was fixated on cutting him was an unnecessary hassle he didn't want to deal with. "Why do you want to join me? What's in it for you besides cutting me up?" Bane asked her as a blush rose on Toga's face. She'd been obsessed with Bane after watching him brutalize Death Arms. Seeing Bane drenched in the hero's blood, it was too much for her. She was in love from that moment forward. She'd done everything to try and find Bane, but nothing seemed to work until she'd heard rumors that this guy Fat Cat knew Bane, so she'd taken him and then replaced him until she could get all the info she needed out of him. It hadn't been easy. Fat Cat was either loyal to Bane or desperate to keep his meal ticket, but days of torture will change anyone's mind. "You're so mean, acting like you don't know, but fine, I'll play your game. It's because I have a crush on you, silly. You're just like me, you like to hurt people. You know people are only beautiful when they're covered in blood, like you should be. Toga shouted, dashing forward to stab Bane in the chest, and shockingly enough Bane did nothing to stop her. The blade pierced Bane's chest, though due to the growth of muscle the blade didn't pierce enough to be fatal. Bane grabbed Toga, hugging her to his chest. You want to cause pain in this world to tear it to bloody shreds? I can work with that, he said, staring into Toga's golden eyes with his green ones. She was crazy as hell, but in the end he could still use her. Whatever her quirk was, it allowed her to infiltrate places, and he still wasn't sure how she'd mask such killing intent, not to mention she was almost a perfect copy of Fat Cat. He needed someone with her skills, or maybe it was the fact a girl was taking notice of him. Bane wasn't going to lie to himself that it felt nice to have a girl after him, even if she was nuts. Toga's face turned beet red at the proximity of Bane's face to hers. She could feel his heart beat against her chest as his blood soaked her sweater. Bane dropped her to the ground, taking the knife out of his chest, feeling the wound close. That's the only time I'll let you bleed me, understand? If you try again, maybe I'll make you beautiful too, he said, looking at her before throwing the knife back at her, making a cut across her cheek as the knife embedded itself in the concrete behind her. If you're going to join me, you're going to be useful. You've been impersonating Fat Cat for days now, right? You're going to continue to do so. You're going to make Fat Cat's organization mine. Bane watched Toga clutch the wound on her cheek as she got to her feet. I don't want to be him anymore, I want to be with you, Toga said, skipping over to him, placing her bloody palm on Bane's chest. I promise not to cut you anymore if you let me come with you, Toga pleaded as Bane sighed, thinking of a new plan. Fine, call Fat Cat's men here. Use his voice, make it seem like he's dying, and tell his men to come to me with his death. Once they contact me, I'll bring them into my fold under the premise that I'll find Fat Cat's killer. Right as you see the men arrive, set the place ablaze. They won't have time to investigate too thoroughly, not with the police and fire department on their way to contain the fire. This way we both get what we want, Bane said, staring down at Toga as she drew doodles on his shirt using their mixed and drying blood. Are you listening to me? Toga looked up at him and nodded. Sure, I heard everything. So where are we going to meet up? Bane fished an old receipt out of his pocket, writing down the address for the scrapyard. Meet me there tomorrow, he said, walking away from her. Toga had been staring at the bloody palm print she'd left on his chest, and then cupped her wounded cheek, a smile spreading across her face. We each marked the other. We're a couple. I can't believe it, I'm so happy, Toga said, jumping in the air repeatedly before skipping over to the car. Pulling the keys out of her sweater, she started it up and drove the car inside the building and turned it off. Getting out of the car, she went to the trunk and found a bottle of antifreeze. She smiled as she took the bottle to the entrance and began to pour it out in a trail leading back to the car, where she dumped it right underneath it. Toga walked to the entrance of the building to place the call to Fat Cat's men. Bane got home later that day, and turning on the TV he was able to catch the UA Sports Festival. He smiled as he watched two students go at it. I figured they'd do something like this. Hold the sports festival early so the villains don't have a chance to regroup and attack. That's fine, I had no intention of attacking the sports festival. Let them have this small win, I'll attack them again once I've got my team in shape. As Bane sat down, his phone went off. He pulled it out, recognizing Kurogiri's number. What is a Kurogiri? He asked. Sorry to bother you, Bane, but I felt it best to let you know that Tamura has taken your advice of gathering allies to heart. Already he's gathered several members, but he has his eye on one man in particular. But I think it's too much for him, and our master agrees with me. Bane grit his teeth, having Kurogiri call all for one. Their master really got under his skin, but he would only have to play this charade for a bit longer. So what does he want from me? Bane asked, sitting forward as he took notice of the next two students to fight. If I recall, Katsuki was in Class 1A. I wonder how many of his classmates will place at the top? Well, there's no easy way to say this. Tamura has his eyes on a death row inmate called Moonfish, meaning he wants to break into a prison. Bane smiled at this information. You know that's not a bad idea, Kurojiri. I think Tamura has it right. What better place to find villains than in a jail? I'll lend a hand, but this is going to take considerable time and planning. If Tamura agrees to this, I'll be more than happy to help, BANE said. Like I thought Tamura is desperate to prove himself to all for one. Kurojiri was sweating. He had hoped that BANE would try to talk Tamura out of this, but it seemed the man was more than willing to go along with this madness. Happy even. Kurojiri swallowed before speaking. I'll see what I can do to get him to agree, he said, hanging up. BANE looked at the screen of his TV as he tossed his phone to the side. So it seems Katsuki's class had a clean sweep. In first place, the son of Endeavor's Shoto Todoroki. Second is Fumikage Tokoemi. The person in third place couldn't be there in person, but the name Tenya Ida was announced. The son of Endeavor took first place. I'm not surprised. He was the kid who actually tried to protect All Might from me. Well, I'll have to keep an eye on these three, but for now I need time to plan. Bakugo sat in the back seat of his parents' car as they rode away from the hospital. After weeks of being in there, he was ready to see that place in the rearview mirror. He hadn't seen Mrs. Midoriya since that day he'd accused BANE of being Izuku, and from what his mother said, she hadn't spoken to her either. He felt bad for causing such a rift between the two families, but he wouldn't be swayed. If BANE wasn't Izuku, then that meant his best friend was dead. Is it selfish of me to prefer he be the villain who injured me than be dead? He asked himself as his parents pulled up in front of a large family restaurant. What are we doing here? Katsuki asked as his parents got out, and his father opened the door for him. He grit his teeth, biting down on the angry response he was going to give his dad for treating him like an invalid. His back was fine now, aside from random spasms of pain and a constant soreness. He wasn't some cripple. Well, Katsuki, we figured now that you're out of the hospital you might want to celebrate, his mother said as she opened the door for him to reveal the majority of his classmates holding a banner that read, Welcome Katsuki Bakugo. And your friends from school agreed with us, Mitsuki said, smiling as the group of children gathered around her son. Congratulations on a speedy recovery, Bakugo, Momo said to him, smiling happily with her hand upon her chest. Momo was wearing a long-sleeved pink shirt and with a white skirt going down to her knees and proper dress shoes. Yeah boy, bet you'll be in tip-top shape in no time, shouted Mina, striking a victory pose as she was dressed in a purple hoodie unzipped to reveal a black t-shirt over jeans and sneakers. He could see that Shoji, Koda and Tokoemi were in the back raising their drinks to him rather than get involved in the crowd that was surrounding him. Alright guys, back up and give him some space, plus we're kind of blocking the entrance, Kirishima said, stepping in front of Bakugo and herding everyone back a few feet so Katsuki could make his way to their table. Unnoticed by the students, the Bakugo parents went outside, wanting to leave their son in the hands of his friends for a while. It was true that standing for long periods of time would be a serious strain on his back, so it was best to sit down quickly. He looked around at all the people surrounding him. He didn't really know them all that well. Hell, he probably couldn't name them all from memory aside from Achiko, who was sitting on his left talking with the frog girl Ashido. Or was it Ajui? Kirishima sat on his right looking like some bouncer as Denki was talking about what to order. He only knew Momo because she was the vice president of her class, and for that matter he noticed that Ida wasn't here. Where's Ida? Bakugo leaned over to ask Achiko, knowing she was the closest to Ida beside himself maybe. Oh yeah, Ida had a family emergency to attend to so he couldn't come. He said he's sorry, Achiko said, looking down sadly, remembering the face that Ida was making when he left. Bakugo nodded, taking notice of the shrimp Mineta eyeing the seaweed chick. Her name was Tokake, he thinks, who was animatedly talking to the invisible girl and Mina. Don't worry Bakugo, I'll twinkle that much brighter to make up for the absence of Ida and Todoroki, Aoyama said before an earphone jack was plugged into his ear, causing him to drop to his knees. How about you twinkle a little less, you're bothering other customers, Jiro said, withdrawing her jack from Aoyama's ear. Bakugo watched as the sugar guy and the guy with the tail helped Aoyama from the ground to table as he nursed his ear. The entire class seemed to be having a good time, enjoying themselves, and all for his benefit. Bakugo looked down, clenching his fists on his knees. I don't deserve this, he whispered to himself, but Kirishima had heard at least part of it. Yeah, you do deserve this, buddy, so live it up, we're all here for you, because we're your friends, Kirishima said, clapping Bakugo on his shoulder before the blonde boy slapped his hand away. None of you are my friends, he shouted, silencing the whole restaurant. I don't have friends, the only friend I had, I was bullied to him. I bullied him because he was quirkless, I don't deserve this, he said, standing up, glaring at his class. You all think I'm a good guy, but I'm not, I'm a complete and utter piece of shit. The one person who saw me for what I was is gone. He's either dead, or he's the monster who did this to me. So no, I don't want your friendship. I deserve to be punished for what I've done, he said, looking at his hand, not even a whiff of smoke coming from his palms reminding him of his powerlessness. You all know, right? I lost my quirk. The doctors say there's nothing wrong with me physically. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to use it, so they say it's psychological. They say I'm doing this to myself, and maybe I am, because the one person who should punish me for what I've done is gone, he said, collapsing into his chair, sweat pouring from him as his shocked classmates took in what he said. I think the fact that you're telling us this means you are a good person, Bakugo. Bakugo looked up to see Achiko grasping his hand in both of hers. You think you should be punished for being a bad person, so you've done this to yourself because you don't want to be that person anymore, right? Achiko asked to a stunned Bakugo. You want to make up for the mistakes you made with your friend. That's as good as anyone can hope to be. Bakugo stared at Achiko, and he swore he could see Izuku looking back at him. It was like that day at the river when he'd fallen. Izuku had held his hand out to him asking if he was okay, but he'd slapped his hand away and hated him for it since then. He couldn't do that again. He'd take the hand offered to him this time. He squeezed Achiko's hand as he began to cry. Kirishima bit his lip as he sat next to his broken friend. Wait, are you saying BANE was your friend? BANE walked out of the bathroom dressed in a pair of sweatpants and headed towards the kitchen barefoot. It had been almost a month since he'd started training his team, and everyone was finally up to his standards to go out into the field. Tonight would be their first mission. They were going to go through with Tamura's jailbreak plan. He smiled at the thought. After having researched the prisoners held within, he had his roster of recruits ready, and he couldn't wait. BANE stopped into the living room, noticing a large box in the middle of the floor. He growled before ducking and grabbing an arm that had been aimed at the back of his head and flipped the person over his shoulder onto their back before driving his fist towards their face, stopping inches before he caved in Toga's skull. What are you doing here, Toga? He growled, letting go of her. BANE was angry at the sneak attack, but shocked she'd actually found where he lived. BANE went to great lengths to keep his living quarters from his subordinates. Toga just smiled at BANE as she back-flipped onto her feet. That's a hell of a greeting for your girlfriend, she said as she twirled around in her apron. Thankfully, she was wearing something under it, which happened to be one of his shirts. I asked you a question? BANE said, scratching his head as he walked into the kitchen. Well, isn't it obvious? I got it through Gato's computers. He had a lot of buildings under his authority, but yours was the only one that wasn't an apartment complex, so I came here with a gift which you didn't open. Toga shouted, pouting as she watched BANE fish around in the fridge for a multitude of breakfast ingredients. I underestimated your thoroughness of Gato's holdings after I became the leader of Fat Cat's men, he said as he got started on making breakfast. Gato was Fat Cat's real name, which he'd learned after absorbing the majority of Gato's organization. It's not really a present if I'm the one who paid for it. You're more of the delivery girl, he said, cracking eggs into a pan and putting toast in the toaster. Toga hopped up on the counter next to BANE, watching him cook. You can cook, how domestic of you, she said, poking his bare shoulder, running her nail up his bicep. So what's in the case anyway? It was locked, and only you know the code, Toga said as BANE scrambled eggs, pushing them out onto 2 plates as the toast rocketed from the toaster. After placing a piece of toast on each plate, he sat them at the table, with Toga following closely behind and joining him for breakfast as he grabbed a pitcher filled with a smoothie mixture and poured it out for them. After training with the three of you for so long, I've rediscovered the need for armor," he stated, eating his eggs and toast after putting some jam on his bread. "Why would you need armor? You can heal from anything," Toga asked, taking a bite of her eggs and dragging her teeth along the tines of the fork while staring at Bane, who sighed at her question. "Quirks are like muscles, it takes energy to make them work. You run too long, you get winded. You lift too much weight, your muscles give out. Same thing with my regeneration. It takes stamina to heal those wounds, and the worse the wound, the more stamina is needed. I can't have myself getting exhausted too early in a fight, thus the need for armor," he said, eating the last of his breakfast and placing the plate in the sink before walking over to the case on the floor and setting it on the kitchen table. He scrolled the numbers on the case, revealing the access code as the case popped open, revealing his new suit. It was a black bodysuit. Bane began to describe the specifications of the suit to Toga. "It has 2 layers of protection. The first layer of protection consists of armor built over the chest, calves, thighs, arms, and back. This armor features a Kevlar bi-weave that can stop slashing weapons and can also deflect any bullet short of a straight shot impact, and reinforced joints that allow maximum flexibility and mobility. The gloves are lined with a metal mesh designed for gripping, much like that of a shark's skin," he said, and demonstrated by dragging his palm down the doorway, watching deep furrows were gouged out of the wood by the gloves. Toga smiled at the destructive and painful purpose of the gloves. Bane next pulled out his helmet. It was painted black with the mouthpiece being green and the eyes red. The helmet is of full steel construction, magnetically locking into the collar of the suit. The second layer are these steel plates that go on the shins and knees, and then for my arms I had these made. What Bane hadn't told her about was the veins running through the suit into the mouthpiece of the mask to deliver his aerosolized venom. Bane pulled out a pair of large gauntlets that would travel all the way to his elbows. But what truly intrigued Toga was the large contraption at the wrist. "What's this do?" she asked, and watched Bane give her a wicked smile that almost made her heart stop. "Let me show you," he said, slipping on the gauntlet, and then walked out the door to the beach that was still covered in trash and singled out a refrigerator. He gripped the gauntlet, then reared back and punched the fridge. A large dent formed, but only a second after the first impact there was another that punched a hole in the fridge door. Bane pulled back, showing that the front of the gauntlet had ejected partially, making another impact into the fridge before slamming back into place. "These gauntlets are like pistons, giving me a second impact after the first, a deadly 2-for-1 combo," he said, grinning. "I'll be putting this suit through its paces tonight," he said, looking at Toga. "You ready?" Toga nodded, eagerly ready to do her part for Bane. Jail. The security camera monitor for the night shift of Orochi prison was staring at the monitors, making sure everything was in order like he'd done every work night for the past year. It wasn't a hard job, not in the slightest, but it was boring as hell guarding these degenerates day after day. As he stared at the monitors, he heard the door being unlocked behind him and looked over his shoulder to see the warden of the prison, Kaimusho, enter and set down a small bag. "So what are you doing here this late?" Jail asked as the warden walked up to him. "Something just didn't feel right, so I decided to stay over just in case anything was to happen," Kaimusho stated as Jail turned back to the monitors. "Excuse me for saying, sir, but I highly doubt anything will happen. This prison's record is spotless. Who would be crazy enough to dash?" Right at that moment, a knife punched through Jail's throat, his blood splattering some of the screens as he fell over, choking on his own blood. "Should have listened to me. I told you something wasn't right, didn't I?" said the warden as he went to the console and began typing in instructions before placing his hand on a palm scanner. "Manual override, all cell doors released." The face of Kaimusho dropped off, revealing the face of Toga painted over with Bane's symbol, a green pattern starting at her chin and coming around her eyes as she turned on the intercom, her voice blasting throughout the entire prison. "Hi all you released prisoners. My name is Himiko Toga and I am with Bane, who has come here this day to offer you all a chance to be part of something really fun. So when he gets here you better all applaud him, because if you don't, I'll make sure to cut all your throats. Okay, bye." Toga finished destroying the console as she went over to the bag she'd brought and fished out her costume. Bane stood in his new suit with muscular and Magna behind him. Muscular was wearing a black muscle shirt with Bane's symbol and black and white camo pants and boots. Magna stood on Bane's left with glasses with red lenses and jeans, a green shirt under a black jacket, and dress shoes. Right beside Bane's group was Tamura's. Kurojairi stood beside Tamura on his right, a swirling mass of blackness, while Twice stood on his left pulling and retracting his bladed weapon. Behind Tamura stood a man called Mr. Compress. Bane was less than impressed with Tamura's gathering, but whatever, it didn't matter. The worse off these guys were, the easier it would be to bring down Tamura and have them on his side. Nice work, Tamura. I'm sure All for One is proud of this turn of events, Bane said, seeing Tamura glare at him for a moment without speaking. Right then they heard Toga's voice over the loudspeakers outside the prison. There's the signal, let's go, Bane said, fidgeting with his helmet when he was really administering his first dose of venom. He growled as he grew in size before Kurojairi teleported all of them into the courtyard entrance to the prison. Magna, help Compress with the outside security. Muscular, come with me. Guess this is where we part ways. Tamura, hope to see you and Moonfish back here, Bane said as Magna followed after Compress to dispatch the outside security guards who were desperately trying to radio help. Whatever, let's go. Kurojairi, you too. Twice, Tamura said as he walked through another portal made by Kurojairi. Yes, sir, Tamura. No, wait, I want to go with Bane, Twice shouted before jumping through the portal as Bane and Muscular went to the heavy doors of the prison, each grabbing hold of one of the doors and wrenching it open to reveal an armed platoon of security guards behind riot shields and shotguns pointed at both Bane and Muscular. Muscular grinned widely as muscle fibers sprouted over his arms. This is your one and only chance, villains. Get down on your knees and place your hands behind your head, shouted one guard. Muscular, remember the promise I made you the day you joined me? Bane asked, cracking his knuckles. Sure do, boss. Why bring that up now, though? Muscular asked, barely containing his bloodlust. I make good on it today. Go wild, Bane said, walking forward as the guards began to open fire. Play this. Watch, V equals MT74 QUGM 6E. Muscular launched himself in front of Bane, taking all the bullets on himself as they seemed to bounce off the hurtling giant, or get caught in his muscle fibers as he impacted into the wall of shields, shattering them as he grabbed hold of one guard, using him as a blunt object, and swinging him into the others, watching the blood spray from the guard's mangled body as Muscular crushed him in his hand. Muscular turned, punching straight into another shield wall, watching as the group of men were scattered from the impact. Muscular grabbed an undamaged shield and hurled it like a frisbee as it cut through several guards before embedding itself in the wall. Stay in formation, men, we can dash! At that moment the guard's head was severed from his body, rolling to the floor as Toga stood there being drenched from the spouting blood. I made it, Bane, just like I said I would, Toga said as she followed behind Bane, leaving Muscular to his slaughter, his maniacal laughter following after him as Bane and Toga made their way to the isolation wing of the prison where both of Bane's recruits were being held before once again a series of guards stood in his way. Open fire, men! Shouted the lead guard. Bane began charging towards the wall of shields as bullets ricocheted off him. He also noted the added weight of Toga holding onto his back as she giggled hysterically. Bane jumped high above the guards before coming down on one, crushing the guard under his shield before throwing out his fists to his sides, punching into two guards, feeling their bodies break under his blows before his pistons shot out, punching straight through the two guards. Bane pulled his bloodied fists free as he turned and swiped his palm across one guard's face, feeling the skin rip and tear under his palm, leaving half his face skinless, his lidless eyes staring at Bane before he was crushed under Bane's boot. Several of the guards began to start dogpiling on Bane but only received knives in their body as Toga stood on Bane's back, spinning like a top and hurling knives in all directions. Bane stood up, looking around at the carnage he'd wrought. That was fun, Bane, this is the best date night ever! Toga shouted, sitting on his shoulder as Bane walked up to the high security door. It was solid steel, several feet thick and with two massive tumbler locks. Wow, boss, who is this guy to need this much security? Muscular asked, rounding the corner, snapping a guard's neck in his hand. Bane stared at the door and read the prisoner ID number. Prisoner 198530. Toga, if you'd be so kind, he said as Toga smiled, hopping down to the keypad and punched in a series of number, watching as the tumblers released, pulling back as the door opened. BANE moved to the side, narrowly avoiding a skeletal man who latched onto Muscular. "What the hell?" Muscular shouted, trying to get the man off. But as Toga and BANE watched, this once skeletal man began to grow in size until he was about half as tall as Muscular, while it seemed that Muscular's number of fibers had lessened. "Oh man, thanks for that, buddy. I haven't had a good meal like that in ages. I'm totally full." Muscular looked at the red-headed man in front of him, dressed in only orange prison pants, his green eyes alive with joy. "Bastard, what did you do to me?" Muscular asked as more sinew began to sprout from his arm, looking to crush the redhead before him. But as Muscular brought his fist down, the stranger caught at his feet, being forced deep into the floor. "Wow, you are something. I absorbed at least half of your strength, and you've still got this much. You're some kind of monster." Prisoner 198530 named Jack Kizichu Quirk. Leech, he can absorb approximately half of 3 people's strength into himself. BANE spoke, walking up as Jack looked at him. "Oh, I know you. You're the guy who's been stirring shit up, and now you've come to break me out and make me yours, right?" he asked, looking BANE over before sighing. "And it seems like you know my quirk's weakness. If I can't make skin-to-skin contact, my quirk doesn't work. Shame, I bet you're even stronger than this guy," Jack said before smiling. "Well, consider me part of the crew. You went through the trouble of breaking me out. Least I can do is lend you some support, and I don't mean jock support either." BANE clapped Jack on the shoulder. "Good to hear. Come on, we have another person to pick up," he said as he began walking towards the other end of the solitary confinement wing. "These are the only cells that can't be unlocked remotely. They have to be done manually," BANE said, looking at the series of locked cell doors, though none were as impressive as Jack's. "Muscular, Jack, tear all these doors open. I want everyone loose," he said as Muscular turned to the left and began tearing a door open while Jack did the same on the right. "Wow, I like you more already, boss. I sure wouldn't think twice about breaking these sad SOBs out of here," Jack said, ripping 2 doors off their hinges with ease as BANE went to stand in front of a locked manhole. "BANE, what's down there?" Toga asked as BANE punched the manhole inward, watching it drop into the darkness before 2 pairs of green eyes looked at him from the darkness before launching up from the darkness, revealing a large reptilian body with a mane of black hair running from its skull all the way to the tip of its thick tail. "Not what, Toga? Who? This is Kuriko Dairu, otherwise known as Killer Croc." Killer Croc looked down his reptilian snout at BANE, his tail lashing before he opened his maw wide, roaring at BANE, who stood still staring at Croc. "Use your words, you're not an animal," BANE stated simply as Croc growled. "Who are, why you?" Croc spoke in a hissing grunt as BANE stepped forward, staring Croc right in his vertical pupil. "It doesn't matter who we are, what matters is our plan, and whether you'll be a part of it," BANE asked, staring at Croc. "No one cares about you, Croc. You're a criminal at best, at worst you're a monster. But I care about that monster. In fact, I need that monster. No one cared who I was until I put on this mask. Now the whole world is terrified of what I'll do next. Come with me, Croc. Be feared and respected." Croc dropped his head before hissing and then looked up at BANE again. "Yes," Croc said as BANE nodded, walking out of the high security wing and back towards the front entrance. He saw a lone guard sitting in a corner surrounded by a trio of criminals. "I say we shove his gun up his ass and blow his mind," one shouted, cackling madly. "No way, we should definitely cut his head off, fill it with shit, and drop it in the warden's chair," another spoke, licking a broken shard of riot shield. "No, let's hang him." At that moment, BANE stood behind the trio. "No, I have a better idea," BANE stated, grabbing hold of the guard. BANE stepped outside of the front entrance, seeing Kurojairi and the others with a freshly freed moonfish waiting for him, while an army of prisoners battered the large gate of the prison trying to get out. "It took you long enough, and are these 2 freaks with you?" Tamura shouted, pointing at Croc and Jack. "Yes, they are, and we'll leave in a moment," BANE said as he walked towards the crowd of prisoners who began to part for him, knowing who this was and what he'd done. BANE stood at the head of the crowd of prisoners before speaking. Behind you is a symbol of oppression, Orochi prison where you have languished under the name of one man. All Might. There was a roar of anger from the gathered prisoners. All Might, who has been held up to you as the shining example of justice. Again the prisoners roared as BANE turned and pulling back both his fists drove them into the metal of the door where his pistons slammed into the metal pushing it even further out. BANE reared back once more and repeated the process once and then again, watching the door fall before him crashing to the ground, revealing the shining light of Muzurifu's city. We take Muzurifu from the corrupt, the rich, the oppressors of generations who have kept you down with myths of opportunity, and we give it back to you the people. BANE, BANE, BANE! The prisoners charged forth cheering BANE's name again and again. BANE walked back into the prison yard towards Tamura and Kurojiiri. Now we can go, he said as Tamura grit his teeth behind his mask. That was beautiful, man. Somebody get me a tissue, Jack said, wiping a tear from his eye as the villains were teleported out. All Might walked through the ruined front doors of Orochi prison dressed in his hero costume and looked at all the bodies in the foyer. None were recognizable, all having been beaten to a pulp. He shook his head at the carnage that had been wrought here. All Might, this way, please. Sukachi spoke, leading All Might to the monitoring room. There he was shocked to see scrawled across the screens in blood were 3 words. All for one. All Might felt his stomach drop at the declaration before him. I know what this means for you, All Might, but this isn't the only reason I asked you here, Sukachi said as he pointed to a monitor free of blood and began playing a recording. BANE stood on the screen holding the security guard he'd rescued from the prisoners by the back of his neck. Hello, All Might, I know you're watching. After all, who else would they call in besides the #1 hero? Since you're there, I decided to give you a bit of special service. BANE spoke, looking down at the security guard who was on his knees staring frightfully between BANE and the camera monitor. You have a choice, Mr. BANE paused for a moment as the security guard realized what he was waiting for. Kinseki, Maro Kinseki, the guard answered. As I was saying, you have a choice, Mr. Kinseki. If you say whose fault this is, you can go free, but if you don't, I'll break a part of you. Is that clear? BANE asked as Kinseki nodded fearfully. The sick bastard, he's just toying with him. All Might growled through clenched teeth. Now, Kinseki, whose fault is that you are here on your knees hoping to not be killed? BANE asked as Kinseki took a deep breath. Mine? He asked right before BANE's boot crushed his tibia and fibula. Kinseki roared with pain, almost falling over if not for BANE holding onto his neck and keeping him on his knees. Come on, you know whose fault this is, don't you? You're a smart guy, Kinseki. There's someone who should be here to stop me from doing this to you, right? Who is it? Through a haze of pain, Kinseki recognized the answer BANE wanted to hear. All Might? Kinseki whispered. BANE leaned forward. Say it where they can hear you, BANE said, gripping Kinseki's neck tightly. All Might! Kinseki roared as BANE looked back at the camera. That's right, it's All Might's fault. He should be here to save you, right? BANE shouted with glee. Yes, Kinseki agreed. He should stop me from doing this, right? That's right. But he's not here, is he? He's not here to save you. He's not here to stop me, is he? No, he's not. And that's why this is his entire fault, BANE said before stepping on the back of Kinseki's head and driving it face first into the ground. He went to his grave knowing you're no hero, All Might, and I'm going to show the rest of the world that too, because until you come for me I won't stop. I'll keep coming no matter what, BANE said to the camera before walking off screen. All Might stood in the darkened monitor room, his fists dripping with blood from where his fingernails had dug into his palm. I'm coming for you, BANE, and you all for one. I will put an end to your evil once and for all. On a public television can be seen an anchorman delivering the daily news. It has been several days since the breakout at Orochi prison, and the city is still reeling from the bold attack perpetrated by BANE. The city has become a vision of chaos. Villains openly attack as they please, so much so the strain on the hero community can be felt throughout the city. Also, many villains have taken to BANE as their symbol. After several attacks, BANE's symbol has been drawn as a calling card. The heroes and police have only managed to capture a paltry 30% of the escapees, none of them being major villains such as Kuriko Dairu, better known as Killer Croc. He was known as the underworld's guard dog, disposing of any threats to the community by tearing the victims apart. The Anchorman could be seen paling at this information. Another priority villain is Jack Kizichu, also known as Leech. You may know him as the man who kidnapped and murdered several heroes before he was caught. Another disturbing villain is the criminal cannibal known as Moonfish. He was arrested after having devoured more than several dozen people. These men are extremely dangerous. Do not approach them at any cost. Only the devil knows what BANE has planned for these monsters and our city. Shota Aizawa walked into his classroom dressed fully in his usual gruff manner as his students settled into place and greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Aizawa." Aizawa half-heartedly waved his students into their seats before taking a deep breath. "Before we begin class, I have 2 announcements, so listen carefully. First off, pertaining to your hero internships, they've been cancelled." Aizawa squinted an eye at the outburst of his entire class. "What? No way, I was looking forward to that most of all after the year we've been having," Kaminari shouted, groaning as he hit his head on the desk. "Yeah, what's the deal, Mr. Aizawa?" Mina said, shaking her fists in aggravation at this new development, but no voice was louder or more forceful than that of Tenya Ida, the class rep. "Mr. Aizawa, this is completely unreasonable. I mean, we need this. It is a vital part of our education as new heroes," Tenya said as he gripped the sides of his desk. Aizawa cast his gaze lazily at Ida. "Be that as it may, it can't be helped. You all know about the recent prison break. Heroes all over the country are doing everything they can to round up these criminals. They can't afford to have unlicensed children with them at a time like this. As such, many of your offers have been withdrawn." Ida paled at this notion. He needed this internship. There was no other way he would ever be able to get close to the hero killer. The man who killed his older brother needed to pay. Ida took his seat, glaring down at his desktop as Aizawa continued to speak. "Now that you understand, I'll move on to my next announcement." The students lifted their heads out of their respective pools of disappointment to listen to their teacher's next words. "Effective immediately, we have a new student transferring into the hero course. Please welcome Hitoshi Shinso to Class 1A." Aizawa said as the classroom door opened to reveal the face of Hitoshi Shinso. "You're the guy who came over here to bust our chops before the sports festival," Kirishima stated as Shinso nodded. "Like I said, be careful or I'll steal your spots. Lucky for all of you, there was already a spot open. I look forward to working with you," Shinso said, giving a small bow as his words began to register with the class. "Already a spot open?" Ochako spoke before the sound of something shattering echoed in the room as Kirishima withdrew his hardened fist from his desk. "Don't you guys understand? This guy has come to take Bakugo's place." Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping around Kirishima as the red eyes of their teacher cancelled out his hardening. "I'll thank you not to break any more school property, Kirishima, but what you say is correct. The school staff has decided to drop Katsuki Bakugo from the hero course." There were several gasps around the classroom. "But why? Mr. Aizawa Bakugo hasn't done anything to deserve being expelled." Achiko spoke, distressed for her friend. "It's because he doesn't have a quirk, Uraraka." The cold logic of Shoto Todoroki cut through the class. "You can't be a hero without a quirk, and we all know that Bakugo lost his. There's no point holding a seat open for someone who could never use it, so the teachers made the best decision in replacing him." "Say that again, Todoroki, I'll pound your face in. Bakugo was injured, he didn't ask for any of this, and now you and the teachers want to give up on him? That's so messed up, and you call yourself a man!" Kirishima raged as he struggled against Aizawa's scarf. Aizawa jerked his scarf, causing Kirishima to fall to the ground. "That's enough, Kirishima. All the caterwauling in the world isn't going to change anything. Bakugo is gone and Shinso is here. Make your peace with it, or get out," Aizawa said, jerking his scarf free of Kirishima's body as he pointed out Shinso's seat in front of Setsuna Tokage. Now then, let's get on with class. As Aizawa began to teach, he remembered the meeting this morning with the teachers and how many of his colleagues' reaction were similar when hearing him speak about dropping Bakugo from the program. Aizawa, you can't be serious. This is one of your own students we're talking about here, Cementos said, looking at Aizawa shocked. It's not as if he's not a good student. He has one of the top 5 grades in your class, and his aptitude for combat is unbelievable. That doesn't matter if he doesn't have a quirk. Bakugo is a great student, I admit that, but he's suffered severe trauma to not only his body, but to his mind as well. If it was just his body, I wouldn't have any problem holding his seat until he fully recovered, but due to his mental trauma he's shut down his own quirk, and as we all know, wounds of the mind are not as easily healed as wounds of the flesh. It could take months or even years of talking with a therapist before he can use his quirk again. Am I supposed to put some other students' aspirations on hold because Bakugo got injured? Aizawa asked to his fellow teachers. Aizawa has a point. Without a quirk, we can't exactly do much with the boy. It would be cruel to keep him here knowing he can't really do anything with the lessons we give him. Best to drop the bomb as soon as possible so the kid can recover without any added pressure, Snipes said, crossing his arms. Is this what we want the world to see from UA? That when our students are no longer useful, we dump them like garbage? The world already has a poor view of the school after letting this happen to one of our students, and the outlook on heroes in general isn't the best right now, what with the struggle we're having in capturing the escaped villains. This will just be adding more fuel on that fire, Midnight said, looking to Principal Nizu, who had been silent this whole time. You all make valid points, so I say we put it to a vote. All in favor of removing Katsuki Bakugo from the hero course, raise your hand. All teachers besides Cementos and Midnight raised their hands, and Nizu nodded. Very well, I will call Bakugo's parents and inform the dash dot. I'll go there in person after school and deliver the news myself. Aizawa spoke from his seat. As his homeroom teacher and the faculty member who put this forward, it's my responsibility. As for recommendations for Bakugo's replacement, I would suggest Hitoshi Shinso. His performance in the sports festival was a great use of his quirk, and I had begun teaching him some capture techniques in my spare time. Nizu nodded before speaking. I see. I will take your recommendation under advisement, thank you, Aizawa. The final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, and Aizawa sighed, making his way home and grabbing the one suit he owned. He never much liked interacting with people, but at times like this it was a necessity. After tying his hair back, he called a taxi and made his way to the Bakugo household. He made his way to the front door after paying the fare and knocked twice. The door was promptly opened by the sole woman of the house, Mitsuki Bakugo. Yes, can I help you? She asked, looking Aizawa over suspiciously. Yes, Mrs. Bakugo, I am Shota Aizawa, the homeroom teacher of your son's class 1A. May I come in? There's something I need to speak with you about. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow before waving Aizawa into her home and then shouted. Masaru, Katsuki, we have a guest, get down here. Mr. Bakugo walked out of a nearby room, rubbing the back of his head. Mitsuki, you don't have to yell, he said, looking towards Aizawa and bowing slightly. Hello, sir, welcome to our home. Pardon the intrusion, Aizawa said as he sat down on a nearby chair while Mitsuki and her husband sat down on the couch, leaving a spot open in the middle for Katsuki, who walked out of the hallway and spotted Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? He asked, ignoring the open seat in the middle of his parents, preferring to stand behind the couch. Well, now that you are all here, I'll start. There's no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to come out with it. The principal has decided, per my request, to remove Katsuki from the hero course. Stillness ran through the house, silencing everything. It was as if time itself had stopped before Mitsuki exploded. You're doing what? She shouted, slamming her hands on the table. It has come to our attention that Katsuki's quirk is gone. If it was just a physical injury, we would be inclined to wait. But since it seems to have been brought on by a psychological trauma, we can no longer hold his seat, Aizawa said, gripping his knees as he bowed to them. I am truly sorry, but without a quirk, Katsuki can't remain in the hero course. That answer was wholly insufficient for Mitsuki, who grabbed her glass of water and dumped it over Aizawa's head. You're supposed to be a hero? Someone for people to look up to, and yet you come here and tell me my son can't be in your school because he lost his quirk? If it wasn't for you teachers' inability to protect your students, none of this would have happened. Now you want to just get rid of him and pretend it didn't happen. I will not allow it. I'll go to every news outlet and tell them exactly how UA treats they dash. Stop it, Mom! Katsuki shouted from behind his ranting mother. Katsuki rounded the couch and stood beside Aizawa. Thank you for the opportunity to study at UA, Mr. Aizawa. I truly appreciate everything you taught me, Katsuki said as he straightened before going back to his room. Aizawa stood up looking after the young man. If his quirk does come back, we would be more than willing to have him be . Aizawa was cut off by Mitsuki's shouting. Get out of my house! She shouted at the top of her lungs as her husband held on to her shoulders. I think you've said enough, Mr. Aizawa. Have a nice day. Masaru dismissed Aizawa, who took the hint and left the parents and son. He released a breath he'd been holding since Mitsuki had poured her drink on him. I really am sorry, Katsuki. Mitsuki was distraught as she sat on the couch. It seemed like everything in the world was giving her son a hard time. Is this really right? She asked no one in particular. I know Katsuki wasn't the best kid. He was arrogant, short-tempered, and a bully, but this seems like more than the universe getting even. It was like her son was cursed or something. She put her head in her hands and cried. How could anyone live like this? How could any parent survive their child suffering this much? She thought, and at that moment the image of Inko Midoriya popped into Mitsuki's head. I need to talk to Inko. She always knew what to do, Mitsuki said as she stood up and made her way to the front door to grab her purse and put her shoes on. Masaru, I'm going out for a little while to clear my head, she shouted out as she left. Deciding that walking would be more refreshing than driving to Inko's place, Mitsuki set off. She knew it was dangerous for a woman to be out this late, what with all the escaped inmates roaming the streets. But she didn't care. After all, Mitsuki could take care of herself. She soon arrived at the Midoriya household and knocked at the door. The door was opened by Hisashi Midoriya, a man as tall as his wife was short with deep red hair and a swimmer's build under his t-shirt and sweatpants. Mitsuki had always wondered why Izuku looked like a male version of Inko than more like his father. The only similarities she noticed between father and son was their height. Hello, Mitsuki, are you here to see Inko? Hisashi asked, stepping away from the door, allowing Mitsuki to enter. Yes, is she in? Mitsuki asked, knowing what the answer was. Inko rarely left the house. Of course she is. Hisashi's deep voice rumbled. She never leaves. In fact, she hasn't left our son's room since I came back. I don't know what to do. I love Inko, but this isn't right what she's doing to herself. She doesn't speak, she barely eats. Inko hasn't spoken since that day at the hospital with your boy. Hisashi said, his orange eyes zeroing in on Mitsuki, stabbing her with his unspoken accusation. I'm thinking of having her committed, Hisashi said, running his hand through his long red hair. It hurts me to admit that there's nothing I can do for her besides watch her waste away. Mitsuki fidgeted with her fingers. I'm sorry, but would it be alright if I talked to her? She asked, hearing Hisashi sigh, watching the brilliant flame erupt from his mouth. Sure, go ahead, it's not like you could make things any worse, he said, pointing in the direction of Izuku's room. Mitsuki bowed in gratitude as she headed down the hall, hearing the sound of can being popped open, releasing its carbonation into the air. She hurried down the hall and came to Izuku's door and knocked. There was no reply. Mitsuki didn't even hear any kind of movement inside. Is she sleeping? Mitsuki thought to herself before grabbing hold of the knob and opening the door. It was dark, not a single light source outside of the small sliver of streetlight that crept in between the curtains. Inko? She called out, sliding her hand up and down the wall near the door until her fingers flipped the light switch, revealing Inko lying on the bed, her green eyes glazed over, her pupils hardly contracting against the additional light. Mitsuki covered her mouth as she took in her friend's state. Inko was wearing a pink robe haphazardly tied around her body, showing off how much weight Inko had lost since her son disappeared. The once chubby woman was thin as a rail, her skin holding tightly to her frame. Her green hair was unkempt with split ends and knots. Inko, can you hear me?" Mitsuki asked, hoping that her friend wasn't dead, but the slight rise and fall of her chest let Mitsuki know she was still alive even if her eyes weren't. Mitsuki shut the door and moved towards the bed before sitting in front of the bed. "Well, even if you can't hear me, I feel like you would still be the best person to talk to about this," Mitsuki said, taking a deep breath. "Everything is going downhill, Inko. Katsuki finally got out of the hospital and even met up with some of his friends. I don't know what they said, but it seemed to help Katsuki a little. I was so grateful to those kids for helping my son, but then his teacher comes to us and tells us Katsuki can't be in the hero course. Just like that, all because he was injured, and Katsuki just stood there and accepted it." Mitsuki slapped her thigh at the memory. "I know he's hurting Inko and there's nothing I can do about it. I act strong, but when it comes to things like this, I always admired you. You were such a good mother. No matter what happened, you were always there for your son, and that's why I came here. Please, Inko, tell me how to help Katsuki. I'm begging you." Mitsuki wiped tears from her eyes as she looked at Inko and was shocked to actually see that Inko was looking at her too. "Inko, you were listening?" As Mitsuki continued to look at Inko, the green-haired woman began coughing. "Inko!" Mitsuki moved to her friend's side, but she soon realized what she took for coughing was actually laughter. Inko was laughing? As Mitsuki watched, Inko sat up, her laughter rising in volume and intensity. "You think it's that easy, Mitsuki? What am I saying? Of course you do. Everything is easy for the Bakuga family. Your son was a stellar student with a powerful quirk, everyone loved him, and you were always so popular. Look at Mitsuki, she's so pretty today, she's so strong, she's such a good mother. While I knew the truth. Your son was a monster, a bully, and a show-off, and you were a short-tempered bitch, and now you think that because your son is finally getting what he deserves, the whole world is against you? You make me sick," Inko said, glaring at Mitsuki as the blonde woman fell to her but on the carpet, staring at her friend. "Inko, I never thought that. We're friends, aren't we?" Mitsuki asked, looking at Inko as a large smile spread across her friend's face. "Of course we are, Mitsuki, and that's why I'm going to give you some advice. There's nothing you can do. I know exactly how you feel. Your son is hurting so much, and in a way where there's nothing you can do about it except sit there and watch. It feels like your heart is being crushed more and more every day, but you're lucky, Mitsuki, your son had friends that actually gave a damn about him. Izuku didn't have that, all he had was me." Inko leaned forward, staring into Mitsuki's eyes. "You don't have what it takes to help your son. You're breaking down after only a few days of him being home? I had to live with that same pain for 10 years. She shouted as she stood up and slapped Mitsuki, knocking the woman to the ground. "So if you're looking for pity from me, you're wrong. I'm glad you and your bastard son are suffering. I only wish Izuku could be here to see what your son has wrought for himself." Mitsuki rose from her prone position, looking at Inko. She'd never known Inko to lose her temper like this. But true to Inko's words, Mitsuki was short-tempered and her fuse just ran out. "Say what you want, Inko, but all that doesn't matter because it's your fault your son was weak. What else can you expect from having such a pussy for a mother?" Mitsuki didn't feel great about insulting her friend, especially since she knew that Inko was in such a fragile state, but she couldn't just let Inko talk trash about her kid. Mitsuki felt a hard tug at both her ears. It didn't really hurt, but it was enough to get her attention. "Did some of my hair get caught in my earrings?" she thought to herself as she placed a hand to her ear and pulled away when she felt something wet. Looking at her palm, it was covered in blood, and then she felt the pain as she cupped both her ears. She looked at Inko and her eyes widened as she saw 2 bloody earrings in Inko's hands. "She used her quirk to rip my earrings out." Mitsuki knew that Inko's quirk was something like levitation or telekinesis, but she didn't know it was strong enough to do this. "Not such a pussy now, hun, Mitsuki? Inko said, a smug smile on her face before Mitsuki screamed and charged Inko, knocking her into the wall behind her and scratched at Inko's face, her nails catching at the edge of Inko's mouth and tearing it upwards as Inko pushed back, using the hooks on Mitsuki's earrings to scratch across her body. Hisashi burst into the room, looking at the two brawling women. "God damn it!" he shouted, pulling the two women apart and standing between them. "Mitsuki, get out of here right now!" he shouted, staring at the blonde as he held back his unstable wife, who was continually hurling curses at Mitsuki, who deciding to do as Hisashi said and left as the red-headed man did the hardest thing in his life. He called the police and had his wife committed that night. Looking at Inko in her room in the mental ward of the Musudafa hospital, she was forced into a straitjacket because she wouldn't stop picking at her stitches. Luckily, Mitsuki hadn't pressed charges on his wife. He didn't want to have to deal with a lawsuit on top of this. He couldn't help but grimace at the stitches across his wife's mouth. He knew it was just a placement of the stitches, but it looked like Inko was smiling an inhumanely wide smile. It gave him the creeps, really, but he knew his wife was in there somewhere and he'd do whatever he had to find her. "I've already lost our son, Inko, I can't lose you too," he whispered, placing his hand on the window of her door as Inko sat with her back facing him and quietly laughing. Months later, the classes of 1 and 2A were boarding the buses heading to the summer training camp, the wounds of having their internships, and the loss of Bakuga having healed in some more than others. Kirishima looked out of his window, glaring at nothing in particular. Gone was his brilliant red hair, having gone back to his original color of black. When asked why, he said it was in remembrance of the wrong done to his friend. As the buses pulled out and were coming to the first stoplight, Denki noticed something of interest and immediately alerted his partner in crime, Mineta, to it. "Mineta, look at the babe on the corner!" Mineta turned as he spotted the blonde bombshell. Long light blonde hair trailing down past her shoulders and wearing a pair of white-rimmed red lens shades. She wore a tight pink t-shirt and a short jean skirt with a pair of sandals. "Oh yeah, a definite 8 out of 10. Mineta said, giving a thumbs up to his friend as the girls of 1A took notice of the girl on the corner. "How shameless, to think she would go out dressed like that," Momo said, embarrassed at such crass clothing. "Wow, she's bold," was all Tsuyu said on the matter, holding a finger to her chin. "Yes, she's definitely trying too hard dash." Jiro started coughing as at that moment a young man came up to meet the girl at the corner, and judging by the greeting he received, this man was her boyfriend by the way she flung herself against him, squeezing his muscular arm against her body. The man was over 6 feet tall with dark green hair styled in a crew cut. He wore a green t-shirt strained across his wide barrel chest, his biceps stretching the sleeves of the shirt to their limit. He was wearing jeans and red sneakers. Jiro pounded her chest as she covered her blush along with many of the girls on the bus, staring at the absolute Adonis standing next to the blonde. "That gorgeous bastard, what right does he have to look that good and have such a hot girlfriend?" Mineta screeched as tears of blood ran down his face. "Forget it, man, that guy has more testosterone in a single strand of hair than every guy on this bus combined," Denki said, shaking his head. "Well, he certainly cuts one hell of a figure," Mina said, blushing an even darker pink as the bus came to a stop at the light, allowing the couple to cross. Right as the pair reached the middle of the crosswalk, the girl pulled the green-haired man to a stop and brought his head down for a full-on makeout session. The entire bus rattled with the sounds of the students' shock. "SSH, she did that in public like it was NNN nothing," Uraraka shouted, clasping her hands to her pink face. "Now that's what I call a PDA. You go, girl!" Mina shouted, cheering on the relationship before their bus driver honked at the couple. "Lights green, you damn kids!" he shouted as the couple broke apart, with the blonde girl waving at the bus as her boyfriend pulled her across the street in a hurry as the bus passed by. "I want your life, you bastard!" Mineta shouted as they drove off. "You shouldn't draw attention to us like that, Toga," BANE said, letting go of Toga's hand as they continued down the sidewalk, with Toga sticking her hand in his back pocket as they walked. "Oh, come on, BANE, that was fun, and you know it. After all, it was your idea to scope those kids out anyway." I had to do something just as bold after all. You appearing before the kids we're going to kill is just so reckless I couldn't help myself," Toga said, holding a hand to her cheek as she blushed, shaking her head back and forth. He was glad she was using the cover name he'd chosen for public use. Simple, but effective. "I just wanted to see their faces before you and the rest turned them into depictions of terror and pain," he said with a smile, making his way back to the bar to reconvene with Tamura and Stain. "You could come with us, it could be another date night," Toga shouted happily before BANE shook his head. "Sorry Toga, this will be on you and the others. I have other things to go and set up. After all, this will be the final operation before the endgame," he said, looking down at Toga and smirked. "You look cute in that. You should wear your hair down more often," he said as Toga's face lit up like a stop sign. "Why, you really think so? Don't tease me, BANE," she said, digging her nails into his arm. BANE shrugged her off. "I'm not. Now come on, we have some finishing touches to set up," he said, walking faster as Toga skipped along behind him. BANE and Toga walked into the mahjong bar, looking at the gathered villains there, the three factions of the League of Villains. Tamura sat at the bar with Kurojairi behind him, setting a glass in front of Mr. Compress, who stood beside Tamura alongside Moonfish, Mustard, and Twice. Near the door stood Stain and his two acolytes Dabi and Spinner. The rest of his group dotted the remainder of the bar. Muscular stood in the corner, his foot on the wall, as Killer Croc sat on the floor, his tail curled around his feet. Jack was sitting on one of the tables, balancing a chair on its back two legs. Magna was on the left wall, arranging her red hair in a compact. "What took you so long?" Tamura asked, standing from his seat looking at BANE. "I had to make sure everything was going according to plan, and they are. The UA training camp is still going on," BANE said, sitting at a table near Jack as Toga hopped onto his lap as she began doing up her hair into her usual buns, although she would like to wear her hair down more since BANE said it suited her. But she wanted it to be something special between the two of them. "In any case, we should go over the plan again. You're telling me you're going to attack a class of kids. How exactly is that going to change the world of heroes for the better?" Stain said, walking forward. "As long as it makes the heroes look bad, it doesn't matter. Not everything is going to be about your stupid change the world plan. Tamura spouted as BANE drew back his chair loudly to interrupt the ensuing argument. "Tamura has a point, Stain, but this also suits your goals. These students are the next generation heroes, but they are being taught by fakes and those unworthy of the title of hero. But if we can show these students how worthless the current generation is, then maybe it will awaken a few true heroes among them. We'd like the help of your acolytes in this regard. Think of them as moral compasses for the rest. After all, we wouldn't want to crush any diamonds in the rough by accident," BANE said, looking at Stain, who after a moment of consideration nodded. "I see what you mean very well. Dabi and Spinner will take part in this operation," he said, sitting at the table that was currently occupied by Tamura and BANE. "Now that that's settled, let's begin. For now, we will give the kids a few days to enjoy their little camp and give the heroes a chance to relax their guard. From the information we received, we know that the students will be on private woodlands owned by the Pussycats, so there will be no worry of reinforcements making it out there. The only heroes besides the Pussycats will be Eraserhead and Vlad King alongside 40 students. The main objectives of this operation are these three," BANE said as he pulled out 3 photos cut from a newspaper. "Todoroki Shoto, Ida Tenya, and Tokoemi Fumikage. These students were the top 3 from the sports festival, so if anything happens to them, the public will crucify UA. The mission is to capture or kill these 3, understand?" he asked the gathered villains, who nodded in agreement. "I want this one alive. Capture him at all costs," Tamura said, holding up the picture of Todoroki. BANE shrugged. That was fine, it didn't interfere with his plans. "What's so special about him?" Dabi asked, looking at Tamura, who rolled his eyes. "He was the winner of the sports festival, and he's the son of the number 2 hero, but most of all I like his eyes," Tamura said, smiling viciously. "Fine. Toga, Muscular, Magna, you 3 will be part of this operation," BANE said as the 3 nodded eagerly. If it isn't too much trouble, Bane, I would like to have one of your Nomu capture the hero Ragdoll. All for One spoke from his TV screen. Bane hated that he could never be sure when All for One was listening, but he still had to play the loyal soldier. As you wish, he said as he stood up and nodded to his crew. We'll meet back here in 5 days, he said simply as he left, followed by his group, and as soon as they were out the door, Jack began to complain. Boss, this is shit. Why do me and Croc have to stay behind like the unwanted step kids? Don't you love us, Daddy? Jack said, moving to lean on Bane, who shifted away from him, knowing what he was planning. Damn, you're good for a big guy, but I'll get you. I have another mission for you and Croc, so listen close, he said, informing the duo of his plans for them. For the past few days, the training camp had been going according to the teacher's plans. The training was even more intense than it was at school, but Todoroki could handle it. He could handle anything to surpass his father using his mother's power, but right now he was doing this ridiculous test of courage. Honestly, he'd prefer to go back to the lodge and go to sleep, but here he was soloing the test of courage. 5 of his classmates were being held back for remedial classes, which left his class with only 15 students, so he'd been lucky enough to go through this alone. Class B was doing their best to try and scare Class A, and he had to admit seeing one of Class B's students pop their head out of the ground was rather startling, but nothing terrifying. As Todoroki walked, he began to hear the sounds of crashes and snapping trees. He began to speed up as he saw a massive plume of dust rise into the air. He rushed forward and at the last second managed to create a wall of ice to block a long piece of metal that would have no doubt sliced through him in an instant. The metal retracted from his wall, receding into the mouth of villain who was engaged in battle with a monstrous Tokoyami. Is this from all his training? Todoroki asked himself before shaking his head. No, Dark Shadow is on a rampage. Exactly, said a wounded Shoji who appeared next to Todoroki. It's a good thing you're here, Todoroki. Maybe you can use your flames to settle Dark Shadow, Shoji said, panting as Todoroki looked him over, noticing one of his tendrils was bleeding. What happened and who is that guy? Todoroki asked, looking at Tokoyami attempt to slam the toothed villain who nimbly dodged into a nearby tree using his elongated teeth. I don't know. I and Tokoyami were walking through the forest and he came out of nowhere. He was aiming for Tokoyami, but I managed to push him out of the way with one of my dupli arms, losing it in the process, and Tokoyami called out Dark Shadow, but the guilt of watching me lose an arm was too much for him and Dark Shadow went wild. It's not like the arm is gone forever or anything, but it does hurt, Shoji explained as they watched the two continue to battle. But it was clear that Dark Shadow had the advantage as he swatted Moonfish into a cluster of trees as the villain launched more of his teeth at the monster's shadow, who broke them with ease before grabbing Moonfish and slamming him into the ground and then slamming both his large fists onto the villain. Now's our chance, Todoroki said, eyes sliding towards Tokoyami and then lighting his left hand on fire directly in front of Tokoyami, and watched as his monster's shadow receded back inside him. Tokoyami dropped to the ground covered in sweat and panting heavily as he looked between Shoji and Todoroki. Thank you. I'm sorry for the disturbance to our dark revelry. Todoroki walked over to the villain who was unconscious with the majority of his teeth gone or broken. He laid down a thick sheet of ice over the top of the crater. That should hold him for now. We should get back to camp. The remaining students who had yet to take the test of courage stood in fear of the two villains in front of them, one who already had Pixie Bob under the base of his giant weapon. Good evening, students. We are the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad. I am Spinner, disciple of the Great Stain. Now tell me who among you is a worthy her dash. At that moment, before Spinner could finish, he received a motorized kick to his face that sent him sprawling back in the dust, and there stood Ida. There's nothing great about that murdering psychopath. I will avenge my brother the hero Ingenium by taking you and him down, Ida shouted as Tiger and Mandalay rushed to protect him against Magna, who was swinging his magnet at Ida. This kid is ridiculously fast. If I recall, this is the student who foiled Big Bro Bane's attack on USJ. I better take him out now. But before Magna could carry through, Ida was tackled by Manley, causing Magna to miss as Tora delivered a cat punch straight to his face, knocking him back as he dropped his magnet. "You will have to deal with me, villain. Wild Pussycat's Tiger will be your opponent," Tiger said as he began to trade blows with Magna. Spinner stood up, spitting out a couple teeth as he drew forth his giant sword, staring at Mandalay and Ida. "You will all be judged according to Stain's will," he shouted, rushing forward with his sword of clustered blades. Mandalay didn't have much time, so she sent out a quick telepathic message to the entire camp as she avoided Spinner's attack, moving Ida with her. Tsuyu, who had been partnered with Ochako during the test of courage, stood next to her friend as an unknown girl walked out of the woods sporting a mask and some kind of contraption on her back. At that moment, Mandalay's message read out to the camp. "Attention everyone, the League of Villains has attacked the camp. All students, make your way to the lodge as fast as possible, and do not engage with the villains." "Well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Oh well, most of you are going to die anyway," she said as she rushed towards Ochako with a knife, only to have the brunette be whipped out of the way by Tsu's tongue, earning her a cut across her tongue in the process. "Wow, that was pretty fast. You must be a hit with the guys." "I'm Himiko Toga, girlfriend of BANE. Do you two want to be my friends? You'd both look so cute covered in blood." Tsu released Ochako, putting her behind her, as she retracted her tongue, swallowing the metallic taste of her own blood. "Get out of here, Ochako, I'll hold her off," Tsu said, jumping forward, but was thrown back as Toga threw her syringe, impaling Tsu's hair to a tree, stopping the frog girl cold. "Tsu, are you okay?" Ochako said as Toga sidled up to Tsu. "So your name is Tsu, nice to meet you," Toga said, stroking Tsu's blood-stained lip. "Only my friends call me Tsu," Ajui said, struggling against her impaled hair. "Guess that means we're friends now, great." Toga reared back, ready to stab Tsu, but just at that moment Ochako rushed forward, grabbing hold of Toga's hand. Since she lost in the sports festival and wasn't able to go to Gunhead's agency to learn about combat, she turned to the one person she knew was skilled in that area, Ojiro. After all, he'd been able to hold his own by himself in the conflagration zone, and he taught her some basic techniques. She doubled her grip and spun, throwing Toga over her shoulder as she activated her quirk, causing Toga to float into the air as the villainess slashed across her back. "Ochako, you're hurt," Tsu said, wrenching the knife from her hair and dropping to the ground and rushing to Ochako's side, seeing her back being stained with the flowing blood from the slash. "This is bad, I can't move right," Toga thought as she looked over the treetops and saw 3 approaching figures. 5-on-1 isn't in my favor, I'd better go check on Plasmus," she said as she threw her syringe, embedding it in a tree as she pulled herself into the surrounding treetops. Muscular looked at the dueling clouds of smoke from the cliffside he was standing on. One was caused by that patchwork guy and his blue flames, the other was caused by that Mustard kid. "That's a stupid name, Mustard," he said as he rounded the cliffside. "Boss said I should just cut loose and not worry about the 3 targets. It was supposed to be me and that Dobby guy to take out the teachers, but whatever, I'll get around to killing somebody," he thought as he spotted a young kid standing on the cliff's edge. Well, what do we have here?" he said, getting the kid's attention, that turned around, showing off his spiked work cap. "Nice hat, kid, let me see that," he said, reaching out and grabbing the kid by the head, who struggled in his grip before shooting off a spout of water in Muscular's face. "I know who you are. You killed my parents!" Kota shouted in Muscular's face as he sprayed him with more water. Muscular smiled. "Oh, you're the water hose kid, right?" he asked, dropping Kota as he put his hat on. "TCH too small. But you are right, kid, I killed your mommy and daddy and they took my right eye. I'd say we're even, but if you want to see them that bad, I'll help you," Muscular said as he grabbed Kota by his shirt and held him over the edge of the cliff. "Tell your folks I said hi," he said as he simply let go. Muscular's smiling face was the last thing Kota saw before he hit the first branch and everything went dark. "Don't you kids know there are monsters in the dark?" Muscular said, smiling at the chaos in the forest before jumping off the cliff. "Attention everyone, the League of Villains has attacked the camp. All students, make your way to the lodge as fast as possible, and do not engage with the villains. Eraserhead rushed outside to go aid the students, but at that moment a brilliant blue flame erupted in his face. It was only due to his quick reflexes that he was able to avoid the burst of flame and shut down his opponent's quirk. "Nice one, Eraser. I wonder if your students are as good." Dobby spoke before Eraserhead dropped down on him, wrapping him in his scarf, only for his scarf to rip the guy in two, and watched him fall to mud. "They're after the kids, but why?" Eraserhead asked himself. Eraserhead rushed back into the room after having dispatched Dobby's clone. "Vlad, I need you to stay here and protect the students. I'll go out and try to lead everyone back here. I'm sure the students are their main objective, so it's best we get all of them back here as soon as possible." Unknown to either teacher, Kirishima had been inching his way close to the wall before sprinting towards it after hardening, and crashed through the window and took off into the night. "Damn it! Kirishima!" Eraserhead took off after his wayward student who had already been lost to the darkened forest. "This is my chance. If the League is here, then that means they'll know where BANE is. If I can get one of them to tell me where BANE is, I can find out if Bakugo was right." Kirishima thought to himself as he rushed through the woods. He heard crashes from above. He looked up to see a body falling towards him. Acting on instinct, he dashed forward and caught the falling form, only to find it was the Pussycat's kid. He looked awful. His arms were broken and his entire body was covered in scraps. His eyes were closed, and his chest was barely moving. Hey kid, are you alright? What happened?" he asked as he turned in the direction of the classroom. He should take him back there, but if he did, then he couldn't get what he wanted. "What am I thinking? This kid is dying. I need to get back to the T-dash." At that moment something impacted the ground behind him. Kirishima turned back to see a large muscle-bound blonde in front of him. "Well, I had intended to come down here and see how much of a mess that kid had made, but instead I find you," Muscular said, walking out of the small indention in the earth as he walked forward. Kirishima knew this man well. He'd done all the research he could on BANE and his group, and managed to find a leaked security video from the prison break, and this man had been standing right beside BANE at that moment. "I guess it's out of the question that you're going to let me walk away and get this kid help, right?" Kirishima asked, already knowing the answer, as he gently set Kota on the ground near a tree away from the two of them. "Don't worry, kid, I'll protect you like a man." Muscular laughed at Kirishima as he activated his quirk along his arms and legs. "You'd be correct there. I've been given a mission by the boss to kill as many of you that aren't on the list as possible, and you've already messed that up by saving that kid there, so I'll have to kill you both." Muscular shouted, rushing forward as Kirishima hardened, crossing his arms in front of him and taking the full impact of Muscular's fist and sliding along the ground, creating two large furrows in the ground. His arms were shaking from the shock of taking such a heavy hit, but his skin held up. Ever since BANE had so casually broke his hardening, he'd been putting himself through the toughest training possible to increase his hardening. Muscular shook his hand, noticing the skin had been scraped off his knuckles. "Wow, tough stuff there, kid. You might actually be fun to fight," Muscular said, running forward as Kirishima did the same, hardening his hands as he went to spear Muscular, who took the hit, watching the kid tear through his muscle fibers, but not even get close to his main body as he raised his fist in the air, bringing it down on Kirishima's head, who spiked out his black hair, piercing Muscular's fist as he was driven into the ground like a nail, blood spilling from his nose as he grit his teeth before throwing clawed fingers forward and tearing through Muscular's fibers. "I need to get these things out of the way so I can deliver a hard blow. I don't have to win, I just have to knock him down so me and the kid can get away." Muscular smiled as he cocked his foot back and drove it forward into Kirishima's stomach, hardened stomach, driving him backwards, but unlike before, Muscular didn't give an inch, continuing to punch at Kirishima's body, driving him back further and further. "Damn it, he's going to exhaust my hardening like this. Shit, I need to beat this guy." Muscular raised his hands above him and drove down on Kirishima, who took that moment to punch upward, both crashing into one another. But Kirishima wasn't nearly as strong as Muscular, whose shirt ripped open to reveal multiple layers of muscle that powered his blow down on Kirishima, who felt the bones in his arm give as they broke, and he was driven deep into the ground. "Ha ha ha. Nice one, kid, you're pretty good, But not good enough. Right as Muscular stopped talking, Kirishima jumped up and drove his spiked hair into Muscular's face, knocking the giant villain back as he covered his bloody face. Kirishima ran to Kota and took off as fast as he could. "I got ya!" he panted as he ran, but all too soon he found Muscular's fist in his back, plowing him towards the ground. Kirishima had no choice but to drop Kota, otherwise he'd fall on him. But as Kota flew through the air, he was caught by Mr. Aizawa, who took stock of the situation before him. "I'll thank you to get off of my student!" he shouted as Muscular stood up, blood pouring from several punctures on his face raining down on the unconscious Kirishima. "Well, damn, I didn't expect to see you here. The boss was pretty clear that I shouldn't take you on," Muscular said as he kicked Kirishima to the side, watching his body crash into a tree and slide to the ground. "But the boss isn't here and you're at a disadvantage. You have 2 half-dead kids here, so what are you going to do?" At that moment, the sound of loud crunching and cracking could be heard from his left. Kirishima stood up, his entire body jagged and hard. "I can handle this, Mr. Aizawa. After all, I'm the sturdy hero, Red Riot. Unbreakable." Kirishima stepped forward as thoughts of Bakugo ran through his head. The look of pain and depression running across his friend's face plastering itself onto Kirishima's heart. "Bane hurt my friend, he stole his future. I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen to anyone else," Kirishima said, running forward and crashing into Muscular, holding him there. "Go, Mr. Aizawa, that kid needs help." Aizawa was stuck. On one hand, he would be saving Kota, but leaving his student to a villain who was out of his league. But if he stayed, Kota would most certainly die. He grit his teeth as he activated his quirk, causing Muscular's fibers to fall away as he slowly backed up. "This is all I can do, Kirishima. I'll be back," he shouted as he moved deeper into the forest before the glow of his eyes was lost. But before that happened, Kirishima smiled as he cocked his fist back and plowed it into Muscular's side, knocking him to the ground as Kirishima mounted his barrel chest and punched him repeatedly. "I just need to knock him out. Then I can restrain him and get what I want." About Bane. Muscular was losing consciousness. When he felt his quirk reactivate and grin punching upward under Kirishima's chin, he heard the satisfying click as his teeth smashed together and sent Kirishima upward before Muscular jumped into the air and grabbed Kirishima's face. Muscular's own face was a picture of brutality, bruising and puncture marks, missing teeth, and his prosthetic eye was crushed. But still he wore a grin of malice. "You missed your shot, kid, now it's my turn," he said, rearing back, his arm tripling in size as he drove it into Kirishima's stomach once, twice, 3 times, watching cracks appear along his abdomen. "You're too soft, kid," he shouted, driving his fist into Kirishima once again, watching as blood spurted between his fingers from Kirishima's mouth as he was driven out of the air into the ground. Muscular smiled as he dropped to the ground, walking over to Kirishima's prone body. "Guess you're not so unbreakable after all," he said, raising his boot above Kirishima. But before he could finish the job, a jet of blue flame blocked him off from Kirishima. Muscular looked at Dabi, who was walking towards him. "He's proved himself a hero, and in accordance with Stain's will, he lives," Dabi stated, standing in front of Muscular. "Unless you want to go through me," Muscular growled before turning his back on Dabi and heading after Eraserhead. Dabi looked over his shoulder and shrugged, walking over to meet with Twice. "Man, I was sure he was going to rip you in two." "No way, you'd burn him to a crisp," Twice shouted, giving a thumbs up. "Just make another clone and send it after that idiot," Dabi said, walking off. Toga was apparently out of range of Ochiko's quirk because she finally dropped down to the ground and began walking as she heard the sound of squelching and knew she was close as she rounded a group of trees and found Bane's Nomu, who he named Plasmus. It kind of looked like one of those slime monsters from those porn comics. It was a maroon color, almost purple she would think, with 2 sickly yellow-green glowing eyes, and in its moist slimy fist was a bloody struggling ragdoll. "Good boy, Plasmus, Bane is going to be so proud of you." Plasmus didn't respond besides a low gurgle and began to force Ragdoll into its stomach. "Wait, hold on there, Slimy, I need something from her first." Toga said, grabbing her syringe and plunging it into Ragdoll's thigh, and then stripped the hero of her costume with the help of Plasmus holding her still. "There we go, I think this might come in handy," she said with a bright smile as Ragdoll was absorbed into Plasmus' body, who then began walking off. "Bye. Thanks for the hard work," Toga said as she licked her lips and began drinking from her syringe and stripped out of her current outfit, which was only a partial of her real costume, which she'd stowed away near here and which she dressed in before dressing in Ragdoll's costume. "So how do you think things are going?" Kurogyri asked, looking between BANE and Tamura. Stain hadn't bothered to show up. BANE shrugged. "We'll find out soon enough," he said, propping his feet up on the table as Tamura swirled his glass. "What he said, these are high-level villains, we went through a lot to get them together, there's no way they'll fail," he said, downing his drink and crunching on the lone piece of ice in the glass. Kurogyri nodded, glad to see that Tamura was acting like a proper villain, while all BANE could think was that Croc and Jack should be nearly done with their missions, and he couldn't help but smile. "It's check all for one." Jack walked into the Musudafu hospital. He was wearing wire-rim half-moon glasses, his long red hair was tied into a tight ponytail. His face was completely shaven, and he wore a button-down long-sleeved shirt and khakis with loafers. This was his special ability besides his quirk, that is. Jack was a master of disguise. Okay, maybe master was an overstatement, but fuck, he was good at it. This was how he was able to get so close to his previous victims, in the guise of a fan, or prospective business associate, hell, even a love interest. He knew some people were skilled in erasing their presence, allowing them to get close to people, but he did something else entirely. His presence seemingly morphed, allowing him to put people at ease around him, never knowing they were moments from death. He wandered around the hospital looking from side to side, putting on an act of searching for something, and a nurse took his bait, coming up to him. "Sir, is there something I can help you with?" she asked politely. Jack smiled, rubbing the back of his head apologetically. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for a doctor. I'm here to speak with him about a recent case he's been involved with. But I'm such a dunce I forgot his name, but I know he always has these green goggles on or something and a thick gray mustache." He watched a light of recognition come on in the nurse's eyes. "Oh, you mean Dr. Dorobo? Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised. He's not a very nice person. I can take you to him if you want," she offered kindly, but Jack reached forward, grabbing her hands. "I couldn't ask that of you, miss. You have an important job to do, offering aid to the sick and injured. It simply wouldn't be right for me to take your precious time away from them. Directions will be fine," he said before letting her hands go, blushing slightly. The nurse, who also sported a blush, nodded bashfully. "And just take the elevator up one floor, turn left, and then turn right. His office will be the third one on the left. It should be the only one with a light on in it," she said as Jake bowed to her before heading to the elevator, and once the doors shut he released a laugh. "Oh man, I didn't know I still had it. That was hilarious," he said, smiling to himself. "I'm glad the boss sent me on this mission, giving me a chance to strut my stuff." BANE had sent both him and Croc on separate missions. His was to find All for One's doctor in this hospital and get some information from him. BANE posited that since All for One was for all intents and purposes a shut, and that the only way he got anything real done was either through the doctor or Tamura, so getting rid of the doctor, who was an integral part of the Noma production, would cripple him severely, and since Jack had been one of the best at capturing people, heroes no less, it was his job to get this done. Following the nurse's directions, he found the doctor's office and opened it without so much as a knock. Dr. Dorobo looked up immediately at Jack as the former locked the door behind him. "Who are you?" the doctor said, glaring at Jack. "That's not important, doctor. I have some questions I need answered, and you're the only one who can answer them for me," he said, walking steadily toward Dorobo, who reached under his desk for a gun. But Jack was faster, latching his hand around Dorobo's neck and leeching his strength from him, so much so that Dorobo didn't have the strength to hold the gun, which fell to the floor. It was true that Jack could only absorb up to half of a person's strength, but that depended heavily on how strong that person was. Absorbing the strength of someone like Muscular Half would be the absolute limit, because that guy was like a walking generator, but for someone like Dorobo here, who'd probably never lifted anything heavier than one of his doctorate plaques, he could absorb all of his strength to the point his heart probably wouldn't have the strength to beat anymore. Dorobo flopped back in his chair, breathing hard as he looked at this stranger in front of him. "Who are you?" he asked as Jack sat on the desk pulling over the cup of pencils and pens. He took 2 of them out, and in rapid succession he stabbed them through Dorobo's hands, pinning them to the armrests of his chair. He quickly covered the doctor's mouth as he wailed into his palm. "That doesn't matter right now. I've been sent here to get some information from you. If you try to scream for help, or in any way draw attention to us, I'm going to give you a catheter the hard way, understand? Torture is not for me, honestly, so I'd rather not have to do it, but I like my boss, so I'll torture the shit out of you if I have to." First question, where is All for One's base? Jack asked, twirling a pen between his fingers. Dorobo began to sweat. Obviously this man wasn't a hero or any type of law enforcement, so he had to be a villain, and there are only a few people that know All for One exists. "You work for B-." Jack punched Dorobo in the gut, knocking the wind from him. Dorobo hunched over, coughing harshly. "Finish that sentence, and I'll start pulling your teeth. Now tell me, where is All for One?" This is one of the few times that Dorobo wished he had a more combative quirk. His quirk was X-ray, which allowed him to see through any object within a kilometer radius, which is why he wore the thick goggles he had on. It was incredibly suited to his job, but it wouldn't stop this crook from torturing him. "I can't tell you that if I betray him he'll kill me," Dorobo shouted, looking up as Jack plunged the pen in his hand through his goggles into his eye and once more covered his mouth as the doctor screamed in pain, shaking weakly as blood ran down his face. "I don't care if he plans on raping your daughter, give me what I want," Jack hissed as the doctor moaned in pain. "He's in an underground bunker a few miles outside of Kamino Ward," Dorobo spoke as he grit his teeth against the pain in his eye and hands. "Good, now how injured is All for One? I know he's got some fucked up scars, but I want the details. Is he missing organs or anything? I'm pretty sure he's not brain damaged, right?" Dorobo clenched his teeth again. He'd given up his master's location, would he really give up his weakness too? The throbbing from the pen in his eye answered his question. "He's not missing any organs, but due to the damage he suffered years ago and from several operations and using his own healing quirks on himself, his stamina is quite low. A prolonged battle would tire him out quickly, especially if he was using several different quirks throughout it." Jack smiled and pulled the pen from the doctor's eye, listening to him groan and hiss as the object was removed. "See what happens when you cooperate. Now last question and I'll be out of your hair. Well, out of your mustache, since you're rocking the chrome dome up here," Jack said, rubbing the doctor's bald head. "Where are his gnome being kept?" Dorobo sighed. It made no sense to resist now. "There's an old research facility in the woods east of here. I don't know the exact location, I was always teleported there, but given the position of the stars on the nights I work there, I'm sure it's east of here." Jack nodded and clapped Dorobo on the shoulder before pulling the pencils out of his hands. "Thanks, Doc, you've been really helpful. Sorry about roughing you up like that," he said with a smile before grabbing the doctor's head and twisting it 180 degrees. He heard a gasp as he looked back, seeing the nurse who'd led him there at the window before she ran off. "Of course, just when I'm about to make a clean getaway someone shows up. Well, damn, guess I'd better book it," he said, standing up and walking out of the office and turning off the light as he did so. Once he was in the hall, he pulled the nearest fire alarm and then made his way to the stairwell, and once on the ground floor slipped out of the hospital with the crowd taking off the long-sleeved shirt he was wearing to reveal a purple t-shirt before undoing his ponytail and slapping on a cap before throwing the glasses away. Transformation complete. In the mental ward of the Musudifo Hospital, all the doors, which were usually locked after sunset to prevent any accidents happening to the patients, they all unlocked as the fire alarm went off. Most of the doors remained shut, but one creaked open silently, and in the darkness were 2 deep green bloodshot eyes as a pale hand pushed open the door, revealing a rail-thin pale woman with messy green hair and scars running up the edges of her mouth. She stepped into a hallway wearing an undone straitjacket that hung on her thin frame with the long sleeves trailing with sweatpants above her bare feet as she padded across the cold tile floor. She watched as orderlies began escorting her fellow patients away. She waited until the orderlies split up, one making her way over to the wing where she had been housed, and as the woman rounded the corner, the patient grabbed hold of her and swung her full force into the wall, hearing a crack as the woman's nose broke, splattering the wall with blood as she fell unconscious. This woman standing over the unconscious orderly was Inko Midoriya, recently admitted to the hospital by her husband after having a psychotic break. After making sure the orderly was unconscious, Inko moved silently away from the mental ward looking for the nearest exit, but as she headed to the stairwell she heard a woman scream, "Please no, Enji, not again!" Unable to resist her curiosity, Inko padded quickly to the source of the scream and found a white-haired woman in patient scrubs on her knees crying in front of a red-headed man who'd been frozen solid. Inko walked up to the two and inspected the statue. It was an orderly frozen stiff. "I'd say give me a stiff one, but it looks like he already got it," Inko said, laughing a little before squatting down next to the woman. "Hey, what are you crying about?" Inko asked as the woman looked up, her gaunt pale face and dull gray eyes looking to Inko. "I thought he was my husband and I killed him. He was trying to help me and I killed him," she shouted, crying harder. Inko bit her lip before standing up and looking at her. "What are you talking about? You helped him? I mean, really, he was an orderly at a hospital. He wasn't doing much with his life, and now look at him. He's a gorgeous statue," Inko said, leaning against the frozen corpse. "He doesn't have to worry about bills, or money, or anything ever again, and you helped him have that." "I'm sure he was bored out of his gourd anyway," Inko said, laughing more as she pulled up the woman. "I'm Inko Midoriya, and who are you?" The woman bashfully looked at the ground. "I'm Rei Titadu, just call me Rei," she whispered, the fear of saying her last name crippling her. "Well, Rei, I'm going to find my son. He's been gone for a while, but I think he's just waiting on me, and I need to find him," Inko said excitedly before turning and walking away, her long sleeves billowing out behind her. "Why, you have a son too?" Rei asked as she bit her lip, thinking about her Shoto and what Enji made her do to him. Inko turned on a dime and smiled brightly. "Yes, I have a brilliant baby boy. He's my pride and joy. There's nothing better than being a mother, right?" she asked as Rei nodded. "I have a son too, but I haven't seen him in a long time." Inko grabbed Rei's shoulders and looked her in the eye. "That just won't do. Rei's sons need their mothers. Our sons need us, and we can't let them down no matter what, or who gets in our way," Inko growled as Rei nodded. "Good, you're coming with me, and together we will find our sons and get rid of anyone who gets in our way," Inko shouted, pulling Rei alongside her as the two women walked out the nearest exit into the night. Aizawa burst into the classroom once more, seeing that Vlad had kept the remaining students there, as he tossed everything off the teacher's desk and lay Kota down on it. "Vlad, we need to get this kid some help. Ashido, get the first aid kit now." Ashido jumped from her desk, running out immediately. "Siro, get over and tape his arms straight and tight as a splint." Siro began dispensing his tape, wrapping it tightly around Kota's arms. Aizawa stood back as he looked to Vlad. "I have to go back out. Kirishima bought me the time I needed to get Kota here. I need to get back there." As Aizawa made to leave, there was a crash outside, signaling that Muscular had arrived. "Get out here, Eraserhead, you got away last time, but not again," he shouted as Aizawa stepped forward, his eyes glowing red, canceling out Muscular's quirk. "It doesn't matter, I don't need my quirk to rip you apart." As Muscular readied himself to attack, Vlad walked out as well. "I will assist you, Aizawa. I had the students tend to young Kota," Vlad stated, getting into a fighting stance. Muscular smiled as he slammed his fists into the ground. Even without his augmented strength, Muscular was strong enough to create a large dust cloud. He remembered Bane's teaching when it came to Eraserhead. Bane had briefed them on Eraserhead since he was the most troublesome one there. His quirk doesn't work unless he can see you, keep him blind. Muscular smiled as his quirk came back to him, and using his augmented muscles he ripped a chunk of earth out of the ground and hurled it in the direction of the two heroes. Aizawa saw the silhouette of the boulder, and used his scarf to dodge out of the way while Vlad created a wall of blood to block the boulder that shattered against his wall. Aizawa watched from his vantage point on the roof as Muscular jumped out of the cloud looking to land on Vlad. Using his scarf, he wrapped it around Muscular's two raised arms and slung him up onto the roof with him. Taking the opportunity, he landed on Muscular's chest, throwing a jab down to Muscular's temple looking to knock him out, but Muscular was used to being hit by stronger people than Aizawa. Raising his bound arms up, he slammed them into the roof, causing it to buckle under the two combatants, and light to shine directly into Aizawa's eyes, causing him to blink and allowing Muscular a moment to bash Aizawa away from him towards the edge of the roof as Muscular got to his feet. Aizawa stood on the edge of the roof looking at Muscular before noticing a blue light at his back. He turned to jump out of the way of the flame, but taking his eyes off Muscular, the enhancer villain took that second to tackle Aizawa off the roof. "Show me your blood, hero!" Muscular shouted as the two broke apart before hitting the ground, Aizawa rolling to reduce the impact as Muscular took the fall head on landing on his feet. "Sorry, but that's it," Dabi said as he walked out of the forest looking at Muscular. "Time's up, we need to head to the rendezvous," he said simply as Muscular grit his teeth. "No, you already stopped me from killing that last kid. You're not going to keep me from ripping these pros in half," the angry blonde raged as Dabi shrugged. "You're right, I'm not. Feel free to stay here and disobey Bane's orders. He's your boss, not mine," Dabi said, stepping back into the forest as Muscular clenched his fists. He knew what Bane would do if he disobeyed him. "You got lucky today," he shouted, jumping off into the woods after Dabi. "Should we go after them, Aizawa?" Vlad asked before hearing screaming from inside the classroom. "Find out what's going on in there, Vlad. I need to get to Kirishima," Aizawa shouted, running off as Vlad made his way back inside. "Mr. Vlad, Koda's not breathing," as Shido yelled at him. Tora stood across from Magna, both bruised and panting. Mandalay was kneeling atop Spinner as she held him in submission. "That idiot, I can't believe he got himself caught. I should just abandon him. It's about time for us to get out of here anyway," Magna thought to herself when she heard rustling from the bushes and out came Ragdoll. She was slightly injured, but nothing too serious. "What the hell, I thought Plasmus was going to capture her. Don't tell me that walking sludge ball failed?" Magna thought, but as he continued to watch her move towards her compatriots, she gave him a discreet hand sign, one that he knew well. He smiled before rushing Tora, and the two continued to trade blows. "Ragdoll, where have you been? Why weren't you answering the comms?" Mandalay yelled, pressing her knee harder into Spinner's back. "Sorry, Mandalay, I was attacked by one of those Noma things and it broke my communicator. But don't worry, I'll get the students out of here so you and Tora can let loose," she said, giving a thumbs up as she began herding the 6 remaining students, Ida, Koda, Ojiro, Mineta, Shinso and Tokage, back to the lodge. "Thank you, Ragdoll. But keep an eye on Ida. He seems to have a grudge against Stain and might try to run off to fight the villains," Mandalay reported as Ragdoll nodded. "Don't worry, Mandalay, I'll make sure he won't leave," the hero said as she began moving them away from the battle. "Alright, you 6 line up, I'll be at the back with Ida," she commanded as the students began to follow the path back to the lodge. Once they were out of sight of the combatants, Ragdoll spoke. "Okay, we can't take the path back to lodge. We might meet villains on it, so we're going to cut through the forest in a straight line back there," Ragdoll stated, which sounded like the right idea to all those gathered there, and began trekking through the forest. "Thank God we have Ragdoll here, or else we'd be totally screwed," Mineta spoke out. "Yeah, the pros will definitely have this taken care of," Tokage agreed as she followed Shinso, who was in the front and therefore was the first to come out into the clearing, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Before him were 3 villains: Muscular, Dabi, and Twice. The trio seemed equally confused by their entrance. Shinso turned back to shout a warning to Ragdoll, and watched in horror as Ragdoll used her claws to rip Ida's throat out. The teen was on his knees with Ragdoll standing on his ankles as she drug her clawed hand against Ida's throat, watching the blood spray out onto the nearby leaves and ground. Setsuna screamed as Ojiro jumped into action, swiping a roundhouse kick at Ragdoll, who narrowly avoided it. Ida lay on the ground clutching his throat. "You monster, what have you done?" Ojiro shouted as he watched Ragdoll's skin and costume slip off, revealing a young blonde girl in a terrifying costume. On her hands were long elbow-length gloves with long claws at each fingertip, with a tube running up from them to her mask, which was either glass or plastic in the shape of interlocking fangs. The costume was mostly black with streaks of red going throughout it, as if the suit was designed to always look blood-splattered. Her vicious grin could be seen clearly through the teeth-shaped half-face mask she wore. Dabi looked to the 5 remaining students, and then at Toga. "You lead them here, why?" he asked as Toga grinned happily, walking over to stand with her compatriots. "I wanted to kill the glasses guy, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to get away after doing it, so I figured I'd bring them here like delicious lambs to the slaughter, and we'd end the night with a huge bloodbath," Toga shouted as Muscular cracked his knuckles. "Nice going, Buns, I haven't gotten to kill anyone all night," he said, smiling broadly as he fished the broken pieces of his prosthetic eye out and replaced it with a black and red one as he looked at the kids. "Well, don't be shy, kiddies, step right on up, there's enough pain to go around." Shinso was sweating bullets. This was the worst situation ever. They were surrounded by 4 villains, and even though they outnumbered them, clearly the villains outclassed them. The only option was to run for the lodge and hope that one of the teachers was already out here looking for them. The only real combatants in their group were Ida, Ojiro, and himself. Tokage was best used for recon and Minato was hardly a fighter, but Ida was dead, leaving only himself and Ojiro to take on 4 villains. He swallowed. Maybe if he could get at least one of them under his brainwashing, then maybe they could get away. Ojiro jumped into action, kicking and punching at Toga, who avoided each with the skill of a ballerina. "Wow, you're really good," she said, spinning to the side to avoid an axe kick, and went to stab her hand into Ojiro, who dodged back. But he couldn't possibly know that Toga's claws were detachable, rocketing from her fingertips and piercing into Ojiro's chest and stomach, and began to suck blood from him. But Ojiro was quick in slapping the claws away and lash out his tail at Twice, who'd been sneaking up behind him, punching the duplication man in the chest, knocking the wind from him. Muscular walked up to the remaining students, smiling cruelly at them before Shinso stood in front of the other 2 before speaking. "Why are you here?" he shouted in Muscular's face as the villain reared back. "Isn't obv." Dabi stood completely still as Muscular's punch drove down on Shinso, who narrowly avoided it. "Damn, I was hoping to get the big guy, but hopefully you can help us," Shinso thought. "Attack them!" he shouted as Dabi lifted his hands, releasing twin jets of blue flames, causing all 3 villains to jump back as the blue flames chased them. "Let's get out of here!" Shinso shouted, taking off with his fellow students, with Ojiro stopping to grab Ida's body. "I won't leave you behind, class rep," Ojiro thought to himself as the villains began to attack their mind-controlled compatriot. Achiko, Tsu, and Shoji looked up at the masked villain above them and to the 2 marbles he held within his hand before stowing them in his coat pocket. "You've been a wonderful audience, but I'm afraid this is the curtain call," Mr. Compress said, jumping out of the tree he was currently on and heading towards his gathered compatriots. "No, give Tokoyami and Todoroki back," Shoji shouted, starting to run after him. "Shoji, wait, I have plan," Achiko said, standing up and gripping her sliced shoulder. "We have to do this fast. I'll use my quirk on myself, and Shoji, I need you to throw me after that guy with all your might." "Achiko, that's crazy, you're injured, let me do it," Tsu said as Achiko shook her head. "It has to be me, Tsu, with my quirk. Once I touch him I can make him float, trapping him in the sky with me, buying me time to get those 2 back," Achiko stated, giving her friend a thumbs up. "I'll be alright," she said as she clasped her hands together, activating her quirk and beginning to float as Shoji grabbed hold of her and climbed the tree that Mr. Compress had just abandoned. He positioned himself and gripped Achiko with his 3 arms, and after taking careful aim he threw Achiko after Mr. Compress, who was soaring through the air. Right before impact, Achiko released her quirk on herself as she impacted Mr. Compress, and then activated it on him, causing the 2 of them to begin to float upwards. "I've heard of rabid fans, but this is behavior unbecoming of a young lady, wouldn't you say?" Compress shouted, reaching for her, looking to compress her as well, but Achiko grabbed hold of his hand, gripping it tightly. If you compress me like you did those two, you have no idea whether my quirk will stop working, and I can't release my quirk while I'm compressed, can I? You'd be stuck floating upward until a hero came and arrested you, or you ran out of air. Compress gulped at the implication that he might suffocate in the mesosphere. Touche, young lady, but you have to let go of us sometime, especially if I do this. Mr. Compress fished the 2 marbles out of his pocket and dropped them towards the ground. I highly doubt your friends can withstand the impact of hitting the ground in such a small form, he said, grinning as Achiko jumped free of the villain who grabbed her leg. Now you'll have to release me if you want to save the dash. Immediately the 2 began to fall as Achiko released her quirk. She kicked backwards, catching Compress in his mask, breaking it, and knocking 2 other marbles from his mouth, which fell toward the ground as well. Oh no, which are the real ones? She thought to herself as she eyed the 4 marbles in the air. She had to make a decision because the ground was coming at them fast. She gulped and grabbed hold of 2 of the marbles, shuddering as she felt the villain's saliva on her hand, and then pressed her hands together, causing her to float as Compress fell to the ground hard in the middle of his comrades. Who the hell are you? Wait, I know you! Twice shouted, looking to Mr. Compress as he began pulling himself from the ground. Dabi looked at Compress and at the girl who was clutching 2 of his marbles. He just regained control of himself after Twice snuck up behind him and kicked in the ass. Compress, did you get our target? He asked as Compress stood from the ground clutching 2 marbles as well. Releasing his quirk, he smiled as 1 marble turned into a bundle of leaves, but the other was Todoroki, and in Achiko's hand was a bundle of leaves and Tokoemi. Did you ever doubt me? My showmanship is first class, Dabi, but I will applaud your gall, my dear, to think you would risk killing me to save your friends. I take my hat off to you. Mr. Compress took his hat off as black mist appeared surrounding the villains. Time to go, I've already picked up Spinner and Magna. Kurogyri stated, shrouding the villains in a thick cloud and warping them out of the forest, leaving Achiko and Tokoemi with their meager victory. Killer Croc walked around the neighborhood thinking about the mission he was given along with Jack. He wasn't sure if he was given this mission to take advantage of his looks, or if Bane just didn't think he was competent enough for a real mission. He shook his head as he walked down the sidewalk, people giving him a wide berth as usual. Croc, I need you to patrol the surrounding areas, make sure people see you leaving this bar, but never follow you. I know how good you are at navigating the sewers, use them to get around. But make sure you are seen in this area, but never caught. Croc scratched his scaly chin as he noticed several people taking pictures of him. He was wearing a large hooded poncho. It didn't do much to hide who he was, but it was enough to give enough deniability, he supposed. Better duck out and head to the bar. He thought to himself as he cut down an alley and, finding a manhole, opened it and slid down it, replacing it with his tail as he did so. He'd spent a lot of time in the sewer as a hitman. He wasn't the stealthiest of men, but not even someone with enhanced senses could track him in a sewer, and it allowed him to access anywhere in the city with ease. He knew these sewers as well as people knew the streets around their home. He walked for a bit before climbing up a nearby ladder and exiting out a few blocks from the bar. He made his way there, making sure to take relatively populated streets before going down to the bar to find that his comrades had returned with their prize in tow. Sitting near the back of the bar was Todoroki Shoto in suppression manacles and chains. Welcome back, Croc, you made it just in time to see what Tamura has planned for our guest, Bane said, nodding at him as Croc sat down on the floor by the counter. Bane smiled before turning to Tamura, wondering what that maniac had planned for the son of Endeavor, and as he did so he noticed how Dabi's eyes never left the boy. He was as focused as a laser. Stranger still, Spinner had left to meet back up with Stain and report, but Dabi had elected to stay behind. There's something between these two, or maybe it's something between Dabi and Endeavor? Bane grinned, sitting back and putting his boots up. Now he waited. All the pieces were in place, all he needed was for the heroes to do their job for once, and this would all be over. After the authorities arrived and took stock of the aftermath of the villains' attack. 2 villains were captured, those being Moonfish and a young boy going by Mustard, but the losses on their side were much worse. Koto was rushed to the hospital, and after hours of intensive care it was revealed he was in a coma from his head injury. Kirishima was in bad shape as well, but with time he'd make a full recovery. His quirk really came in handy when it came to taking a beating. After Shinso and the others relayed what had happened, it was decided that Ragdoll must have been taken captive along with Todoroki. Momo was also injured by one of the villain's Noma creatures, but most striking of all was the death of Tenya Ida, younger brother of the hero Ingenium, who had also been killed recently by the hero killer. The world saw all this and their faith in their heroes dropped horribly. This was the third incident in too small a frame of time that had shaken the people's faith. How much more could they take before their trust and belief was broken? All Might stood outside of a hospital room listening to the cries of Mrs. Ida. He was trying to summon the much-needed courage to go in and speak to the woman, but he hadn't taken a single step towards the door yet. This was awful. He'd heard about the attack on the training camp and he kicked himself for not being there. He and Lemillion had been out taking in as many of the escaped convicts as they could find, in a sort of training session for Lemillion to get used to one for all. He was the symbol of peace. Damn it, how could he let this happen? He'd already visited Kirishima, who of all things was reassuring him that things would be alright. It was laughable, really, the symbol of peace, of being cheered up by his injured student. All Might took a deep breath and slapped his cheeks. "No point in standing out here anymore," he said, walking up to the door and grabbing hold of the handle until he heard shouting down the hallway. He knew that voice, and with sickening relief he turned and walked down the hall lights catching the bright colors of his Golden Age costume as he rounded the corner to see a furious Endeavor berating Aizawa and Vlad King. "You two call yourselves heroes, and where are those worthless cats? This is as much their fault as yours. You had one damn job, and that was to pro-dash. Enji, that's enough." All Might spoke loudly, coming down the hall to stare down the number 2 hero he'd interrupted. "If you want to blame someone, blame me. I wasn't there, and as a fellow teacher I share in the responsibility of what happened to your son as well, but rest assured I will do everything to get him back." All Might spoke, placing a hand on Endeavor's shoulder, who swiftly swatted it aside. "You think me or my progeny need your help, All Might? Shoto is leagues above these villains, they will not break him. I made him to be better than you," Endeavor said, glaring into All Might's eyes. "No matter the reason, the hospital is not the place for this," said Principal Nizu, who came striding down the hall. "I appreciate your concern as a parent, Endeavor, but there are patients here who need to regain their health and peace, so please stop bellowing and afford them that right. Besides, your anger is misguided." It was my decision to deny All Might the opportunity to go along on the training camp. With the recently released villains combined with the fact that BANE seems to have a grudge against All Might, I thought that by keeping him in the city would be for the best. "I'm sorry, All Might, I selfishly thought that putting you in the public eye the villains would focus their efforts solely on you. But I was foolish in my thinking, and as such UA is facing a very real crisis. We have allowed 2 attacks on our students, each ending with grievous injury to our students, and now the death of one of the Ingenium family. The media is calling for a press conference, and we don't have the grounds to deny them this. Aizawa, Vlad, I'm sorry to ask, but I need you to accompany me to the press conference." Vlad and Aizawa nodded, both having seen this coming, and were prepared for it, having already dressed in their formal attire. "If you two would wait for me in the lobby, I would like to give my condolences to the Ida and Kirishima families," Nizu said as he made his way down the hall. As Endeavor and All Might stood in the hallway, they were approached by Detective Tsukachi. "All Might, oh, and you're here as well, Endeavor, good, that saves me time. If you two would come with me, I have good news." The number 1 and 2 heroes looked at Tsukachi, and then at each other before following the detective out of the hospital. Shoto looked around at the gathered villains, making mental notes of the room and possible escape routes as the door opened to reveal a man in a flowing white mask and covered in knives, with a sword on his back and a red scarf around his neck. "I see you've accomplished your mission, Shigaraki. Now what do you intend to do with him?" Stain asked as Tamura stood in front of Tamura. I know those eyes you've got, the eyes of someone who hates something with every fiber of his being. You hate it so much that you can't see anything but it. Nothing else matters besides destroying that thing you hate so much. That's how I feel about All Might, so what do you hate, Shoto Todoroki? Tamura asked, leaning down towards Shoto's cuffs. Don't do it, Tamura, BANE said, catching the attention of both student and villain. The cuffs stay on. We've seen this kid's power, and know that the second you take off those suppression cuffs he's either going to turn this building into an iceberg or a raging inferno. Leave them on. Tamura stood straight, staring at BANE. Are you telling me what to do? Tamura asked as he stalked over towards BANE, ignoring the shifting of Muscular and Toga, who were ready to kill Tamura in an instant. Yes, I am, and if you want this to go the way you want, I suggest you listen, BANE said, towering over the frail man before him. Tamura growled before slapping his hand on the table between him and BANE, watching it turn to dust. Watch yourself, BANE, is all Tamura said before walking back to Shoto. It's none of your business what I hate. It doesn't matter to anyone but me. It's Endeavor, isn't it? Dabi spoke from the corner, causing Shoto's mismatched eyes to lock onto him. You hate your father with an unrelenting passion, right? Dabi said, stating his assumption once more, but it was obvious to everyone in the room that he was correct given Shoto's body language. Daddy issues, hun man, I feel you there. Sucks having a hero for a dad, I tell you, Jack said, raising his hands in a shrug. Your dad was a hero, Jack? Toga asked, to which the red-headed man nodded. Yeah, but this was back in the day before hero was a thing. But yeah, he was out there fighting crime, preaching justice, and then came home to jack it to kiddie porn. Man, what a role model I had, right? He said, laughing loudly. Never saw the cops coming until it was too late, so I feel you there, kid. Dads are nothing but bastards with broken condoms, he said, tossing back his whiskey as the TV was unmuted by Kurogyri. I think everyone will want to hear this, he said simply as everyone in the bar turned to the TV. The caption under the screen read UA press conference. At the front of the room, surrounded by flashing cameras and vicious sharks taking the form of reporters, was UA principal and teachers Nizu, Aizawa, and Vlad King. The first reporter stepped up to question the trio. Channel 5 News reporter Trisha Takanawa, I would like to ask, how does UA take responsibility for this grisly incident? A student kidnapped and another murdered. What happened to the impenetrability of UA? Nizu spoke immediately after. UA takes full responsibility for this incident and offer our condolences to the Ida family and our assurances that we will get Shoto Todoroki back, and are currently doing a complete overhaul of our security measures and are soon going to implement an extreme measure that will assure everyone that we can and will keep their children safe. There were a barrage of questions until another reporter stepped forward. Condolences, that's all you have to say. We put our children's lives in your hands, and after you drop the ball, all you have are condolences and assurances? We have a statement that Eraserhead abandoned his student Ejiro Kirishima to fight a villain who we know has already murdered fully licensed heroes. What do you have to say to this, Shota Aizawa? Vlad swallowed nervously as Aizawa stood up from his seat. Everyone in the room could tell he was furious, and the reporter who asked this question gave a small smirk, awaiting the statement that would allow him to bury these so-called heroes. Aizawa dropped into a deep bow. I have no excuse. I did in fact leave Kirishima to fight a villain, and all I can say is thank you. Because of Kirishima's actions, a young boy's life was saved. There is no way I could ever fully repay the heroic actions of my student, but I hope that this will in some way make up for my inadequacies as a teacher. I will be tendering my resignation with UA effective immediately. The room was silenced by this admission. Even the reporter who'd egged Aizawa on was floored. All I have to say is that to the villains who kidnapped my student, they will find no way to break him. Shoto Todoroki is one of the strongest students in my class, both physically and mentally. He will grow to be a great hero even without my tutelage. Tamura looked at the screen and laughed. Man, the heroes are having a bad time of it, wouldn't you say, Shoto? It's like they're being treated as the bad guys, but that's unfair, isn't it? They were doing their best, shouldn't that count for something? Tamura asked as he crouched down in front of Shoto. This is the world we live in, Shoto. It's unfair and brutal, But everybody thinks things are fine because we have idiots like All Might who make us feel safe and protected. You know I actually respect your father, you know. He's a complete ass. But that's because he's not trying to coddle everyone, he lets them know that heroes are just as ugly as the rest of the world. So come on Shoto, why don't you join us and help show people how ugly the world really is? Shota looked into Tamura's eyes silently for a moment. All Might sat in the passenger seat of Tsukachi's car while Endeavor inhabited the back seat. They had been silent ever since the ride had begun. Tsukachi had declined telling them what the good news was until they reached their destination, which was the meeting room in an office building. Stepping inside, the top two heroes were greeted by many of their comrades, such as Best Jeanist, Kamiri Woods, and Empty Lady. But as All Might entered the room, he received a yellow boot to the side of his face, stumbling the unprepared hero. Toshi, I can't believe you've let this happen. As your teacher, I am ashamed of you. And what would your master say to what you've allowed one villain to do? Grand Torino said, standing in front of the giant and tapping his foot angrily. All Might bowed swiftly, his legs slightly shaking. Forgive me, Grand Torino, I have no excuse. This is truly shameful of me. I beg your forgiveness, he said as Grand Torino huffed. I'll deal with you later. Right now the city has need of us. They even went to the trouble of asking me to join, so it must be serious. Apologies, Tsukachi, please go ahead, Grand Torino said, walking back over to his seat. After the outburst, Tsukachi coughed, steering the meeting back on track. I've gathered all you heroes here to tell that we have a location for the villain's hideout. This lit a spark in all the gathered heroes here as Tsukachi went on to explain. Thanks to the brave efforts of a UA student, we were able to track Anoma back to its base. But we also have reports of Killer Croc being spotted in the area near an establishment called the Mahjong Bar. Compounding on this, recent sightings of a man with burned scars across his body was also spotted going in and out of this underground bar. This is our chance to go on the offensive, heroes. While the villains celebrate their victory, we will attack and end their reign before they can do anything else, Tsukachi said, slamming his fist into his palm. All the gathered heroes nodded, ready to take back the people's faith in them and bring this nightmare to an end. I'm coming for you, Bane, you'll get what you wanted soon, All Might said, clenching his fists. Kirishima had just gotten dressed and was attempting to sneak out of the hospital. He made his way outside his room, making sure the coast was clear. As he snuck down the halls, he grit his teeth. He couldn't believe the others hadn't wanted to help in this. After all, Todoroki was their classmate too, but he couldn't get mad. They were technically doing the right thing in this situation, allowing the pros to do their job, but he wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. He'd gone to Yayorozu before she was discharged and practically begged her to make another tracking device for him. She'd asked for time to make up her mind, and not wanting to push her too hard, he'd given it to her, and told her to meet him outside the hospital gates with her answer. Kirishima dashed out of the front entrance of the hospital unnoticed, and quickly rounded the front gates and bumped into someone. He stumbled back, looking to apologize, until he saw who it was. Bakugo? There stood the former explosion user in front of him in jeans and a black t-shirt with red sneakers. Been a while, hasn't it, Kirishima? Bakugo asked, stepping up to him, hands in his pockets. Kirishima looked his friend in the eye and bit his lip. I'm sorry, man, I tried to stand up for you. The teachers expelling you was bullshit. Did you come all the way to see me in the hospital? Kirishima asked, smiling at his friend's thoughtful act. It's fine, I knew that once it was known my quirk was gone, I was going to get the boot. It was only the teachers' generosity that they waited as long as they did, but thanks for trying anyway, Bakugo said, punching Kirishima lightly before answering his question. No, I didn't. My damn phone wouldn't shut up with calls and texts telling me you were going to do something stupid, Bakugo said, holding up his phone showing the numerous calls and texts from their classmates. Kirishima frowned. Look, man, I've got to do this, and if you came all the way here to stop me, then you came here for nothing, Kirishima said, preparing himself for an argument. I didn't. I'm here to help. Even without my quirk, I have to know if Bane is Izuku, and if he is, then maybe I can get him to stop all this. I don't know if it was my bullying or him being quirkless, but whatever it was that turned him into this, I'm sure the Izuku I know is still in there somewhere. As the two teens talked, they were joined by another. Yayarosa stepped out from around the corner and looked at the two. I was hoping that Bakugo was here to talk you out of this. But it seems that's not the case, and knowing how stubborn the two of you are, you're going to go through with this whether I help or not, so I will go with you too, but only as a chaperone. If I see it's getting too dangerous, I will get you out of there no matter what, understand? Momo said, taking her stance on the matter, and the two had no choice but to agree. With the matter settled, the three made their way to the tracker destination after making a quick stop into a costume store for disguises. The trio came upon a small building. It looked abandoned, but the strength of the signal showed that their target was in there. Spotting a narrow alley next to the building, the three slid into the crevasse and stopped beneath a high window. Bakugo, get on my shoulders and use these night vision goggles to see inside, Kirishima said, crouching down, allowing Bakugo to climb his shoulders after taking the goggles from him, and looked inside. After scouring the inner scenery, he scowled. All I see is a bunch of trash beer cans and old bentos. Someone comes here, but no sign of icy hot, Bakugo said, looking to the left, and once registering what was there, his eyes widened behind the goggles. Shit, there's 3 of those Nomu guys in here, but they look way different from the one at USJ. Is there one that looks like a maroon slime from those games? Momo asked, shuddering at the image of that monster chasing her through the woods. Bakugo nodded before they noticed the gathering on the street outside. Momo slid towards the entrance of the alley to take a better look at the 4 heroes there: Empty Lady, Gang Orca, Best Jeanist, and Tiger from the Pussycats, along with a large squadron of police. Momo gave a sigh of relief, glad she wouldn't have to prevent her 2 classmates from engaging if things went bad. We can head back now. The pros are here, and we know that Todoroki is not here. We should get out of here as soon as possible, Momo explained to her disappointed yet relieved classmates just as Empty Lady activated her quirk, growing to full giant status, and then bringing her foot down on the facility in an axe kick, caving a large portion of the building in. But that's when things got serious. Out of the smoke appeared Plasmus, who slithered up Empty Lady's leg all the way to her neck before plastering himself across her face, creating a grisly mask of Empty Lady's shocked expression. On the ground another creature appeared, this one looking like a living stone statue that rushed out of the rubble, locking hands with Gang Orca as the 2 powerhouses tried to overpower the other, until bullets rang out, mowing down the numerous police officers, somehow getting around their riot shields. Best Jeanist glared from behind his mask as he created a web of fiber, wrapping it around the last Nomu, whose fingers were gun barrels. There's only 3 of them. Regroup and take them down, Jeanist shouted, squeezing the Nomu tighter. Todoroki looked at Tamura and sat up straight. I have no intention nor need to join you to beat my father. I have my own way to show him up as a hero. There was the sound of rasping metal as Stain stepped forward, drawing his sword. You want to be a hero to show up your father? No, you are unworthy of that title. I've had enough, Shigaraki. Clearly your prize has no intention of joining us. It's time to cull him, Stain said, stepping forward with his sword as Tamura sighed. Yeah, I'm bored with him now. Do what you want, he said, walking away as there was a rapid knock at the door. Delivery! Immediately after that was said, the outer wall of the bar exploded inward as All Might crashed into the bar, standing tall in his Golden Age suit. Have fear, villains! Why? Because we are here, shouted All Might before quickly ducking, allowing Kamui Woods to shoot his tendrils into the bar and capture all but 2 of the villains, the exceptions being Stain, who quickly sliced through the branches, causing them to retract, and Bane flipped over a table, using it as a shield to block the groping vines and dodging to the side. Bane frowned underneath his mask as he watched as Ed shot quickly incapacitated Kurogiri. Well, there goes our exit strategy, Bane thought to himself as he began pumping his venom into his mask, as Dabi was also kicked into unconsciousness by some old pro, but all that seemed to drain away as he locked eyes with All Might. The 2 stared at each other over the expanse of the bar. The entire room could feel the tension as these 2 titans sized up the other, but before either could make a move, Stain jumped towards All Might. All Might, you are the only worthy hero, and I will gladly become a sacrifice to your heroic legacy. Come, All Might, kill me and show the world what it means to be a hero. Stain shouted, charging at all might, and drawing his sword, swinging it with blinding speed. But with just as much speed, All Might threw a punch, breaking the sword across his fist as the wind from his blow threw Stain back into the bar, crumpling the thick wood around himself. But Stain was far from done. He stood up, dropping his broken sword and drawing out 2 bar knives. "That's no good, All Might, you have to kill me or nothing will change." All Might slowly turned his head to Todoroki. "Todoroki, I need you to leave this place. Your father is outside waiting for you." Todoroki bit his lip as he imagined his dad's face outside. It made him sick to go out there to him, but he had no choice, he was only in the way here. Todoroki jumped from his chair as he ran towards the hole All Might had torn in the wall. Bane stepped forward, his blood was boiling. He'd beaten All Might before, but he wouldn't rest until he was broken before him. But as he stepped forward, Gran Torino slammed his foot into the side of Bane's head before bouncing off again. "A kid like you is nothing more than a workout for me," Gran Torino said, bouncing off the walls and slamming into Bane repeatedly. Of course the blows weren't all that bad. His armor and sturdy frame made up for most of the impact. It was just getting his hands on the old man as Stain began slashing at All Might, his blades barely scratching the hero's costume. Stain slashed his knife towards All Might's face, who dodged aside and went for a right hook that Stain just as easily dodged the wind from his punch, shaking Kamui Wood's branches and the villains it held. "We're shaking like leaves on a tree here, man, literally," Jack said, squirming to try and touch Kamui's wooden skin, but the hero had got him in a rather difficult position. "This is the strength of the #1 hero, the only man worthy of that title. I will be his sacrifice to a better hero world," Stain thought as he stabbed his knife forward, watching it break against All Might's chest as the hero went to grab him, narrowly missing as Stain ducked the blow and drove his spiked boot into All Might's stomach. It was like kicking a concrete wall as All Might drove his fist into Stain's stomach, slamming the villain deep into the floor, immobilized. "Heroes don't kill villains. That's not what it means to be a hero," All Might said with a large smile across his face as Tamura shrieked. "I hate you and that smile you wear. I hate everything about you. I'll kill you, All Might!" Tamura shouted as portals began to appear around the bar, and from them poured Nomu that began to attack the heroes and police force outside. This occurrence caused Gran Torino to shift his focus from repeatedly pounding Bane and gave the villain the opportunity to clothesline the elderly hero, sending him flipping through the air and slamming into the glass bottles displayed behind the bar. "Damn, I thought you'd never give me an opening," Bane said, making his way towards All Might before he felt a familiar sensation in his mouth and watched as black vomit shot from all the villain's mouth, and as Todoroki ran from the building he was also enveloped in a portal and whisked away to an unknown location. The only villain to remain was Stain. All Might looked around at the chaos around him, and all he could do was shout his frustration. "No!" before he jumped off to the other hideout raid team's location, quickly followed by Gran Torino. Best Jeanist lay on his back, most of the thread of his sleeves gone, as he stared up at the monster before him. This man had shown up just as the tide was turning against the Nomu, and nearly decimated his entire team. Even the Nomu had been caught in his opening attack. "You truly are a pro, being able to get all your comrades out of the way of my attack. I commend your instincts, Best Jeanist. Too bad your quirk is not to my liking," All For One said as he floated down to the ground, looking at the hero beneath him. "You're a monster," Jeanist said, moving his fingers to use his fibers, but was soon silenced by a point-blank air cannon blasting the hero into unconsciousness as several portals opened up, depositing his loyal followers and Todoroki. Behind the nearly destroyed wall stood Bakugo, Momo, and Kirishima. They had been there from the beginning, frozen solid in fear of All For One, and had only been able to watch as he destroyed the entire hero team with one attack. They soon saw his allies arrive, and there was also Todoroki standing in the rubble staring up at All For One. "I'm glad to see you are all safe, Tamura, but it's time for you to go. Take your prize and leave this place, we don't have much time. Right at that moment, All Might appeared, slamming his fists into All For One's open palms. "All For One! All Might shouted, glaring at the villain behind his mask as All for One drove All Might back with an air cannon, sending him flying into a nearby building. "Master, we can't leave you here. If we fight together we can finally kill All Might," Tamura said, scrambling to be by All for One's side as the symbol of evil forcefully activated Kurogiri's quirk, but Tamura was gripped by BANE. "Listen to him, Tamura. You are his future, you need to get out of here," BANE said as Tamura struggled in his grip. "Get your hands off Dash." Tamura crumpled onto BANE's fist as the masked man drove his fist into his gut, knocking him unconscious. "Muscular, Croc, Leech, Toga, get everyone out of here through the portal," he shouted as his group began collecting Dabi, Magna, and Kurogiri. "Boss, what about you and the kid?" Muscular asked, throwing Magna over his shoulder. "I should stay and fight by your side," Muscular shouted as BANE shook his head. "I'll be fine, just get Kurogiri up as soon as possible and have him open a portal for me and All for One," he said as he clapped his most loyal soldier on the shoulder. "This is what all my planning has led up to. Just stick to the plan," he said, shoving Muscular through the portal as Jack hefted Tamura and Kurogiri after absorbing some of their strength. "See ya on the other side, boss, and I swear I didn't mean that to sound as morbid as it did," Jack said, skipping through the portal, followed quickly by Croc, who was carrying Dabi, and was followed by Spinner, and Twice. Toga stood at his side, pouting behind her mask as BANE looked down at her. "Go," he said simply as Toga stamped her foot. "Nope, I'm not going any Dash." In an instant, BANE detached the mouth of his mask and pulled Toga's down to deliver a kiss to her unsuspecting lips. "I can't cut loose with you around," he said, pushing her into the portal as it closed, and then looked at Todoroki and All for One. "Beat it, kid," he said, tossing the key he'd lifted from Tamura after knocking him unconscious as he stood next to All for One. "You are quite the disobedient one, aren't you, BANE?" All for One stated as he used one of his many quirks to watch All Might's approach back to the battlefield. BANE placed his mask back in place as he shrugged. "I've been waiting a long time for this, I wouldn't miss it for anything," he said as Todoroki struggled with his locks before opening them, feeling his quirk surge back under his control. He stared at the two villains standing there. "Why go through this only to let me go?" he asked as he slowly backed up. BANE looked at him behind his mask. "You were Tamura's toy. You don't mean anything to me," he said dismissively as All Might landed before the two villains in a large dust cloud. Wiping it aside, he noticed Todoroki free and All for One, and BANE waiting for him. "Todoroki, leave, this is no place for you," All Might said, walking forward slowly, his gleaming smile gone, replaced with a dark frown. Todoroki nodded, running off and making a large iceberg to propel himself in the direction of his hidden classmates, who in turn began to take their leave except one. Katsuki stood behind the wall, peeking out around it at the three men about to do battle. "Bakuga, we have to go," Kirishima harshly whispered to his friend, but Bakuga shook his head. "You guys go, I have to know if that's Izuku out there. I'll see this through to the end." Kirishima wanted to drag his friend away, but he knew that this was something Bakuga had to do, and he had no right to get in his way. "I hope you find what you need in this," Kirishima said, running off to meet up with Momo and Todoroki. "Once more we face each other on the battlefield, All Might, but this will be the last time," All for One shouted, preparing an air cannon before a punch caved in his left side. The taller villain looked to see BANE's fist in his side before blasting him with said air cannon, sending both apart. All Might's eyes widened seeing this act of betrayal as All for One gripped his injured side and BANE dropped his arms, revealing a jagged piece of bone in his hand, which he dropped to the ground. "Finally, I have you two right where I want you. You two are relics of a bygone era. Good, evil, no one cares. Such a dichotomy no longer prevails, all that matters is strength. Whoever is stronger is the one that's in the right. I'm Muzudafu's reckoning. Here to end the borrowed time you've all been living on," BANE shouted as All for One coughed, bloodying his mask. He stared at this boy, and for the first time he regretted choosing Tamura as his successor. He'd always had to look after Tamura, steadily pushing him down the path of villainy, but this boy, Izuku Midoriya had chosen that path himself and was making strides down it on his own. If only I had waited a bit longer. All for One thought to himself as he began laughing. Well done, Bane, I always suspected this would happen, but I never thought you'd try to take me and All Might out at the same time. You must find this poetic All Might, someone I trusted has come to destroy us both, but I will not go down easily, Bane, are you prepared? All for One said as he stood up straight, letting his hand fall from his wound that was slowly closing. A battle royale for the future of society. What a wonderful game! All for One shouted, pointing a hand at each of his opponents. I only have one question. Is this who you want to be, Izuku Midoriya? All Might asked, glancing repeatedly at Bane, not trusting All for One. Bane reached up and pulled back the top part of his mask, revealing his short-cut green hair and his burning emerald eyes. Finally figured me out, did you? Not that it matters now. I'm no longer Izuku Midoriya, that boy died on that rooftop. I'm Bane now and forever, Izuku said, replacing his mask. I'm sorry, young man, I thought I was doing the right thing, but I will take responsibility for driving you down this path, by taking you both into custody. All Might shouted, taking his stance. The three stood there locked in a three-way stare down until some nearby rubble collapsed, signaling the beginning of their battle. All three raced to the middle, their fists colliding in an explosive shockwave. Mirio Togata stood at the window in Sir Nightai's office with arms crossed and dressed in his hero costume. Sorry, sir, but I should be out there. I inherited All Might's power, I should be there fighting at his side. Nightai sighed and cast his gaze towards Mirio. You're not ready, Mirio. Yes, you are the perfect vessel for One for All, but the person All Might is fighting is a monster in every sense of the word. You are a great hero, there is no argument there, but this is a foe only All Might can defeat. To be honest, you just get in the way. Even with his diminishing strength, All Might will win. I've seen the day of All Might's death, and it is not now. Nightai said calmly as he signed a few more documents. But sir, Mirio shouted, continuing to plead his case. Very well, Lemillion, if you can tell me one time that my visions have been wrong concerning anything, I will let you go to the battlefield. Nightai said, not even looking at Mirio as he read over a piece of paper before signing it. Mirio bit his lip as he remained silent. They both knew Mirio couldn't name such a time, because nothing like that had ever happened. Nightai's clairvoyance was 100% accurate every single time. Faced with that, Mirio had no choice but to give up and accept his mentor's order with no more resistance. I hope you're right, sir, he said as he left to change back into his civilian clothes. All Might jumped back from the three-way collision, narrowly avoiding an air cannon shot from All for One as Bane made a beeline for All for One, throwing a hard punch which the elder villain caught in his palm before speaking. Kinetic booster. All for One drove his fist into Bane's stomach, launching him backwards into the remains of a building which began collapsing shortly after. Seeing his chance, All Might dashed forward, driving his fist into the side of All for One's head, shattering the black mask covering his face. But not one to take such an attack. Lying down, All for One shot out his black and red fingers, embedding them into All Might and swinging him around in a large circle around himself before hurling him into the air towards a nearby helicopter, who was only saved by the speedy arrival of Gran Torino, who intercepted All Might's flying body and brought him back down to earth. You shouldn't have left me behind, Tashinori, Gran Torino said as they landed and watched a large I-beam rocket from the building Bane had been blasted into towards All for One, who used his impact recoil quirk to drive the I-beam back where it came from, narrowly missing Bane, who carrying another large girder jumped into the air and drove it down on All for One. You are persistent, aren't you, Bane? All for One said as he raised his hand preparing another impact recoil, but at the last second Bane spun in midair, hurling his makeshift missile at All Might and dropped to the ground before All for One could readjust his aim and drove his fist into the villain's stomach, followed quickly by his piston, forcing the villain backwards as blood shot from his mouth. All Might and Gran Torino dodged Bane's projectile, and the number one hero closed the distance, throwing a punch that Bane countered with his own, another shockwave arcing out around the two as Bane's piston was blown off his arm by the shockwave. both reared back as All Might shouted, "Texas Smash!" His fist rocketed forward towards BANE, who at the last second dodged the wind from the attack, shredding the chest of his suit as drove his elbow into All Might's jaw, knocking the hero back as BANE jumped away, letting All Might take the full brunt of All for One's air cannon. "I know everything about you, All Might. Every move, every tell. I studied you religiously all my life. After all, you are the symbol of peace, the greatest hero in the world," BANE said, tearing off what was left of the upper half of his battlesuit. All for One floated up into the air, looking down upon his two opponents. "You know, All Might, as much as you hate me, I think I hate you more, but this boy, I dare say, has a hatred that trumps my own. You took away so much from me. Everything I tried to build, but you did something even crueler to him. You crushed whatever hope he had of building anything after seeing what he's become because of your words. How can you stand there and say you're a hero?" All for One asked as BANE glared up at him. "I'm not perfect, All for One. I make mistakes. I can't save everyone, I admit that. But right here, right now, I will make sure justice is served and both of you are made to pay for your crimes. That is my duty as the #1 hero and the symbol of peace." All Might roared as BANE laughed, looking between the two of them. "And that's why you two must die. Villains are evil? Heroes are righteous? These terms have always changed throughout the course of history. Those who sat at the top determines what's wrong and what's right. This very place is neutral ground. Justice will prevail, you say? But of course it will. Whoever wins this war becomes justice," he shouted, rushing All Might as the two exchanged blows, their fists colliding against the other. BANE came forward with a punch that All Might narrowly dodged, driving his fist into BANE's stomach, feeling several crunches against his knuckles. The villain coughed harshly, grabbing hold of All Might's fist before stepping forward, charging into All Might as he continued moving forward step after step until BANE was at a run, slamming All Might into the wall of the crater, a massive crack spreading out from the impact, causing some of the wall to collapse around the two. All Might watched as BANE's wounds began to heal almost instantly. Regeneration, just like the first Noma. "I see, Izuku, you've truly given yourself over to that monster. I am sorry, young man," All Might thought to himself as he slammed his fist past BANE's defenses into his masked face, feeling the metal give and crack under his fist as he went to drive BANE back. But the villains, using his gruesome gloves, grabbed hold of All Might's arm, the glove shredding his skin as BANE kept himself from being knocked back, grappled All Might's arm and drove his forearm into All Might's elbow, snapping the joint there. All Might roared in pain as BANE swung All Might upwards toward All for One. "California Smash!" Even though the hero was racked with pain, he couldn't give in to it, and performing a frontal somersault, he hit All for One with a downward punch, driving both into the ground of the crater. Gran Torino looked as other heroes began arriving and instructed them to begin evacuating everyone as he watched the battle continue. BANE coughed up blood, wrenching his broken mask from his face, and looked at his two opponents. All Might kneeled upon All for One, his fist still in his face. "You've passed it on, haven't you, All Might? You no longer hold one for all within you, and yet you still came here. To do what? All Might kill me again with the dying embers of the power I created? I don't know if I should be insulted you underestimate me, or congratulate you for having the guts to die at my hands just like your precious master Nana Shimura. Would you like to know how she died, All Might? It was really quite gruesome." All for One spoke, watching All Might give in to his anger and throw another punch at him. But at the last moment, All for One opened a portal, pulling Gran Torino in front of him, using him as a shield against All Might's fist, which crashed into the old man's face. All Might was shocked at what he'd done, and immediately grabbed Gran Torino and jumped back, his other arm hanging limply at his side. "Toshi, watch out!" Gran Torino yelled, giving All Might enough time to dodge a large boulder BANE had hurled at him. All Might stared into the unmasked face of BANE, Izuku's green eyes burning with hatred, his teeth bared in a bloody rictus of rage. All for One rose from his crater, panting some. This fight had drug on long enough. His body was working to repair the damage he'd taken through the fight, but he was beginning to reach his limit. "Playtime is over, it's time I end this." All for One spoke, holding up his right arm as it underwent a fearsome transformation. This is the ultimate combination of quirks I have at the moment. All of these quirks were chosen to kill you, All Might, to give you the most gruesome death possible. Spring-like limbs, kinetic booster times 4, strength enhancer times 3, proliferation, hypertrophy, rivet and spear-like bones. All for One's right arm was a massive mesh of over a dozen quirks. Even Bane was stunned by the appearance of All for One's arm. He growled in frustration. I was hoping to save this, but that was naive of me to think I wouldn't have to use this in a fight with these two. Bane thought to himself, grabbing a red patch from his pocket, and peeled it free of its wrapper and slapped it against his chest as the red venom flowed into his body. He dubbed this venom as Overdrive. It was a super concentrated form of his venom, but it would leave him completely and utterly helpless after this healing factor or no. His body grew even larger, putting him over 7 feet tall, and with a loud roar Bane charged forward, the ground cracking with each footfall. All for One whipped his head to the side, seeing a monstrous Bane racing towards him. Bane's skin would tear open at each movement, revealing his enlarged muscles before being healed over by his quirk. Deep down this terrified All for One, reminding him of his fight with All Might 5 years ago, where the hero had charged him covered in blood and his guts flailing in the wind. No, you will not rob me of this, Bane! I've been waiting too long to let a young weed like you stop me! He shouted as he shot his fingers out, piercing Bane's flesh. It's time I take back what I so graciously gave you! All for One began to absorb Bane's healing factor into himself, but stopped. If he took his quirk back, it would immediately start to regenerate his body, and he simply didn't have the stamina to support such an aggressive healing. He'd die in the process. No, there's no way I can take it now. Bane was still advancing on All for One as he grabbed hold of All for One's fingers that were embedded in his chest and pulled the villain down towards him. Unwilling to go down without a fight, All for One reared back, ready to slam his transformed fist into Bane, but as he was pulled forward, All Might jumped forward and punching towards All for One with his most powerful attack. United States of Smash! All for One had a split-second decision to make. He could either continue his attack on Bane or shift it to counter All Might. Making his choice, All for One turned and slammed his transformed fist into All Might's, the two attacks clashing as a massive tornado erupted around the three as All Might and All for One clashed. But it seemed like All Might would lose this conflict of wills, his arms spurting blood as the bones were being crushed under All for One's massive fist. Taking this moment to act, Bane drove his gauntlet fist into the side of All for One's head, his piston shooting out, punching into the villain's head and out the other side. All for One's body crumpled as All Might drove his fist forward, sending his enemy's corpse across the battlefield, his fingers retracting from Bane's chest as the wound immediately closed shut. The tornado had forced the news copter to fall to the ground. Thankfully, the crew was unharmed and within moments were once more filming the aftermath of the two clashing attacks. Zooming in, they could see an unmasked Bane and All Might both facing each other. For the first time, Bane's face was visible to all who say the broadcast. It shocked all to see how young Bane was, and to think someone his age had caused all this was frightening. Bane stared at All Might's true form, nothing but skin and bones. But Bane still had a job to do. The venom he'd used was a last-ditch effort to take them out, but his body would never be the same after its effects wore off. Bane could already feel the drug wearing off as he stepped towards All Might, who'd shrunk back to his original form, but was still standing tall as he faced Bane, who was issuing crimson steam from his body. You've chosen your path, Izuku Midoriya. If this is the man you want to be, then do what you must. But for what it's worth, I am sorry if my words drove you to this. Bane stood before All Might, looking down at the weakened hero. We both know I have to kill you now, All Might, Bane said as he pulled back his blood-stained fist and stepped forward, driving it towards All Might before an unknown person dashed in between the hero and Bane, Katsuki Bakugo. Don't do it, Izuku, this isn't you. Please, you have to stop. None of this is All Might's fault. It's mine! Katsuki shouted, staring up at his old friend and the monster he'd become. We both idolized All Might, both of us strove to be heroes, but you deserve to be a hero. This isn't the Izuku I knew. No, young Bakugo, you have to get out of here. All Might shouted, coughing up blood as he fell to a knee. BANE looked down at Katsuki with dismissive eyes. The Izuku you knew? You never knew me. You really do think everything is about you, don't you? You know I actually feel bad about what I did to you, BANE stated, giving Katsuki the impression his friend was remorseful. No, it's okay, I kind of Katsuki said before he was interrupted. Make no mistake, it's not because I regret crushing you like a worthless bug, it's because you simply weren't worth the meager effort it took to do so. I was childish in wanting to get back at a pathetic creature such as you. I see that now, BANE said simply before backhanding Katsuki out of the way, his rough gloves stripping several layers of flesh from Katsuki's cheek. BANE grabbed hold of All Might, forcing him to both his knees and turning him around backwards as red steam began to erupt from his body. Goodbye, symbol of peace, BANE said as Katsuki watched BANE drive his knee into the upper part of All Might's back, hearing a sickening crunch as All Might's ribcage shattered, puncturing his lungs and heart. Blood gushed from All Might's mouth, splattering the ground in front of him before his lifeless body fell face first into. All Might! Katsuki shouted as his hands heated up, producing an explosion as Katsuki stood up, tears running down his face as his hands sizzled. Izuku, you bastard! I'll make you pay for this! Katsuki shouted as BANE shrunk down completely and began to collapse. Seeing his chance, Katsuki dashed forward, ready to blow Izuku's head off until he collided with a large hand. BANE smirked as he was hefted by two arms and looked at his trump card. Nice timing, Azura, BANE said to the gnome standing before a shocked Katsuki. It sported 6 arms and a series of glowing green veins across his body, each being pumped full of venom. This was BANE's greatest gnome. He'd poured all his knowledge into making this creature before him. This gnome possessed the ability to emit pure energy from its body, whether from its hands, eyes, even its mouth. He'd replaced its blood with pure venom, actually creating an organ to produce his concoction. This was his ultimate gnome, aptly named Azura. Yes, master. The gnome spoke before releasing a large blast of pure energy from the palm that was holding Katsuki's, blasting the child back as a portal was opened behind the gnome and its creator. Without waiting for a command, the gnome jumped into the portal, which closed soon after, leaving the destroyed battlefield with the bodies of the now deceased greatest hero and villain. At one of Fat Cat's warehouses, Tamura was pacing back and forth as he waited for BANE to walk through with his master, and soon enough BANE was brought through the portal by a 6-armed gnome carrying the exhausted villain. Put me down, Azura! Doing as told, Azura sat BANE on his feet, only for Toga to wrap her arms around his waist to stabilize the young man as Tamura hurriedly approached. Where's master? You said you'd bring him back with you, so where is he? Tamura shouted, receiving a number of glares from BANE's group. Toga gripped BANE tighter to keep from slashing Tamura's throat. BANE stood as tall as he could as he looked at the young man before him. He's dead. I killed him, BANE announced to the room at large. Kurojairi, who was still groggy from being knocked out by Edge Shot, looked to BANE shocked as he watched Tamura give into his rage with a yell and reach forward towards BANE. But even in his weakened state, BANE was not one to be underestimated, as he punched Tamura in the throat, causing the decay villain to choke before BANE grabbed the top of Tamura's head and his chin. I've wanted to do this for so long, BANE stated gleefully as he twisted Tamura's head upside down, his chin pointing towards the ceiling and his hair hanging against his chest. Master, was Tamura's last word as he fell to the floor. BANE looked at the gathered villains, noticing Jack's hand on the back of Kurojairi's head, sapping his strength. All for One is dead, Tamura is dead, the League of Villains belongs to me. This city belongs to us. Anyone who has a problem with that can either leave or step forward. This is the dawning of a new era, our era. Stand with me and this city will be your playground. This night the symbol of peace died at my hands. There's no one to stop us now, and all those who try will die just the same. Now who will stand with me? BANE asked. He was barely staying conscious, but this needed to be said before he allowed himself to rest. Of course, Muscular, Jack, Killer Croc, Magna and Toga, who hadn't left his side since he arrived, stood behind him. Stain saw you as a comrade in his war on false heroism and saw your convictions as worthy, knowing that I will stand beside you," Dabi said as Spinner and himself stood next to the growing crowd around BANE. BANE cast his haggard eyes toward Twice, Compress and Kurogyri. These three were the only ones he was worried about. After all, they were Tamura's men chosen by him, and BANE had just murdered their leader in front of their very eyes. Mr. Compress was the first to step up, giving a polite cough as he took off his hat and bowed. "It would be my pleasure to serve under you, Master BANE. You offer a much larger stage for me to perform," he stated, standing at his full height and replacing his hat as he walked over to him. Twice stood rubbing his chin for a moment before joining BANE's followers and speaking. "I don't want to join you." "Of course I'll lend you my considerable strength, be grateful," the copy quirk user shouted out as all eyes turned to the exhausted Kurogyri. He didn't know what to do. He hadn't had any special feelings for Tamura, but he had been important to his master all for one, and BANE had just admitted to killing them both. He could teleport out of here, but BANE just stated he'd take this entire city as his, and Kurogyri had no doubt with all might gone that he could. He stood shakily for a moment before placing a hand on his chest. "I am at your service, BANE," Kurogyri stated as BANE grinned widely. "I'm glad to hear it, Kurogyri. Now everyone, it's time we go our separate ways for the moment. We will meet again soon, but for now go and rejoice. Musutifa is yours," he shouted as all the villains gave wide grins, reveling in the newfound freedom BANE had just gifted them as they left. BANE leaned heavily on Toga as they and his Nomu were the only ones left in the warehouse. "Azura, keep an eye out for anyone who approaches here," BANE commanded as the six-armed giant left the building to do just that. BANE looked down at Toga, who began helping him towards the upstairs office in the warehouse where BANE collapsed on the couch. Toga couldn't help but admire BANE's entire body. He was covered in so much blood and his eyes were bloodshot as ragged breaths escaped his mouth. Most of his suit was gone except his boots and pants. She bit her lip, barely containing her lust for the man in front of her. BANE could sense Toga staring at him, and sighed, holding out an arm for her, as she lay on his chest listening to his heart beat heavily against her smaller frame. "You really did it, didn't you, BANE?" she asked, her golden eyes staring into his emerald ones. BANE coughed a little as he looked up at the ceiling. "Of course I did. BANE doesn't fail. I'll bring this city to its knees, and break every hero who comes before me." Toga rubbed her cheek against his chest, smearing it with the blood he'd shed before kissing BANE. Katsuki was pulled from some of the rubble that had collapsed on him as he was blasted back by that Noma thing. He looked into the face of Tiger before looking at the gathered heroes who stood around the collapsed form of All Might. Katsuki's eyes widened as he felt the burn of tears stream from his eyes. "No, it can't be! No, 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 and oh!" Katsuki shouted as he raced forward, seeing his nightmare was real. There lay All Might in his true form, dead next to his greatest enemy, All for One. Izuku did this, he really did it. He killed All Might. Katsuki fell to his knees as he looked at his greatest hero dead on the ground. It was at that moment Katsuki understood. There are some things a hero can't do. If All Might had killed All for One before, he wouldn't have had to go through this again. And if Death Arms had fought to kill Izuku when they met, All Might would still be alive. No, heroes were inefficient. They were only a half measure that the world could no longer abide, not with people like Izuku out there. Katsuki stood up and gave one last look to All Might before turning around and walking away. "I can't be a hero like you, All Might. The world needs something more aggressive." Gran Torino looked down at his former student before kneeling and stroking Toshi's blonde hair. "You did your best, Toshi. No one can say otherwise. You succeeded where even Nana failed. You put an end to All for One. She'd be proud of you." Endeavor stood above his rival, looking down at the true form of the number one hero. He was filled with so many different emotions right now he couldn't find the words to speak. All he could do was stare. As Endeavor stood there, his phone went off. He reached into his pocket and answered by reflex as he heard the crying of his only daughter Fuyumi. Dad, something happened to Mom." Endeavor's mind kick-started at the mention of Ray. What happened for Yumi? He asked emotionlessly, finding that his feet had been moving on their own, taking him away from the tragic death site. She's missing. Apparently someone pulled the fire alarm at the hospital, and in the evacuation she went missing, but it's being said she killed an orderly. Endeavor sighed. His wife was mentally unstable, and now it's come out she killed someone. Damn that woman! He growled. I'm on my way home. Has Shoto made it there yet? He asked as he found the car he'd used to get here. No, do you think he's still in danger? Fuyumi asked as Endeavor climbed into the car. I doubt it, but I'll look for him. I doubt he's gotten far. Keep trying his cell, but do not tell him about Ray. I'll do that. Endeavor commanded before hanging up as the car started making its way through traffic. Mitsuki Bakugo and her husband were staring at the TV as a news reporter took stock of the situation. As of now, it has been confirmed that All Might, the symbol of peace, is dead. The reporter claimed, tears running down her face as she fought through her grief to continue her report. At that moment, there was a rapid knocking at the front door. Mitsuki jumped slightly, her concentration broken as she went to answer the door, thinking it might be Katsuki. Her son had left home earlier that night, saying he was going to visit one of his friends in the hospital. Having seen the news about the training camp incident, Mitsuki had been more than happy to see him going out on his own, but that was hours ago, and she had been worried since. Mitsuki opened the door, and her eyes widened in fear as she stared down the muzzle of a gun. Before she could scream, the gun went off as she stared into a pair of green eyes and a grisly smile, hearing far-off laughter. Jack was walking down the nearly deserted streets of Muzudafu carrying a bloody tarp over his shoulder. As he smoked a cigarette, alongside him was his unofficial partner Killer Croc, who was hissing angrily. Jack sighed. Look, I know you're pissed about what happened, Croc, but we had to retreat. It wouldn't have done us any good to stick around and fight. We would have been killed, and that means Bane would have been going in blind, because you know the boss isn't going to take this shit lying down. Jack growled as he noticed the frightened eyes of the citizens in their homes, but also the eyes of the thugs and criminals prowling the streets like scavengers looking for their next meal, but they knew better to challenge any of Bane's men. It's not right. We should avenge our compat friend. Croc said, his speech slightly broken as he tried to use larger words than he was used to. In the past year, Croc has done his best to up his speech level, and for the most part he was understandable. Don't sweat it, big guy. Like I said, we'll get ours. Nobody fucks with Bane's guys, and old Bird Nose is going to learn that firsthand. This city belongs to Bane and has been for the past year. Everybody knows that, so it's best to fall in line or get broken. Jack growled, taking out his cigarette and flicking it into a nearby trash can, watching its contents catch on fire as they stepped up to the gates of UA. He leaned forward, kicking the door several times before the door was pulled open by two large henchmen. Thanks, boys, he said, walking in. Jack smiled as he looked at the destroyed sections of the school. Man, that was one hell of a fight, but we won in the end, didn't we? He asked as he gathered spit in his mouth and shot it out upwards, where it landed on one of the several bodies hanging above the entryway. Namely Cementos, Vlad, King, and the former principal Nizu, where Jack's spit landed. Croc and Leech walked into the building, heading up the stairs to the principal's office. They passed a door where feminine screams could be heard, only for the door to be opened and a blood-stained Toga to walk out. Having fun there, Blondie? Jack asked as Toga wiped her mouth and smiled. Of course, Midnight is a real tougher, but I'm pretty sure I'll break her soon. It's a good thing her boyfriend got away, otherwise my fun would have ended a long time ago. What's in the bag? Toga asked, pointing at the sack over Jack's shoulder, watching the redhead's face darken. You'll see, he said simply as they continued on there to the principal's office and knocked. Hearing a voice telling them to enter, they stepped inward, seeing Bane curling a barbell in one hand as he stared out the window. They couldn't see the exact weight, but judging from number of weights on each side, they were sure it was 1,000 pounds, if not more. How did it go, Leech? Bane asked, turning around as he dropped the weight, hearing it crash and embed itself into the floor. Not good, boss. Overhaul isn't going to play ball with us anymore. Magna tried to persuade him, and this happened, Jack said, laying his bloody tarp on one of the couches in the office, and revealed a pair of legs dressed in Magna's trademark stylish pants and shoes. Bane's face was emotionless as he looked at the remains of his loyal soldier. I'm sorry, boss, this was our fault. Croc and I were there. But we couldn't stop it from happening. We decided to just take Manga and come back here to report. Bane raised his hand to stop Jack's apology. This was Magna's fault and his alone. He should have sized up his opponent better. You two did the right thing. But as foolish as Magna was, his death will not go unavenged. Chisaki has been skirting my authority for a while now, but with this he's declared war on me and we will answer in kind. What did you find out? Bane said, walking back to his desk and sitting behind it. On the desk was a full map of the city. It had been divided into sections by Bane himself. Each part was ruled over by one of his lieutenants, one of them having been Overhaul. It had taken some time to bring this city under his heel, but with the death of All Might the city had been primed for his takeover. Of course there were those who resisted his takeover and they were dealt with, but Bane was not foolish enough to believe that he had eradicated every heroic presence in the city. Eraserhead, Present Mike, 13, and Lemillion were still out there. Bane was broken from his thoughts as Jack began speaking. He's in some kind of fancy house, but there's more to it underground, though we didn't get that far. He also has some kind of lowly fetish. He keeps a little girl with him. She has a horn coming out of the right side of her forehead. From the looks of her, he enjoys torturing her. She's apparently financially important to him. Maybe he's pimping her out or something. Leech said, scratching the back of his head as Croc growled next to him. Oh yeah, Croc took a liking to her. Kindred spirits or something like that. Leech said as he looked to Bane. Fine then, he killed one of ours. We'll take something from him besides his life, of course. We'll launch an attack on Chisaki's base. We'll burn it to the ground and parade Chisaki's mangled corpse through the streets. Bane roared as he looked at the remains of his fallen comrade. Take care of Magna, would you? Then have someone gather my lieutenants for a meeting today. Anyone who doesn't show will deal with me. Bane said, to which Leech and Croc both nodded. Least we can do for her, I suppose. And sure thing, boss, we'll get someone on it right away. Jack said, picking up the tarp and walking out. Bane looked over at Toga and could see the hatred spilling from her in waves. Her eyes were dark and her fists clenched at her sides, her long blonde hair shivering as her body shook with rage. I know, Magna was a good soldier. She will be missed. But we can't let ourselves be clouded by anger. When we strike, it will be precise and brutal. Just let me be the one to kill him, Bane. I want to see his blood splattered across the room as the light drains from his eyes. Bane shook his head. As Magna's leader, it's my responsibility to avenge his death. I'm sorry, Toga, he said, stroking her hair as she sighed. Fine, I guess, but I want to watch. Bane smirked. I'd have it no other way, he said, kissing her as he picked her up in his arms. Lemillion stood on a rooftop with a pair of binoculars and grit his teeth. Look at him, he thinks he's won. But he's wrong, this city still has heroes in it. At his side stood Eraserhead. The man had aged a lot in this last year, his long hair taking on a gray tinge and his right eye was milky, indicating his blindness in that eye. He's wiped out most of the heroes in the city, and those that didn't die ran. The fall of UA was the last straw. We couldn't hold the city with them in control of UA. He's reduced this place to a prison for the innocent, and a feeding ground for every criminal that comes here. But even so, he's not the only thing killing this city. Chisaki, the Yakuza boss, is trafficking his quirk killer bullets all over Japan. But as long as he's in Bane's shadow, no one can stop him. Then there's this Joker character and her partner Killer Frost. We have no idea what she's after. She kills heroes and criminals indiscriminately. Enough! I get it, things are bad, but we can't give up. First things first, we need to take care of Chisaki. His quirk killer needs to be shut down before we can deal with Bane, Lemillion stated as he turned around, sliding off the roof, followed by Aizawa. I know you don't want to hear this, but maybe we should ask him for help with this, Aizawa said, knowing the reaction his suggestion would get, but it would be irrational not to voice it anyway. Lemillion turned on his heel, his blue eyes burrowing into Aizawa's. No! I refuse to employ that maniac in a licensed hero operation. He's no hero. He's not even a vigilante, he's a ruthless murderer and belongs in a cell right alongside BANE and Chisaki. Lemillion shouted as he made his way through the myriad of alleyways. Aizawa sighed and shook his head. Maybe a maniac is what we need. Fight fire with fire and all that. Aizawa thought, walking after Lemillion. Spinner swung his sword at the figure encroaching on him as it ducked under his sword and punched him in the stomach. Of course his hide was thick, dulling the pain of the blow some as he spun his sword in his hand and stabbed downward to pierce his adversary, only to find him gone, and a small grenade left in his place before it blew up in his face, knocking his sword from his hands and choking him with smoke as he received a kick to his chin, slamming him out of the smoke and into a wall. Spinner could tell his jaw was broken as he looked through his tears into the eyes of a criminal's nightmare. Blast lung. This man had blonde hair stylized into spikes and large brass knuckles on his fists, with spiked boots. He also wore a bomber jacket covering a bright red shirt crisscrossed with grenades and a twin holster belt with one of the guns in its holster, the other in Blast Lung's hand. "Found you, you shit stain!" Blast Lung growled before firing 2 shots into both of Spinner's legs, the villain yelling out before the hot barrel of the gun was slammed into his open mouth. "Don't worry, I'll send your friends to hell right after you," Blast Lung said as he pulled the trigger, the hollow point bullet exploding out of the back of Spinner's head, coating the wall with his blood. Blast Lung stood up, looking in the direction of Yue. "I'll send all of you to hell. You hear me, Izuku? I'm going to blow you all away," Blast Lung said as he dropped down from the building. After all, the night was young and he had an entire list of thugs and criminals to spend the night with. BANE sat at the UA conference room table, immersed in his thoughts. "Today's the anniversary of when I took this city. All Might's death made this possible. Of course there were some hiccups, namely the war for UA. Chisaki had been instrumental in that respect. If not for his quirk killer, the battle would have been much harder than it was. But BANE had always known Chisaki would bare his fangs at him. After all, Chisaki is a king from a different time. 2 apex predators can't coexist in such a small territory. Somebody has to be the king and somebody has to be the horse. That's just the way life is," he said to the empty room as he was transported back to that battlefield a year ago. Flashback. BANE was sitting up in bed and watching the news. Of course, on every channel was some memorial to All Might. Even the Americans were mourning the loss of the symbol of peace. He smirked as he stroked Toga's hair as she slept next to him. The reporter was speaking on the screen, barely containing his grief. "Today we mourn the death of Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might. While defending our city from evil, he was killed in action by BANE, who we now know as Izuku Midori, a child who'd been reported missing earlier this year." BANE smacked his lips in displeasure. He'd rather have kept his anonymity, but that was more a personal preference than a necessity. He pulled back the covers and slid out of bed. It was time to get to work, since All Might's death, his influence in the underworld had grown vast, and even though he wasn't in the spotlight himself, his army was doing their job. Every day another hero office fell to his minions, but the last bastion of hero society stood on a hilltop near the city, UA. It had to be brought down. When that happened, the city would be broken, and it'd kneel before him. He turned on the shower and slid inside, looking at the scars on his chest. He smirked at the reminder of All for One, where his fingers had pierced his chest. Even with his healing factor, they never did heal properly, turning into 4 dots surrounding his heart in a square. "A small price to pay, I suppose," he said simply as he saw the shower curtain be pulled back and Toga entered soon after. "Did I wake you?" he asked as she wrapped her arms around his lower back, pressing her breasts against him. He shuddered some as he began to wash himself. "Nope, I was awake even before you got out of bed, but I didn't want you to stop petting me," she said honestly as she pulled back, snatching his washcloth from him and scrubbing his back. "What's a small price to pay?" she asked. BANE shrugged. "Anything, everything, depending on what you're buying," he said as he turned around towards her and began washing her hair. "It's time, sweep the board," he said simply before kissing her. Principal Niza stood in his office. The campus grounds were completely deserted. He'd sent all the students home some time ago. With the city in the state it was in, It seemed laughable to continue teaching heroics here. Shiketsu had gracefully accepted the massive influx of students with no qualms. He heard the door open and someone rush in. He looked, seeing President Mike, as he ran across the room to the phone and pressed speaker. "Hello, Principal Niza, I hope you're doing well today." Principal Niza took a deep breath before speaking. "I'm doing quite fine, Bane, and how are you?" Bane chuckled over the speaker. "I respect that. Even though we're enemies, we can still be civil. I was hoping that was the kind of man you are, which is why I'm calling and giving you this one chance. Abandon UA before tomorrow morning and there need be no bloodshed." President Mike fumed in the corner before shouting, "You bastard, you want our school and for us to just leave without putting up a fight. You can take your offer and shove it up your A-dash. President Mike, that is enough. This is a civil conversation and I would like it to remain that way if you please," Niza said, holding up his paw to silence his subordinate. "Forgive the outburst, Bane, but you must admit that this is a rather ludicrous demand. UA is the #1 hero school in all of Japan. If we were to simply hand it over to you, what kind of message would that send? Think of our position and you'll know we can't surrender this place to you, though we do appreciate the courtesy call." Bane gave a small chuckle. "Well, we all have our crosses to bear. I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield, Mr. Principal." The call was disconnected shortly after, the tension from the room ebbing slowly as Niza rested against his chair. "President Mike, raise the threat level to maximum and tell all faculty on the grounds to come see me, then place calls to every remaining hero office in the city and ask them for assistance." President Mike nodded before exiting the office. "So it's come to this, has it? Very well, then I will give it my all as the principal of this school, and as a hero." The faculty was gathered in the auditorium of the school, the meager amount that remained, bolstered by the appearance of several heroes, most notable of them being the current #1 hero Endeavor. Principal Niza stood at the podium on the stage, and gave a small cough to gain everyone's attention. "First off, to all the staff who've stayed this long, you have my eternal gratitude, and to the heroes who responded to our calls, thank you all for coming. Now there's no right way to say it, so I'll just be blunt. Bane is coming here in the morning to take this school by force, for what reason I do not know. He gave me an out, and I selfishly refused it, so for that I am sorry, but I won't relinquish this school to a murderer, nor will I force any of you to fight for it on my behalf. Any who want to leave, feel free to do so, but I will be staying no matter what." There was a pervading silence before everyone stood up. "Sir, I believe I speak for everyone when I say that it would be an honor to fight alongside you," spoke Midnight as a resounding cheer went off around the room. Niza smiled at all his friends and co-workers. "Thank you all." The next morning came swiftly, and on that day the sun rose on a horde of villains marching down the street towards UA, led by Bane and his enforcers. Bane was dressed in a suit similar to the one destroyed in his fight with All Might and All for One. On his shoulder rode Toga in her blood-stained costume, and Muscular on his left dressed in jeans, and topless his prosthetic eye with its black and blue striped pattern gleaming in the sunlight. Leech, who stood next to him, seemed even more excited. He dressed in a green t-shirt and black basketball shorts with white sneakers. "Oh man, this is gonna be sweet." Next to him, Killer Croc snapped his jaws together several times in excitement. As they neared the school, they saw a line of heroes standing there with more on top of the surrounding wall. "Play this. Watch, V equals HXQW1 EQ0 IP4. First and foremost stood Endeavor, his suit blazing as he stared down Bane and his army. Bane smirked behind his mask, clicking the release for his venom as it flooded his body, increasing his size as he stopped walking, his army stretching out behind him. "I just want you to know that I am grateful to you all for staying and defending your school. It wouldn't be nearly as devastating to the people of this city if they didn't see you all crushed before our might," Bane shouted out as Endeavor laughed. "You cocky bastard, I will burn you all to ash!" Endeavor shouted, releasing a massive torrent of flame towards Bane, only for it to be countered by a beam of pure energy. The two attacks collided and exploded in between the two forces. Bane swiped the smoke from in front of him. "Thank you, Azura, now take care of him." The six-armed Noma jumped forward towards the flame hero, the two clashing in midair as Bane's forces advanced, surging forth like a massive tidal wave breaking around Bane, who slowly walked forward. Plasmas infiltrate the school and kill anyone inside. Nearby, the amorphous Noma gave a squeal of confirmation before sliding into a nearby manhole and using the sewer pipes began to invade UA's plumbing system and came up through a shower drain in the girls' locker room. After reforming, Plasmus made his way out of the locker room and into the hall. Spotting the hero recovery girl, he shot out his tentacles, catching the elderly woman by surprise and wrapping around her, crushing her in his slimy grip as she struggled in vain to release herself from its clutches. Cinderblock, lead the charge. I want that door open by the time I get there, Bane commanded as the stone Noma began charging, building up speed as he was peppered with bullets by Snipe, before slamming into a wall of concrete created by Cementos, who began reforming the concrete in front of the school to form a long gorge in front of it. I will not let any villains enter this school, he shouted before he was shot in the head, falling dead as his quirk immediately stopped. Nice work, Deadshot. Make sure those bullets we got from Chisaki are worth every penny, Bane said as he smiled. The Noma with guns for fingers was on a rooftop over 2 miles away with an arsenal of core killer bullets, and was using them to snipe heroes from far off. With no more concrete in its way, Cinderblock slammed his fingers underneath the wall of concrete in front of it, and uprooted it from the ground before tipping it over the gorge Cementos had created, using it as a bridge, and running at full speed slammed into UA's barrier. The barrier gained a large dent, but nothing more before Cinderblock began slamming its fists into it again and again as it heard the approach of Muscular, Jack, and Killer Croc. Never send a Noma to do a man's job, Muscular said, cracking his knuckles as he approached, hearing Leechon to his side. Come on, Muscular, he's doing his best here, man. At least I assume it's a he, be an ugly chick otherwise, Jack said, laughing as both he and Muscular reared back and punched the doors open, and as the barrier fell, 2 objects rocketed out of the broken door. Muscular was wrapped in wooden restraints before being drawn into the UA courtyard and slammed into the ground by Kamui Woods. At the same time, a binding cloth was wrapped around Jack as he received a knee to the face, knocking him backwards across the makeshift bridge into the crowd of encroaching villains. There in the doorway stood Eraserhead before jumping to the side as Present Mike gave off a power screech, bursting the eardrums of all the villains within range. As Present Mike took a breath, preparing another yell, 2 bullets crashed together near his head, narrowly missing the pro hero. He looked up and frowned. What the hell, Snipe? Friendly fire, really? Criticized Present Mike as he dodged behind one of the remaining barriers created by Cementos. Snipe was panting hard as he fired off another bullet, saving Vlad King from another bullet. What the hell is with that thing? Snipe growled, narrowly dodging another shot. It has to be 2 miles away at least, and yet it can target us precisely. It's taking everything I have just to keep everybody alive, Snipe said, firing off another bullet, saving Midnight this time as he caught sight of Cementos' dead body. I'm sorry, Cementos, I should have been faster, he said as he watched a bullet ricochet off of several surfaces heading straight for Hound Dog. Shit! Snipe fired, causing the Noma's bullet to veer off course, and instead of piercing through Hound Dog's heart, it was knocked off course, hitting his shoulder. The dog hero dropped to a knee before jumping back from the group of villains he'd been engaging in. Nice work, hero, Dobby whispered to Snipe as he unleashed a large burst of flame right in Snipe's face, knocking the hero off UA's wall, falling to the ground below. Dobby jumped down into UA's courtyard, looking at the chaos as the heroes were steadily pushed back, forced to retreat further within their walls. Dobby noticed the front door of the school open and a large platoon of robots rolled out, opening fire on the villains. Dobby shook his head. Of course, they were only using rubber bullets, so it didn't matter. They really should get serious, he said, walking towards the squad of robots. Bane stepped forward, placing himself in UA's courtyard, and smiled. This had been his dream for so long. Stepping onto these grounds as a student, a future hero, but he knew that stepping foot here as a conqueror was so much more fulfilling. He turned as he felt Toga move on his shoulder, throwing a knife to slice through Midnight's whip. The R-rated hero Midnight, right? He spoke before raising his hand, having Aizawa's scarf wrap around it instead of his body. And of course Eraserhead, he said, turning towards Aizawa as Toga jumped from his shoulder to confront Midnight. I know you're not a talkative guy, so let's just get to it, BANE said, running towards Aizawa, reaching out towards him only for the Erasure hero to dodge to the side using a palm strike against BANE's side before throwing out his scarf and wrapping it around BANE's neck, looking to drag the villain down into a kick. But BANE was also a skilled combatant, going with the pull only to grip Aizawa's leg, stopping his kick. Aizawa grunted in pain at the intense grip his leg was in, but fought through it, and twisting to catch BANE in the head with another kick, only for the villain to catch his other leg and raised Aizawa above his head before slamming him into the ground on his back. You should have kept your distance, Aizawa. Grappling is my specialty, BANE said, looking at the hero on the ground as he coughed up some blood. Shota! Midnight screamed, trying to get past Toga only to be stopped by a throwing knife embedded an inch in front of her foot. You've got a date with me, Midnight! Toga yelled, happily slicing at her with her clawed gloves, narrowly missing the agile heroine, who dodged to the side and whipped out a kick, catching Toga in her mask, shattering the teeth in it, driving the plastic shards into Toga's face, who screamed in pain, throwing a knife and slicing open Midnight's thigh. BANE turned from Aizawa, looking at Toga, and began advancing on the injured Midnight before Aizawa wrapped him in his scarf fully. You and I aren't done, BANE. Aizawa drew his large knife and sliced both of BANE's Achilles tendons, causing the villain to drop to his knees. It's over, BANE dash! Aizawa's scarf snapped around BANE's bulging muscles as he broke free and turned around, striking Aizawa across the face with his glove and knocking the hero into the gorge created by Cementos. No, Shota! Midnight said, trying to run over to the gorge only to receive a knife in both of her legs, dropping her to the ground as Toga stood over her, the villainous face drenched in her own blood and holding a knife in both hands. I'm going to cut you to pieces as slowly as possible, Toga declared, driving her knives into Midnight's body again and again. BANE looked to make sure Toga was alright before turning back to the front door of UA that had been burned open by Dabi as he burned away the robotic guards. Looking around one final time, BANE took notice of his war, and as expected it was going in his favor. Jack was holding on to Hound Dog, draining his strength before killing him as Muscular walked away from a broken Kamui woods. Smiling, BANE walked into the school and made his way through it, finding traces of plasmus inside before he found his gnome was smeared across a long stretch of hallway, and standing before him was a blonde guy no more than a few years older than himself. I can't say I recognize dash. BANE watched as the guy in front of him disappeared only to receive a punch to the right side of his face, knocking him through a wall into a classroom. Jumping to his feet, BANE looked around, seeing his opponent gone once again before being uppercut off his feet and falling to the ground. He could taste blood in his mouth as he looked up at the hero in front of him. My name is Lemillion and I am the inheritor of One for All. I will defeat you, Izuku Midoriya. BANE stood up on his feet, looking at this hero, doing his best to try and analyze what was going on here. He inherited One for All, which explains the strength, but how was he moving around so quickly? Teleportation, invisibility, what could it be? BANE thought to himself as he saw Lemillion drop into the ground. Phasing? BANE thought before he felt a kick in his back, driving him through two other classrooms before he managed to stop himself by dragging his hands along the ground. I don't get it. He has 3 quirks all for one, phasing and teleportation? BANE stood up, looking around, taking stock of his surroundings, looking for any sign of Lemillion. Just think he can phase through things, but there has to be a moment when he needs to hit me and make himself solid. I just have to hold out for that moment. BANE thought, backing up slowly to the blackboard as he felt Lemillion appear behind him. He turned, throwing a punch only for it to pass through Lemillion's head as he slammed his fist into BANE's face, slamming him into the ground. It's over, BANE, you can't beat me. Lemillion spoke, staring into Izuku's eyes behind his mask. BANE growled. You think so, don't you? I refuse to believe that. I can beat anyone no matter who they are. No one is invincible. He shouted, punching upward through Lemillion's chest as he allowed the attack to phase through him as Lemillion reared back, pushing his fist forward as fast and hard as he could. This is my new technique in honor of all those who came before me. Justice smash! BANE kicked out one leg, slamming it into Lemillion's right thigh, throwing the hero off balance and causing him to punch into the ground next to BANE. I thought so, you're not as stout as All Might, and just like Newton said, for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. You don't have the sheer mass All Might had in order to counteract your punches, so you need to set yourself for each punch, which means a part of you needs to have a solid base. BANE said as Lemillion jumped back from him, and he sat up. It took a while, I'll admit that, but now I know your weakness. Of course, I still have no idea what your quirks are aside from one for all and apparently the ability to phase through things. But I'm pretty sure this teleportation ability you have links into one or both of your other quirks. BANE said, staring at Lemillion as the sound of footsteps echoed through the halls, showing BANE's menagerie of villains had invaded the school. Well, Lemillion, seems like you're in check. My pieces have invaded your side of the board thoroughly, and though it looks like you've utterly destroyed plasmas, I'd say we took a lot more pieces than you. BANE said, looking at Mirio. Of course, you're free to continue fighting. I'll make sure no one interferes with us. But if you beat me, I can't say what my men will do in retaliation. After all, it's not like you can kill me, can you? That's no how heroes work, is it? In order for you to win this, you'd have arrest each and every one of us. And we both know the police aren't going to get involved in this if there are any left in the city. There's no happy ending here, Lemillion, but I will admit you beat me soundly in our fight before. Never have I been so overwhelmed. I suggest you take that small victory and leave. BANE said as the back wall was blown open as Azura crashed through it, a burned mess with several of his arms nothing more than charred stumps. BANE was shocked as he looked to the hole Azura had opened up, and there stood a bloody Endeavor, his flames nothing more than kindling across his body. He took stock of the situation before grabbing Lemillion and blasting out of the room, leaving a momentary inferno in his place as Lemillion struggled against him. Let me go, Endeavor! Lemillion yelled as they landed on a nearby building. Spotting no pursuit, Endeavor dropped Lemillion before punching him in the face. Stop acting like a brat, you little shit. It's over, we lost. Endeavor shouted, staring at Lemillion. Staying there would have been suicide. Endeavor shouted, dropping to a knee as his flames sputtered out. I don't like saying this, but you are the better hero. I would have no problem dying in a place like that surrounded by charred corpses, but if we're to win this war, you have to lead it as the #1 hero. Endeavor said, standing up and looking at Lemillion before the two heard footsteps and looked to see two women, one of whom Enji knew intimately. Are? Lemillion looked at the two women and cringed at the scars across one of the women's mouth. Excuse me, DNA dash. Endeavor stood in front of Lemillion. Get out of here, kid, I have some things to discuss with my wife. Lemillion looked between Endeavor and this Rei woman, and seeing the resemblance to Todoroki, his junior, Lemillion decided to follow Endeavor's orders and permeated down through the building. We've been looking for you, Rei. Don't you think it's time to come home? Endeavor said, walking towards his wife. Where's Shoto? Rei said, looking up, her skin releasing frosty vapor as her partner just stood there smiling like a maniac. I looked at home and no one was there. Where is Shoto Enji? Rei asked once again. Endeavor raised a brow at his wife. Rei was acting different than usual. Of course, he hadn't seen her since she'd injured Shoto, but she seemed more coherent. I moved them all out of the city. They're safe where they are. You need to come with me, Rei. You're sick, and worse, you killed someone. He shouted, reaching for Rei's hand only to have her slap his hand away and look at him, a gleam of cold malice in her eye. Give me my son! BANE sat down at Nisa's desk and looked out the window at the battlefield surrounding the school as he noticed a large pillar of ice rise above one of the nearby buildings. He narrowed his eyes for a moment before signaling to one of his minions. Go check that out! He shouted as they moved to do his bidding. BANE turned to see his lieutenants. How many did we lose? BANE asked as Kurojirai appeared in the room. Out of the several hundred villains we had, I'd say about a quarter of them. BANE arched a brow. You're telling me the heroes actually killed them? BANE asked, a little shocked before Kurojirai clarified. Most were casualties of Endeavor's and Azura's battle. Kurojairi stated as BANE nodded. No matter, the city is ours. It'll be a beacon to all villains in Japan. They'll flock here and pledge themselves to me. We'll have an endless army, he said, standing as his enforcers nodded in acceptance. BANE stood up, looking at the kneeling form of Principal Nizu. I'm not one for animal cruelty, so let's just get on with it, BANE said, kneeling in front of Nizu. Very well then, I am ready, Nizu said, closing his eyes as BANE reached forward, snapping Nizu's neck in an instant. Checkmate. End flashback. BANE opened his eyes as the door to the conference room opened, admitting his underbosses. Toga was the first in as she skipped towards him in her villain costume, her blonde hair wafting out behind her. He knew that after the battle Toga had been a little self-conscious about the scars around her mouth, but it didn't matter to him, and he'd let her know that as she planted herself in his lap. Next in was Dabi in his usual attire, as he sat at the foot of the table directly across from BANE. Muscular came in topless as usual in jeans and boots, his face showing off the scars he'd gotten from Kirishima and numerous other battles. He sat at BANE's left-hand side, smiling, ready for action. Leech and Croc entered soon after, sitting next to Muscular on his right side. Leech was dressed in a large red t-shirt, sweatpants. Killer Croc, much like Muscular, was shirtless with heavy jeans on his legs and no shoes. Twice sauntered and dressed in his costume. I love being here. I hate leaving my territory, he said, sitting down a couple seats from BANE's left hand. Compress sat next to him, taking off his hat in deference to his leader, as finally Kurojairi sat at BANE's left hand, leaving only 3 seats open. Where's Spinner, Dabi? The flame villain shrugged. How the hell should I know? I'm not his keeper. I saw him yesterday, that's it, Dabi said, putting his feet on the table. I'll deal with him later. Now then, since you're all here, I'll begin. Chisaki has decided to break ties with us. He's been getting more and more uncooperative for a time now, so I'm not surprised. Normally I'd be more than willing to let him have his territory and do as he wishes, but in his rejection of our continued partnership, he killed Magna. I can't let that stand, and I hope you all agree that he needs to be taken care of, BANE said as he heard murmurs of agreement. I wasn't a fan of that fruitcake, but he was one of us, can't take that shit lying down, Muscular said, looking at his boss. So we're going to war again, boss? Muscular asked, eager for the slaughter. BANE nodded as he looked at his crew. We are going to wipe out Chisaki and take everything he has, as payment for Magna's death, he said to the table at large. Prepare yourselves, this isn't going to be like the War of UA. Chisaki was one of us, he knows how we work and has an army of his own to combat us, not to mention his quirk killer bullets. He's probably already expecting retaliation, so he might try to strike first. Be on guard. Kurojairi, find Spinner and bring him to me, he said as he stood up, placing Toga on her feet. Now you're all dismissed. I need to strategize. Once I've come up with a plan, we will move, he said as they all left to prepare for the upcoming battle. Lemillion walked into a meeting room on the top floor of a building in Tokyo. He and Aizawa were the last to arrive to this meeting to determine the future of Musudafa City. Lemillion looked at the other gathered heroes. Best Jeanist, Sun Eater, and Nijire were also present. Mirio sat at the end of the table with Aizawa at his side. Thank you for showing up, Lemillion. Now then, what do you have to report? Said the chairman of the Board of Heroes as Lemillion began his report. As of yet, nothing has changed. BANE is still in UA. The city is under his thumb completely, but I believe once we've removed Overhaul, that grip will loosen considerably. One of the board members scoffed. I told you this was a waste of time. We should just go with the option of blasting UA and all those villains off the map and be done with it. Lemillion clenched his fist, ready to shout before Aizawa spoke. You'd be dooming all the captured heroes there to their deaths along with the villains. Are you sure that's something you want to put on the table? Aizawa stated, looking at the members of the board. Their heroes dying is an occupational hazard. In fact, I'm sure they'd prefer a quick death rather than the torture they've no doubt been put through for the last year, the board member challenged. Be that as it may, you know as well as I do that UA's support course had many a failed invention in their care, not to mention the numerous volatile chemicals that it took to make some of those support items. Are you really willing to drop a bomb on a potential powder keg of unstable materials? Aizawa said, his milky eye staring in the direction of the chairman, who shook his head. You are right, Eraserhead. We can't do that at this time, but eventually we will have no choice. We've mounted attacks on Mizutafu over the years and all have failed, mostly due to his line of giants. The chairman referred to Bane's guardian beasts, those with gigantification quirks led by none other than the infamous Gigantomachia. Those beasts can't be conquered. Empty Lady gave her life to show us that. Everyone in the room bowed their heads at this before Lemillion stood up. Once more, Chairman, please give us one more chance. If we can take out Overhaul and cut off Bane's use of his quirk killer bullets, then I know we can push forward. The chairman sighed for a moment before nodding. One chance, Lemillion. If this operation goes south, I will go ahead and order the bombardment of UA and hand this over to the military, he said, looking at Lemillion, who bowed in gratitude before leaving with Aizawa. Was that stuff true about volatile chemicals being held within UA? Nijire asked Eraserhead, catching up to him and Mirio in the elevator. Eraserhead scratched his chin and smirked. Of course not, but it was a necessary deception to buy us the time we need. If we let this go over to the military, they'll decimate that city and anyone in it. I'd rather not put the citizens through any more than they've already been through, Aizawa stated as Nijire hugged him around the neck. You really are a softa, aren't ya? She said as Mirio smiled. I'd feel better if Night Eye were in on this with us, Best Jeanist said, striking a chord with Mirio, who shook his head. I haven't spoken with Sir since All Might died. He and I disagreed on how to handle Bane, and I left his agency shortly after it closed. I don't know where he is or if he's still alive, Mirio said, walking out of the elevator as they all proceeded to new headquarters. Blast Lung rode up to a rundown nightclub on his Dodge Tomahawk. This was a favorite of Ingenium's sidekicks. It was the only way they could keep up with their boss and his insane speeds. It was painted black with red flecks throughout the paint job. This baby could hit 0 to 60 in 1.5 seconds and had a max speed of 420 miles per hour and howled like a banshee. That was his own doing. If this thing was chasing you, he wanted you hear it. Its 4 tires screeched around the back of the bar and into a narrow alleyway. Blast Lung walked the bike to the end of the alley before slamming his foot down. Opening a ramp, he walked down to a large living quarters where someone sat at a bank of computers. The man turned around, his green and blonde hair marking him out as the missing hero Night Eye. How did it go, Katsuki? Night Eye asked as Katsuki walked forward, parking the bike as he removed his bomber jacket along with his bomb and gun belts. Spinner is dead, he said, walking up to a board with a picture of Bane and his warlords. Katsuki removed a knife from its holster at his back and slashed through Spinner's picture, half of it falling to the ground. Night Eye nodded, punching a few keys into the computer. The first strike has been made then. No doubt Bane will think it was Overhaul who killed Spinner, allowing us to keep our anonymity for a bit longer. This will be our chance during this war. All I need is a moment with him, and then I can use my foresight to begin his end. Night Eye glared at the picture of Bane, gritting his teeth. This is exactly why Katsuki could work with Night Eye. He was just as disillusioned as he was. They both knew Bane was a monster, the likes of which even One for All couldn't contend with. He needed to be dealt with permanently. Katsuki stroked the barrel of his gun. I've got a bullet just for you, Izuku, Katsuki thought as he went to one of the cots in the corner of the room and fell asleep. Night Eye looked at Katsuki. Not too long ago he would have found the boy utterly reprehensible. He was rude, loud, and far too aggressive to be a hero in his former opinion. But now they both had a solid thing connecting their partnership: hatred. It had been Night Eye's order for Lemillion not to go out and assist All Might because he believed that his foresight was always correct. He'd seen All Might's death years before, but Bane had changed everything, and in that moment where he saw All Might's body, he knew he'd failed his mentor and his student. He had been determined to take down Bane permanently, but Lemillion disagreed. He didn't believe that heroes had the right to be judge, jury, and executioner. They went back and forth for a week before Lemillion finally decided to leave Night Eye, who closed his agency shortly after, and went off the grid, deciding to stay in Musadefa hidden and do what he could to stop BANE. Night Eye was distraught about this, but he couldn't back down now. He needed BANE dead, but he wasn't nearly the combatant that All Might had been. No, he needed a partner, someone who felt the same burning hatred for BANE that he did, and he'd found that in Katsuki Bakugo. The boy had lost everything in a matter of months. His quirk, his education, his hero, and then to top it all off, his parents murdered by who they assumed was the Joker. Night Eye's eyes flicked away from the computer screen to a Joker playing card tacked onto the wall with the rest of the villains. No one had seen the Joker and lived to tell the tale. All they knew was that she was a woman and operated with another female villain known as Killer Frost. But she was sneaky, or maybe just thorough. They hadn't found a solid lead on her yet, but for now she was on the back burner. The big fish was BANE. I know you wouldn't agree with this, All Might, but there's no other option. This has to end, Night Eye said, going back to typing on his computer. That night outside of Overhaul's complex, two his guards stood at the front, one leaning against the front gate. As he smoked a cigarette, the other took a hit from a flask before putting it back in his pocket. Both carried automatic rifles as they scanned the road leading up to the complex. You know Overhaul doesn't like us drinking on the job, the guard on the left said, chucking his cigarette butt into some nearby bushes. Yeah, well, Overhaul isn't standing out here freezing his ass off trying to make sure BANE doesn't break his back now, is he? The other one growled, glaring at his partner. This is bullshit, man. What we had with BANE was sweet ultimate protection, and now we're on standby to get our teeth kicked in, he ranted as he noticed some figures walking up the road. Both men stood tall, raising their guns. Stop right there or we'll blow you away, the one who'd been smoking shouted as the group walked up to them, stopping just short of the security lights before one stepped forward into the light. They were wearing a long hood before pulling it back and revealing it was a girl with bright green vines for hair. Excuse us, I think we might be lost. We were called to give a performance for the hardworking men of Overhaul's group, she said questioningly as she stepped forward more, opening her cloak to reveal her hair was twined around her body, effectively clothing her in green except for her breasts, and the juncture of her legs, which each had a bright red rose in place, automatically drawing the eye to them. The one with the flask lowered his gun and swallowed. You probably need to search me, don't you? The young girl said, cocking her hip. I don't mind, but could you do it over there? I'm shy, she whispered as she pointed to the shadowy corner near the entrance. I didn't hear anything about this, we should call it in, the smoker said, grabbing his radio before the other one grabbed his hand. Now come on, do you think Overhaul is the kind of guy to announce something like this? It's a surprise, you know, he's rewarding us before BANE kills most of us. It's to raise morale, man, and come on, all we have to do is search them and send them in, he said, licking his lips as he stared at the girl before holding his hand out to her. Come on, I'll give you a nice little pat down, he said, leading her away from the security light. His partner sighed. Fucking pedo, alright, next, he shouted, hoping the next one wasn't some middle schooler pretending to be an adult, and he was disappointed once more. The next to step forward was just as young as the first, with light brown hair and brown eyes. The rest of her face was covered in a burlap half mask with stitches in the pattern of a jagged mouth. She pulled back her cloak to reveal a thin frame covered by a patchwork orange and black shirt that ended just below her breasts, with ragged jeans sporting similar patches and the right pant leg missing, leaving her leg bare to all, and what he could only call moccasins. He rolled his eyes just as he heard a grunt, looking at his partner hunching over. Dude, seriously, you're fucking her right here, he shouted, disgusted by his partner, who fell backwards dead with several roses jutting from his mouth. What the dash? Just as he was about to open fire on the group, the chick in front of him blew something from her mouth into his face. He coughed, waving the gun around, trying to clear the fumes from around him, only for his gun to turn into a snake and wrap around his arms, sinking its fangs into him and pumping him full of venom. Just as he was about to scream, his eyes dilated in terror as he looked at the girl in front of him, watching her turn into a monstrous scarecrow whose mouth oozed dark green fumes and eyes burned with fire. She reached out to him with her clawed hands, dragging them down his face, flaying his skin from the bone as he collapsed in terror, his heart giving out under the sheer panic. In reality, the girl had simply brushed her hands across his face, but due to her illusion it seemed far more sinister. From the remaining members, one of them stepped forward, clapping happily. As she entered the light, her chalk-white skin gleamed in the artificial light, her blood-red lips drawing attention to the scars, stretching her mouth into an unnaturally wide smile. The woman had bright green hair that flowed from her head in a gnarled mess. She was dressed in a purple pantsuit, showing off her thin figure. It all ended with a pair of black dress shoes. The woman crouched down over the man with roses in his mouth and giggled quietly. "I've heard a flowery speech, but this is ridiculous," she shouted as she laughed loudly. "Nice work, girls. You make Mama Joker so proud of you," she said, kissing each girl on the forehead as she rifled through the men's pockets, finding the key to the door as she let herself in. "Well, come on, the party can't start without us," she said excitedly, skipping forward toward the front door of the complex. As she did so, she heard the sound of her partner in crime taking care of any opposition, freezing them in an instant. Killer Frost walked calmly towards the complex, sending out ice blasts here and there to freeze any enemies she saw before they could raise an alarm, as Joker stepped up to the front door and opened it, shaking her head. "They didn't even lock the door. Don't they know it's dangerous at night?" she said as she stepped into the darkened entryway, her eyes and teeth seeming to glow in the dark, as she and her posse made their way into the Yakuza's base, splitting up to slaughter the unsuspecting gangsters. Killer Frost turned to the left and slowly began walking down the hall before coming to a kitchen where several men were eating. She walked in slowly, her body emitting cold, gaining the men's attention right before she placed her hands on their necks, freezing their windpipes shut immediately as they fell to the floor, suffocating. The other three rushed her as she slammed her foot on the floor, sending out ice spikes, and impaled them to the wall, their blood oozing down the spikes as they died. She smiled coldly before walking out of the room and shutting off the light. In the sleeping quarters, Scarecrow cracked open the door and looked inside, her dark brown eyes scanning the sleeping men as she exhaled a cloud into the room and turned on the light as she slammed the door, waking up everyone inside, who instantly fell under her illusion. There were screams before blows and gunfire rang out. Scarecrow walked away from the door as the carnage continued inside. Poison Ivy smiled at the man she just kissed as he stood up with his gun bared. "Go kill them and then shoot yourself," she ordered as the man walked off and began opening fire on anyone he saw as the green-haired girl began making her way to the rendezvous spot with Joker. Her slave joined several others and walked down a set of stairs into an earthen tunnel, firing on anyone in sight. Overhaul sat on a couch, one of his arms slung over the back and the ankle of one leg resting on the knee of the other. The majority of his men gathered in front of him, and sitting on the couch at his right side was Eri, his golden goose. The young girl was curled in on herself, trying to make herself as small as possible as Overhaul addressed his men. "As you all know, we are at war with BANE. I made my declaration yesterday, but BANE has not made a move yet, which is as I expected. We're not dealing with some idiot villain or hero. BANE is a strategist. He won't attack until he's got everything planned out, but we hold the advantage. We know he's coming, and unlike us, he doesn't have our ammunition. We'll wait for him to come to us and then rip them to shreds." There was a small laugh in the crowd, instantly gaining Overhaul's attention. The crowd parted around one guy who was covering his mouth as he stared fearfully at Overhaul. "Did I say something funny?" Overhaul asked, and just as the guy uncovered his mouth, he began to laugh out loud, clutching his stomach as he fell to his knees, laughing constantly. Overhaul's eyes widened as he pulled out a gun and shot the man dead, watching his body fall forward only for another man to start laughing quickly, followed by more, until the whole room was laughing raucously. "What is wrong with you?" he shouted, standing to his feet as he began opening fire on his men until he ran out of bullets, only then realizing what was going on. "Eri!" he shouted, looking towards the gun only to find an older woman having taken his seat and had placed a gas mask over Eri's face as the young girl sat in her lap. But what really drew his attention was the gun the woman had in her hand, pointed straight at him. The pistol she held had a ridiculously long barrel. If he wasn't staring down the end of it, he might have laughed. "Joker," Overhaul said calmly, looking at the woman, who smiled happily, although that feeling wasn't transmitted to her eyes. "Oh good, you know me and I know you, so we can skip past the pleasantries," she said before shooting him in both arms. Overhaul gasped as he looked at his arms. He couldn't move them now, which meant he wouldn't be able to heal these wounds. "Yeah, I know about your quirk and how it works, thanks to my precious Ivy. Say hi, Ivy," Joker said as Overhaul turned around, realizing the laughing had stopped, and in the room stood all of Joker's gang. Killer Frost, Poison Ivy, Scarecrow, and as he stared at the shadows, noticed someone standing there, and it looked like they were flipping a coin as they stared him down. "You won't believe the things your guys say during pillow talk." "What do they say? Loose lips sink ships. But I guess when it comes to women, tight ones do the same." "Ha!" Joker said as she stroked Aries' head, looking at the numerous wounds on her body, her green eyes growing darker by the second. "Why are you here, Joker? Are you working with Bane now? Did he send you?" Overhaul asked as he looked around, trying to find a way out of this situation. He prepared this place for an all-out assault, but he would never have imagined that Joker would make a move on him. She worked in the shadows. Nobody knew what her deal was aside from killing everybody she could. He'd seen pictures of her victims, and it was a grisly sight, truly the work of a madwoman. "Working with Bane?" she asked as she laughed softly. "Everything I do is for Bane. He's my king. The highest valued face card in my deck, not infallible, to be sure, but that's why he needs me. I'm his Joker. Without him I have no value, but I'm dangerous in my own way, but together we can hold any value. We can shift and adapt to any threat we face. I will pave over any obstacle for him, and that just so happens to be you," she said, smiling as wide as possible before shooting Overhaul through the head and watching him fall to the ground. Aerie jolted in her lap, cowering under Joker's gentle stroking. Joker looked down at the girl before tossing the gun to the side and holding Aerie to her chest. "I'm sorry you had to see that, baby, but it's all over now," she whispered, smiling down at Aerie. "Hey, what's your name?" she asked the young girl as she pulled the mask from her face, looking down into Aerie's red eyes. "Aerie," the young girl stuttered out as Joker smiled. "That's a pretty name. My name is Inko, but all my friends call me Joker. Do you want to be my friend, Aerie?" the older woman asked as she waved to her girls to go about their business. The group dispersed to carry out their renovations. "I'm okay, I don't like that," Aerie whispered, looking down and fiddling with her short dress. Joker smiled wide at this and moved to nuzzle Aerie's cheek with her. "Oh, that's wonderful, Aerie. You know I have a son and he was just like you, all shy and stuttered. He was the cutest little thing when he was your age. He got that from me, by the way. He's going to be here soon, and I think he's going to like you a lot. Do you want to meet my son, Aerie?" Joker asked, her eyes bright with anticipation as she looked at the young girl. Even though Aerie had seen this woman murder her guardian and had heard she killed a lot of people, she felt safe in her arms more so than at any other time. She found herself nuzzling against Joker, practically trying to crawl into the woman's body, as she nodded happily, her mouth forming a shy smile. "Yes, I'd like to meet him," she whispered as she drifted off to sleep, listening to Joker's quiet laughter, the vibrations in her chest lulling her to sleep. Lemillion stood once more outside the city of Mizuta, for this was their last chance to gain a foothold in the city. With him stood Eraserhead, Sun Eater, Nijire, Present Mike, and Ms. Joke, along with several minor heroes. Their ranks were bolstered by several provisional licensed students from Shiketsu and Kutsubutsu academies, those being Shinso Eraserhead's apprentice, Naga Masamura, Inasa Yorashi, Froppy, Earphone Jack, Iravati, Pinky, and Yoshindo. Lemillion turned around and looked at the gathered heroes. Lemillion turned around to speak to his comrades. "This is the last chance. We will have to save this city, everyone. If we don't take down Overhaul, we will lose this city. Our overseers will declare this place a threat to national security and bomb it off the map. We cannot allow that," he shouted, raising his fist as golden lightning arced around his raised fist. There was a cheer as the heroes followed after Lemillion. Over the last year, the heroes had made secret entrances into the city in order to get in and out without detection. There was one near Chisaki's base. They used to enter the city. Thankfully, Chisaki was cautious and had decided to set up shop as far from BANE as possible. They came upon the wall that had been built around Muzidafu. It was pretty much a ring of destroyed buildings, but thanks to the efforts of Pinky's acid, they'd been able to burn a tunnel through the building and into the city. The former UA students took a moment to look around at what had happened to their city in their absence, and shook their head, trying to force back their tears as they spotted Chisaki's hideout. "Everyone get ready," Lemillion ordered as the heroes broke into their respective teams, Lemillion having Eraserhead, Inasa, and Shinso. On Nijire's team were Sun Eater, Pinky, and Uravity. The last team was composed of Present Mike, Ms. Joke, Shindo, Earphone Jack, Froppy, and Nagamasa. The teams broke apart surrounding the complex. Lemillion looked on, noticing there were no exterior guards. "I don't see anyone. Eraser, do you think they may have moved their base?" Lemillion asked, clenching his fist. If they had, this could be an unexpected windfall for them. They could take this base without having to fight anyone. Eraserhead rubbed his scruffy chin as he shook his head. "It could be, but we should still proceed with caution. All teams move in," Eraserhead ordered as all the heroes began to move in on the building, each finding a point of ingress. As each team entered their respective hallways, lights came on as the doors shut behind the heroes and the floor opened underneath them as a voice was heard. "You're supposed to knock when you enter someone's home. Didn't your mothers teach you younguns any manners?" A feminine voice asked, crackling through a PA system. "You're not the guests I planned to have, but I do enjoy a bit of spontaneity, so let's have some fun." Team Lemillion. Lemillion turned to punch out the door that had shut behind his team, but the floor dropped out from under him before he could, as he, Eraserhead, and Shinso began to fall. Luckily, Inasa used his winds to keep them all aloft and fly them to more stable footing. "Nice one, Inasa," Lemillion said as he stood up with Eraserhead and Shinso. "Wow, what a cool quirk you have, it totally blew me away. Hee. But seriously, take this more seriously, because even I don't know what's going to happen next. It's a real toss-up. Ha 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 ha. You don't get that now, but you will." The PA system shut off once more as a door at the end of the hall opened up, revealing a two-toned room. One side was painted a stark white, while the other was painted blood red. There was a man standing in the middle of the room in a two-color suit mirroring the color of the room he was in. As the four men entered the room, Aizawa as well as Shinso and Inasa's eyes went wide, recognizing the person in front of them. The young man looked at the four heroes, his mismatched eyes glaring at them full of hate. "Todoroki!" Team Nijire fell through the trap door, sliding down a long tunnel before being deposited into what felt like a freezer. "Are you guys alright?" Nijire asked as she rubbed her arms, her breath fogging in the air as she looked around, and her heart nearly stopped. The room was filled with frozen corpses standing in various positions, but the one constant was the look of fear etched onto their faces. But the most striking of all the corpses was the one at the very back. It was captured in a massive ice pillar, but the person inside was all too familiar to the group of four. It was the flame hero Endeavor, frozen solid, and standing right underneath him was a pale woman with snow-white hair and dead gray eyes. "I know how you guys feel. When I saw old Flame face down there, it stopped me cold too. Ha ha! Anyway, have fun, Snowflake!" The voice cackled as Killer Frost walked forward, her hands glowing with compressed cold as she launched her first volley of ice. Team Joke. Nagamasa acted fast, extending his hair out to catch and hold everyone above the trap door before depositing them on through the door, entering a large greenhouse apparently. "I think we should head back." Joke tried to get to one of the other teams. Present Mike said as the door behind them shut with a loud hum emanating from it. "Sounds like they've electrified it, Mike. Besides, it's safe to say that Overhaul is no longer in control of this base," Joke said, slowly walking with the rest of her team deeper into the indoor forest. "Bingo, baby girl, you're in the Joker's funhouse now. I really hope you stay and enjoy it. My girls worked hard on all this. You wouldn't want to hurt their feelings now, would you?" They all could hear the underlying threat in Joker's voice. "We have to play the game for now, Mike. If we don't, Joker's not going to stick to the rules either," Joke said as the ground began to rumble, and sprouting from it was a massive plant that opened up to reveal another familiar face. "Ibera?" "Present," Mike said, a questioning eyebrow raising above his glasses. The girl in question gave a gentle smile as her flower throne lowered to the ground, letting her walk off it. "It's so good to see you, Mike Sensei. You know, when you called me an assassin at the sports festival, you didn't know how right you were," Ibra shouted as she threw a flurry of roses towards the teacher, only for them to be knocked out of the way by a combination of Jiro's, Jack's, and Nagamasa's hair. From a monitor room, Joker sat in a chair with Eri on her lap as the two shared a bowl of popcorn. "Isn't this fun, Eri?" Joker asked as she heard a scoff. The young girl who was wearing her new dress, it was black and red with each of the 4 card suits prominently displayed, with 2 on her chest and the other 2 on her back to complete the ensemble. She wore red shoes with black bells at the toes. The older woman turned around, staring at Scarecrow with a raised brow. "Something on your mind, Crow?" Joker asked. "Like this sucks, how come I'm stuck here?" Scarecrow asked as she sat down, crossing her arms, as Joker picked up Eri, sitting her down in her chair as she walked over to the teenage girl. "Because I need you here. The others are more than capable of taking care of this, but on the slim chance they're not, you'll be my trump card, my ace in the hole. I need you," Joker said, stroking the girl's hair as she smiled behind her burlap mask before the clown queen went back to watching the show. Bane sat at a table. He was looking over everything he knew about Overhaul and his base, what it would take to bring it down. "Why not just have Gigantomachia go over and sit on it or something, Bane?" Toga asked as she threw several knives at a dartboard with a picture of Chisaki on it before pulling the knives free and repeating the process. "I could do that, but I'm sure all of Japan has surveillance on him. If they see him moving, then that'll give away that something is wrong in the city, and they might move. I'd rather not fight Chisaki and the heroes at the same time. No one problem at a time," he said, standing up as he thought about his other problem. Spinner had been found dead in his territory, his head blown off. Bane assumed it was Chisaki's doing, but why kill Spinner and then not take over his territory? Sure, it wasn't large, but it would be a step forward nonetheless. He shook his head. "Someone else is out there, but whom?" the villain asked himself as he stared at his plans. "It shouldn't take too much longer now, 2 days at the most," he assured himself more than Toga. Aizawa and Shinso were shocked at seeing Todoroki in this place. From what they knew, Todoroki was evacuated along with the majority of the people from the city during the early days of Bane's rule, but now he was here and in league with the Joker. That made no sense. "Todoroki, what are you doing here?" Aizawa asked as he heard a rough chuckle from the young man in front of him as he flipped a coin, catching it in midair, and smiled. "Coin says I'm not telling you," he said as he went to release a large blast of ice, only to be stopped by Aizawa's quirk, his one eye glowing red as Todoroki reached behind him, grabbing hold of his Springfield XD and fired off several shots, making the heroes scatter into 2 groups, Shinso and Aizawa moving to the white right side of the room and Lemillion and Inasa over to the left red side. Aizawa grit his teeth, using his quirk, and only one eye took more of a toll than in both, and having that on top of the damage the Nomu did, his quirk's timing was severely diminished. He blinked, and in that moment Todoroki activated his ice, creating a large wall to block Aizawa's view, but left him open to an attack by Lemillion, who appeared right in front of him, his fist crackling with golden energy as he punched forward. Todoroki created a cloak of flames around himself, thinking it would stop Lemillion, but the hero passed through his flames unharmed as his fist slammed into Todoroki's cheek, sending him flying back before the dual quirk user created an ice wall to brace himself and opening fire once again, his bullets passing harmlessly through Lemillion. Todoroki growled as he noticed Aizawa scaling his ice wall with his scarf. He ditched the cartridge in his gun, replacing it as he rolled to the left, avoiding Lemillion as he popped off 2 shots at the hero, who let them pass through him, but failed to notice he had blocked Aizawa's view of Todoroki and therefore was unprepared for the bullets slamming into his leg and shoulder, causing him to fall off Todoroki's ice wall, almost hitting the ground before Inasa managed to catch him in a wind cushion before placing him on the ground. Inasa turned glaring at Todoroki. Unknown to the others, he also knew Todoroki and his father, and now just as before he could see that burning hatred that father and son shared, and it made him sick. He launched a volley of wind at Todoroki, who countered with a stream of flames, causing the wind to rise and punch a hole in the ceiling, causing debris to rain down on the left side of the field. Shinso stepped next to Aizawa, looking at his teacher's wounds. They weren't fatal or anything, but both knew the implications of what just happened. They were in Overhaul's base, and Aizawa had just been shot, no doubt, with one of Overhaul's quirk killer bullets. It was safe to say Aizawa could no longer cancel out Todoroki's quirk, which was bad for their team, knowing the explosive power Todoroki wielded. "Shinso, use your brainwashing, see if you can get him to talk," Aizawa said as he ripped the sleeve off his shirt and tied it tightly around the wound in his leg. Shinso nodded before fiddling with the dials of his mask. Todoroki was on the defensive, holding off Inasa's wind with his fire and creating walls of ice to block Lemillion's vision so he could get out of the way before Lemillion could land another heavy hit. All of a sudden he heard Aizawa's voice calling out to him. "Todoroki, stop this, you're not a villain. Tell me what Joker did to you, maybe we can help. You were my student, it's my responsibility to help you." Todoroki smiled as he pressed a button on his wrist right as Lemillion smashed his fist into the younger boy's side, slamming him all the way to the back of the room, planting him solidly in the wall. Lemillion was panting a little as he heard a scream. He turned to the right and saw liquid nitrogen spraying from the wall. It had sprayed over Shinso as the boy was snatched away from the wall by Aizawa, who was taking cover behind one of Todoroki's ice walls. On the other side, Inasa was walking forward before a vent opened under him and flames erupted from it, catching the wind user in an inferno. Inasa yelled, using his wind to disperse the flames around him, but the damage had already been done as his suit was charred, his hair was gone, and the exposed skin of his face was a brilliant red and sizzling as he collapsed there on the spot. Lemillion turned around looking to Todoroki, only to find him gone through a hidden door. Lemillion raced over towards Inasa before Aizawa shouted, "What are you doing? Go after him," the former teacher said as he limped over towards Inasa. "I'll take care of these two, but you need to find Joker. This place was dangerous in Overhaul's hands, but in Joker's hands it's infinitely more so. You need to make sure this place falls under our control no matter what." Lemillion bit his lip before nodding and racing through the secret entrance. "I will erase her head," he shouted as he left. Eraserhead continued to limp over to the smoking form of Inasa, who thankfully was still breathing. He grabbed hold of the teen, inhaling some of the smoke, and coughed a little as he dragged the boy over to the ice wall. Once he sat Inasa down and looked him over, he gave a chuckle and didn't know why. "I must be in shock if I find this funny," he said before laughing some more, and then increasingly more and more. Aizawa's eyes widened as he turned to look at the vent Inasa had collapsed on, and saw it was still smoking. "That's not smoke, it's Joker gas," he shouted, still laughing more and more, feeling his face stretch into a large smile as he fell back against the ice wall, laughing wildly. It felt like Aizawa was suffocating. Any air he got was immediately expelled in laughter. He clutched his throat as his legs kicked back and forth until his entire frame fell still, with the trademark smile stretched across his dead face. Nijire flew into the air to avoid the blast of ice, while Sun Eater used tentacle fingers to pull himself out of the way. Pinky used her special move Acid Veil to block the ice attack, protecting her and Uravity from the frozen onslaught. Above, Killer Frost Nijire rocketed down towards the ice villain, releasing her wave motion towards her as Sun Eater in perfect unison transformed his hand into a large clam and went to slam it into Killer Frost's side, only for the villain to place her hands on the ground. "Ice Geyser," she said softly as spikes of ice rose out of the ground, nearly impaling both heroes, causing Nijire to release her wave motion prematurely, shattering the ice and spraying shards across the area, catching Sun Eater in it before he used his clam hand to block the brunt of it. Killer Frost back flipped away, creating an ice slide to glide around the two heroes, shooting blasts of cold at Sun Eater and Nijire, only to narrowly avoid a stream of acid by Pinky, but did not recover in time before Uravity clotheslined her, knocking her off her slide and crashing into one of the frozen victims. The four heroes regroup, looking at their enemy as she slowly rose to her feet. "So this is Killer Frost," Nijire said as they got a good look at the villainess. She was wearing a white fur-lined blue coat with blue and white striped leggings with white boots. Her white hair was cut short around her neck, but the most striking feature were her cold gray eyes. It was like there was no life there at all. If the room wasn't already freezing, her gaze definitely would chill them to the bone. Speaking of freezing, Sun Eater noticed the slight shivering of Uravity and Pinky. "Nijire, you and the other two should leave," he said, stepping forward, his clam hand transforming into a large crab claw. "What? Sun Eater, we can't just leave you. We'll take her down as a group," Nijire said, rejecting the proposal immediately. "You three can't take the cold in here. The longer you stay, the more weakened you'll become. The animals I've eaten were mostly seafood. They can take the cold better than you guys can. If you stay, you'll get slower and slower, and the stamina you need for your power will be used up that much quicker. Now go, I've got this," he said as Killer Frost caught sight of her dead husband. Even though he was dead and she knew it, his eyes still struck fear into her, reminded her how pathetic and weak she was. "No, I can't fail Shoto again," she whispered to herself as she noticed the three girls running for the door at the end of the hall. "No!" she screeched, sending a wall of ice towards the door, narrowly allowing the three to pass through before she sealed it off. Killer Frost grit her teeth and grabbed her head as she twisted back and forth, ranting and raving about her failure. "I'm not a failure! I'm not a failure! Stop, I can fix this! I will fix this!" Sun Eater watched as ice started to crawl out from around Killer Frost's loss of control until Joker spoke again. "Frost, darling, chill, take a deep breath," Joker said, immediately shutting down Frost's temper tantrum. "It's fine, I was going to ask you to leave those girls alive anyway. I'm sure they'd come in handy and they're just so cute." Joker giggled as Killer Frost regained her composure. "Just deal with the hentai reject over there and I'll make sure those girls are well taken care of," Joker said before turning off the PA. Killer Frost took a deep breath and released it slowly. It looked as if she was exhaling fog as the mist in the room began to grow thicker. "No, I won't let you!" Sun Eater shouted as he shot his tentacle fingers forward after Frost's silhouette, and once he'd gotten a grip, he snatched her forward only to find he'd grabbed one of her many victims around the room. "Stupid mistake!" He chastised himself as he began turning in a circle trying to find her, but as soon as he turned his back, he felt a shooting pain in his leg and swung his arm, narrowly missing Frost as she dodged back into the fog. Sun Eater looked down, seeing he'd been stabbed through the right leg with an icicle. He hissed as he pulled it free, seeing his blood pour down his leg onto the floor. He looked around, limping slowly, trying to keep his guard as he saw a flash of blue and sent his tentacles out again, only to yell as his fingers were impaled on ice spikes that had been positioned to where he saw the light. He grit his teeth as he felt a cut across his back, seeing Frost and snapping at her with his crab claws, slicing through her coat as she jumped back into the fog. He growled, going after her. He knew it was a bad idea to chase after her, but with the way things were going, he'd be cut to ribbons before he landed a solid hit. The blood loss and the cold weren't doing him any favors either. He was starting to get sluggish, his reflexes decreasing drastically as he slipped on a trail of ice, falling to his back and feeling his arms be pierced as Killer Frost drove icicles through them, only to place her hands on his chest and began freezing him to the floor. Sun Eater tried to struggle against the imprisonment, but slowly lost more and more of his strength. The last thing he saw was Killer Frost smiling down at him sadly. "Sleep tight," she whispered before standing up and looking at the door she'd frosted over. Present Mike standing next to Earphone Jack, both using their sound quirks to pin down Ibra as Shindo used his quirk to shake the ground, uprooting the numerous plants in the room as they tried to attack the group of 6. Froppy was jumping from tree to tree before using her tongue to try and wrap around Ibra, who shot out her vines, wrapping around the frog girl's tongue, the thorns digging deep into the delicate flesh of Froppy's tongue and through here wide, slamming her into Shindo and stopping the miniature earthquake. Nagamasa took Froppy's place, sending several thick locks of hair to bind the plant user. He wrapped around her tightly, bringing her towards him. "I've captured her," He shouted to his teammates before turning around and feeling Ibra kiss him. He was shocked at first before his mind went blank and all he could think of was pleasing Ibra. Poison Ivy smiled at him before speaking. "Put me down," and immediately she was placed back on her feet as she stroked Nagamasa's thick strands of hair. "Good boy, now kill them," she ordered her new slave, who jumped to do her bidding, his hair stretching out to ensnare his comrades, wrapping tightly around Ms. Joke, Earphone Jack, and Shindo. His hair was rebuffed by Present Mix shouting, and Froppy was nowhere to be seen. Shindo gripped Nagamasa's hair in his hands, channeling vibrations through it in an effort to make the older student drop him, but the hair wasn't stable enough to absorb any vibrations to do any kind of damage. Ibra laughed as the three were slowly crushed under Nagamasa's grip before receiving a sweep to her legs as she was in midair. Froppy's tongue grabbed hold of Poison Ivy, whirling her around before body slamming her to the ground, a large plume of dust erupting around the grounded villain. Present Mike sent a loud shout towards Nagamasa, sending the teen flying backwards into a tree, making him drop his captives. As everyone regained their senses, they saw Froppy on the ground, sweating hard and green ooze spilling from her mouth. Ms. Joke rushed over to the young heroine as Present Mike cautiously stepped towards Nagamasa, finding him in the same position. "They've been poisoned," Ms. Joke stated as she checked Froppy's pulse. "This isn't good, Mike, we need to get them help," Ms. Joke said, grabbing Froppy in her arms and looking to her colleague. "Mike, what are you doing? We need to get out of here," she shouted, casting a glance at Poison Ivy, finding her still unconscious. "We can't all leave. Joke, you and Shindo take those two out of here. Me and Earphone Jack will continue forward. We're this city's last chance. We can't give up just yet." Ms. Joke wanted to protest, but Mike was right. At least with Shindo she'd have a better chance of defending these two. "Alright, Shindo, let's go," she said, walking back out of the room as Shindo threw Nagamasa over his shoulder, making their way back to the entrance. Present Mike watched as Joke and Shindo walked through the door before looking at Jiro. "Let's go," he said simply as the two of them walked past the villain Froppy had risked everything to beat and entered a new room. Joker sat in her chair. She was picking at her scars again. She only did this when she was frustrated about something. She looked at the three girls, Lemillion and the two sound users, making their way deeper into her funhouse. "They really are doing well, aren't they, Eri?" she asked as she looked to the little girl in her lap, who nodded in agreement. "A little too well. Scarecrow, take care of the girls, but bring them back alive, understand?" she asked, looking over the back of her chair as Scarecrow's eyes glowed with joy before back flipping out the door. "Now what to do about the pair of speakers?" she said, rubbing her chin as she looked to the camera and Killer Frost's lair, seeing that mother and son had reunited. "That'll be fun." Nijire led Uravity and Pinky through numerous halls until they entered a room of mirrors with several corridors branching off. "Oh man, looking at all these mirrors is making me sick," Uravity said, getting a sense of vertigo from the numerous mirrors reflecting the same image multiple times. "Yeah, the vertigo is real here," Pinky stated as the trio of women walked deeper into the room. "Which way should we go, Nijire?" Pinky asked her elder as the blue-haired woman looked around before shrugging. "I suppose it doesn't really matter. It's not like we have a layout of this place. And even if we did, it'd be useless with all that Joker's done to it, so we might as well pick one at random and hope we can figure a way out." Nijire picked the center corridor and began heading down it. The mirrors were disorienting, but Nijire had learned a trick when it came to the Hall of Mirrors. If you kept your eyes on the ground, it helped to keep you grounded. Bad part of that plan is that they were in enemy territory. If she kept her eyes on the ground, they could be attacked at any moment. "This totally sucks," she said as she caught sight of something in her peripheral. She looked up, seeing a shadowy figure before it disappeared. "Hold on, girls," she said as she looked at the floor in front of her, spotting a branching hall to their right. She slid against the wall of mirrors before blasting some of the mirrors near the corner so her opponent couldn't see her coming. Nijire rounded the corner fast with her wave force charged and ready, but didn't see anyone until it was too late. Scarecrow had been hanging from the ceiling and blew something in Nijire's face, causing her shot to go off target, shattering several more mirrors. Scarecrow laughed maniacally as she disappeared further into the corridor. "That's like 30 years bad luck," she cried out as Nijire stopped, coughing and wiping her eyes as she looked back at her two partners, her eyes widening in fear as she saw a monstrous pink demon with large horns and black eyes with fangs and claws rushing towards her. Next to it was some kind of pink and green goblin-type creature. They were both coming towards her full speed. "What did you do with Uravity and Pinky?" she shouted, unleashing her wave force at both of them, shattering all the mirrors in the hall as the pink demon dodged her blast by clinging to the wall, its claws melting the stone of the wall as the goblin-like creature was showered with glass shards, its green blood flowing across its body. "You monsters, where are my friends?" Nijire shouted again as the demon launching itself at her, spraying a substance from its claws. Nijire, and having seen what its claws had done to the wall, she was eager to get away from it by flying down the hall away from two beasts. "What could have happened to the girls? I can't believe I let this happen." Ashido ran back to Uraraka, looking at her friend covered in cuts and her own blood. "What the hell was that? Nijire attacked us like we were the enemy!" Ashido shouted as Uraraka sat up, slowly looking at Ashido. "She must be under the enemy's control, or maybe she's hallucinating. I saw some kind of gas or smoke come from the hallway right after Nijire rounded the corner. We have to help her before it's too late," Uraraka said as she stood up, ignoring the stinging cuts all over her body as she and Ashido pursued Nijire. Nijire dropped to the floor. Her energy was getting low. She'd released a lot of energy recently, and even though she was now sitting, it felt like she couldn't catch her breath. Nijire raised her fist as she heard a footstep, only to find Lemillion there. "Oh, thank God, Mirio, it's you!" she shouted, happily hugging her best friend. "I need your help. I can't find Pinky or Uravity, and there are these monsters hanging around, not to mention some kind of scarecrow person. Then Sun Eater told me to leave him behind to fight Killer Frost, and I did, and he hasn't come back yet," she shouted speedily, even more than her usual hyper-fast talking. "Nijire, calm down. First things first, we should take care of these monsters, and Scarecrow, then we'll put an end to Joker," Lemillion said as he stepped forward, and Nijire turned, seeing the two monsters. "You're right, Lemillion, let's put these guys down," Nijire shouted as she and Lemillion rushed towards the two beasts. Uravity and Pinky rounded the corner, finding Nijire, but she was with some kind of scarecrow. The two were talking as if they were good friends. "Who is that Uravity?" Pinky asked before hearing Nijire call out Lemillion's name. "She's the one controlling Nijire, Ashido. Listen, I'll take on the scarecrow, and you handle Nijire. You'd be a better match for her maneuverability than me," Uraraka said as Ashido jumped into action, spraying acid at Nijire, who dodged flawlessly before firing off another wave motion blast, narrowly missing the pink teen. "Release Nijire from your mind control," Uraraka said as she moved to engage Scarecrow, who nimbly dodged around Uravity, as if her punches were thrown in slow motion. "How about I do this instead?" Scarecrow answered, breathing out more of her glamour mist. But Uraraka, having seen this before, held her breath as she grabbed hold of Scarecrow's arm and punched her in the face, blood spraying across Uravity's hand and face. The young girl stopped cold as she watched Scarecrow fall to the ground dead. "Uraraka, what did you do?" Achiko looked up, seeing Nijire and Mina looking at her in horror. "I didn't. No, she can't be." Achiko fell to her knees, pressing her hands against Scarecrow's wrist, not feeling a pulse at all. "No, I didn't meant to kill Dash. You have to believe me, please." Uravity screamed, tears falling down her face as she saw the judgmental looks of her friends as she began to cry harder. Scarecrow smiled, looking at the three girls standing in the middle of the room, enjoying her glamour. The truth is, the moment they'd stepped into this room, they'd been in her world. Everything from the moment the door opened was by her design. She couldn't help but giggle evilly as she walked up to the three girls and shot each one in the arm with a tranquilizer. Of course, that would break her illusion, but it didn't matter now. Their minds were hers to do with as she pleased. "What a beautiful nightmare," she said, spinning in place and laughing. Present Mike and Earphone Jack walked through a door and immediately regretted it. The room they entered was what one could only call the remains of a slaughterhouse. There was blood splattered over every surface. Present Mike made a point to only breathe out of his mouth, while Jiro fell against a wall, vomiting as she looked from one gory aspect to another. "Jiro, pull yourself together!" You need to keep calm and just push past this," he said, swallowing as he walked past the couch and coffee table, the only spots with no blood on them, and into the hallway behind the couch. He then heard it the click guns and immediately sounded of with a scream of "No!" His voice rocketed down the hall into the group of mind-controlled men there with guns. President Mike watched in shock as their ears exploded with blood, but not missing a beat opened fire, penetrating the pro with multiple bullets before he took cover. "President Mike!" Jiro shouted as she looked at the pro before her, covered in blood, as he coughed. "Shit, they got me with those bullets. You have to run, Jiro. These guys didn't even hesitate after having their eardrums destroyed by my screams. The mind control is too strong. Ibera didn't have this quirk in UA, so this must have been done by Joker. Look, get out of here. I'll hold them off while you go rendezvous with Joke," the pro said as he stood up, hearing the footsteps of the men getting closer. "President Mike, I can't leave you here. You don't have your quirk and you're injured. We should both get out of here," Jiro said, trying to pull the older man with her, only for him to shake her off. "No, Jiro, I retreated once already in my life. At the Battle of UA, I got me an Eraserhead out of there along with a few others, but not as many as I should have. I swore that day that I wouldn't retreat again. Now go!" He shouted, pushing her towards the door, and tackled the first guy to round the corner, and slugged him right in the jaw before taking cover behind his body as his comrades opened fire without a second thought at riddling their friend with bullets, as Mike threw the body at them, knocking their aim off. He looked to the side, seeing the door open and Jiro's retreating figure. "Go, kid," he said as he charged into the group as they opened fire on him. Lemillion smashed through a massive steel door looking into a small room, the back wall covered in screens, and sitting in front of them was none other than the Joker. She sat there with her wide smile, greeting him as if they were old friends. "Well, look who dropped in, Harley," Joker said, standing up as she sat Eri down next to her, the two holding hands as they looked at Lemillion. "It's so nice to meet you, Lemillion. I've heard so much about you. The new symbol of peace, and at such a young age your mother must be so proud. Dash." "Shut up, Joker. You're a monster, even more than Bane. I can at least understand his motivations, no matter how cruel or brutal they seem. He has a purpose. But you? I can't understand your madness. You're sick," Lemillion shouted as he looked to the little girl at her side, no doubt a hostage taken just in case. "Twisted," Joker responded, her long green hair shadowing her eyes. "Excuse me?" Lemillion questioned, trying to think how he could handle this. He wished he had an Asa with him. With his wins, it'd be a piece of cake to separate the two. "I'm not sick, I'm twisted. Sick makes it sound like there's a cure." "Ha ha!" Joker cackled as she pressed a button and the screens behind her changed, showing the various states of his comrades. Lemillion's jaw dropped as he saw the smiling corpse of Aizawa, the frozen form of Suneater, the glazed terrified looks on Nijire, Uravity, and Pinky's faces, and finally the bullet-ridden corpse of President Mike. "Don't worry, I'll have the Wind Boy taken care of, but the other one, he seems interesting. I don't know what it is about him, but he interests me. The other 5 got away, but that was all part of the plan. I needed some of you to get away, to tell the tale," she said as golden energy crackled around Lemillion. "You monster!" Lemillion shouted, and for the first time in a long time Lemillion wasn't smiling as he disappeared through the floor, coming up between Joker's feet and uppercutting the woman as he grabbed hold of Eri. Joker flew into the air before landing in a heap on the ground not far away. Lemillion looked down at the girl he had hold of. "You're safe now, I'll get you. Oh, you dash." "No! Joker!" Eri shouted, struggling against Lemillion's grasp before turning to face him, her red eyes burning with anger, as her horn grew several inches before Lemillion felt a pull throughout his whole body. Before he could even ask what was happening, he was just gone. Eri looked at the spot where Lemillion had once stood before running over to Joker. The older woman was lying on her back, some of her teeth missing and blood pouring from her mouth, but still she laughed. Joker, are you okay?" Eri asked as she tried to pull her into a sitting position, but her meager strength was not enough. "Don't worry, Eri, it only hurts when I laugh." "Oh," Joker said, sitting up and noticing the absence of a certain hero. Well, that was rude. First he comes here unannounced with all his friends, and then he's gone leaving us to clean up the mess. I've known hookers who get more respect. Ha ha. Joker said, spitting out a few teeth as she stood up, straightening her suit as she went to rendezvous with her team, now Harley skipping happily next to her as she held her hand. Bane walked with his army at his back. Today was the day they made Overhaul pay for Magna's death. The crimson sunset behind them drenching all in its blood-colored light. He stepped onto the path to Overhaul's home. Should we not do this with more stealth, Bane? Dobby asked as he stood to Bane's left. Bane shook his head. I want him to see us coming. I want him to know the wrath he's brought down on himself, and see there's nowhere to go, Bane said as he saw 5 figures running down the path towards them. Immediately several dozen guns were aimed at the figure. Hold, Bane said as the group stopped a few yards in front of them. Bane smiled under his mask. Ms. Joke, what are you doing here? Bane asked calmly as the woman who was carrying Froppy on her back shook in place, facing an army of villains and Bane himself. Is that Sue what happened to her? Toga asked, stepping forward to investigate the unconscious heroine. Don't come any closer. Shindo, Jiro, get out of here and take Froppy with you. Joke shouted, tossing Froppy to the young woman who jumped off the ascending path, sliding down the incline into the city, followed by Shindo. Ah shit, should we go hunting, boss? Leech asked excitedly, looking over at the young boy and his 2 compatriots. No, we're not here for kids, Bane responded before stepping forward as Joke began to glow blue as all the gunmen began to laugh uncontrollably. Is this all you can do? Bane asked, standing head and shoulders above the heroine who stared into his mask, seeing her frightened face reflected in his lenses. I'm a hero, so do whatever you want to me, but don't you dare hurt those kids, she shouted, spinning on her heel and delivering a kick to Bane's arm, not even budging the giant. Bane grabbed her leg and was about to crush it before Dobby shouted. She's worthy, he said, stepping forward looking at Ms. Joke. I deem her a true hero. Bane sighed before flinging Joke off the side of the path. Very well, Dobby. No one is to go after Ms. Joke or her charges. Is that understood? Bane questioned, hearing agreement from the ranks as he began to walk up to Overhaul's hideout. Do you think the heroes came to take out Overhaul and got the shit beat out of them? Muscular asked, chuckling a little. That'd be my guess. No doubt the heroes came here to take out Overhaul and his special ammo, but it looks like they failed, Bane said as he and his warlords walked into the courtyard, seeing the oddest gathering of people in front of him. Most were women, ranging from a scarecrow-like girl to a young man with 2-toned hair and a large scar over his left eye. Who are you? Do you work for Chisaki? Bane asked, preparing to fight as he heard the various movements of his people. A woman stepped out of the line with white hair and gray eyes. I am Killer Frost, and on behalf of the Joker family we welcome you, Bane. Joker is eager to see you. I'll take you and only you to her, Killer Frost said, walking towards the front door. Fuck that shit, bitch. Where the boss goes we go, Muscular shouted as 2 flames impacted one another in front of the large blonde, one blue the other red. Don't insult my mother, Two-Face growled, stepping forward as Dobby did the same, the 2 staring at one another before Killer Frost stepped in between the 2. Ivy, would you please lead Bane inside? I need to speak with my sons, Killer Frost said as she turned from Shoto to Dobby. It's been a while, hasn't it, Tuya? Ray said, stroking Dobby's face, whose eyes were wide in shock. Mother? He asked, shocking everyone in the crowd. Bane centered himself. One task at a time, he thought to himself. I'll be fine. Besides, the Joker has been a morbid curiosity of mine. I just haven't had the time to look into its good. I'll get this out of the way, and well, we do owe them for taking care of Overhaul for us, Bane said, following after Ivy. Besides, if I don't call you or am not back in 10 minutes, wipe this place off the map, he ordered, hearing a resounding, Yes, sir. Bane walked down the hallway following the form of Poison Ivy. If he wasn't mistaken, he was sure he'd seen this girl in the UA Sports Festival, but that was inconsequential now. They soon entered a living room, he would assume, with a coffee table and a couch. He looked around and noticed the hastily cleaned bloodstains across the walls, But what caught his attention was Joker. As he looked at her, he thought she was familiar, but the scarring threw him off until he remembered seeing old pictures of his mother and how thin she used to be. He grit his teeth as he looked into the eyes of none other than Inko Midoriya. Joker smiled as she looked at Ivy. "You can go, Ivy. If Bane is to be here with no backup, neither will I," she said as Ivy eyed Bane for a moment before taking her leave, shutting the door behind her, and just as the door clicked shut, Joker leapt from the couch with insane speed and landed on Bane's chest, squeezing him. Bane acted on instinct, reaching to crush her head before a cry rang out. "Izuku!" Bane stopped, his fingers just brushing her hair before he stopped. Joker rubbed her face back and forth against his chest armor, smearing it with white face paint before looking up at him with tears in her eyes. "My baby boy! I've missed you so much! I looked so hard. Let me see your face," she said, reaching for his helmet before his hand clamped on hers. Bane looked out from his mask at her as Inko continued to cry. "Please, just once, I need to know," she said, jerking against his grip before he pushed her off him and reached for his helmet and disengaged the magnetic locks and pulled it off. Inko's eyes widened as she looked into the face of her son and grabbed hold of his head, kissing him all over. Izuku's hair had started to grow longer. He'd need to cut it again, and she noticed the look in his eyes, so deep and full of intelligence. "I knew it! Everyone said you were dead, but I knew you weren't, and then I saw you on TV and I'm so proud of you," she shouted, hugging him to her chest. Bane was stunned before he pulled back. "What happened to you?" he asked, tracing the scars on her face. "Who did this?" he asked, getting angry. He'd stopped being Izuku, but even he wasn't able to neglect his mother's pain. "It doesn't matter, I took care of it, and now I'm going to take care of you. Whatever you want, I'll do it. I now know you can be anything, Izuku, hero, villain, whatever you want, I'll be there to make sure it happens. I'm the Joker and I'm here to put a smile on your face." "Hee hee hee," Inko said, looking at her son as she felt a presence at her back. "Oh, and this is Harley, she's really excited to meet you. I've been telling her everything about you," Joker said, placing Eri between them. The little girl looked up into Bane's eyes before hugging his leg. "It's nice to meet you, big brother Izuku," Eri said, hugging his leg tightly. Izuku placed his large hand on the girl's head, engulfing it in his palm. "So Izuku, what's next?" Joker said, her eyes glowing with joy as Bane smiled. "Everything." Epilogue. The chairman of the Hero Association, Kanikita, was in another meeting with the board. They'd been going round and round for the past few days since Ms. Joke returned badly injured, telling them the mission was a failure. "We need to end this, send in the JSDF and wipe them out. This is no longer something we can handle delicately. The villains have an entire city at their disposal, not to mention those blasted monsters standing at the gates. We'd never be able to sneak in the kind of firepower we need to wipe out that infestation. We're better off blowing them up." At that moment, the office door opened and there stood a battered Eraserhead. The entire room went silent in shock at the hero's appearance after being declared dead. "Eraser dash!" Aizawa threw out his hands, throwing knives into each board member's neck, watching them bleed out as he moved towards Kanikita, who reached for a gun under his chair, only for Aizawa to slide across the table, kicking Kanikita in the chest and knocking the gun from his hand before holding a knife to his throat. "Let's stop there, I'm not here to kill you, I'm just a messenger." Aizawa spoke as his face began to melt off as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a phone and dialing a number, as the form of Toga Himiko in her hero suit was revealed. "Oh, it's ringing," she said as she turned the screen to face the Kanikita as it showed Bane's face. Kanikita paled at this. "Hello, Chairman, it's good to speak with you. Hopefully Toga wasn't too rough on you." Toga pouted behind the phone. "Ah, Bane, that's me," she said, pouting as she let go of Kanikita. "Don't do anything stupid, Chairman, we have your daughter. People are so trusting of heroes, it's really easy to kidnap them with someone like Toga on our side." Kanikita grit his teeth. "You're bluffing," he shouted angrily. "Are you really willing to take that chance, Chairman? Either way, I'm here to tell you that I got your declaration of war. You sent your heroes into my kingdom to take out one of my allies, So now that you've fired the first shot, I will march my army of villains across all of Japan and break you all over my knee. And when all is said and done, you will know that this was your fault." Kunikida growled. "You bastard! You talk about waging war on this nation and tell me it's my fault. I'll have the JSDF bomb you before you take a step outside of your so-called kingdom." BANE laughed and nodded. "Go ahead, that's probably your best bet. But if you do, know that your daughter will die too, as well as all the innocent people here. And even if you do, I'll be safely away by then and you'll have killed all those people for nothing. Do what you will, it won't stop me." BANE shouted as the call ended and Toga jumped off the table. "Yeah, I'm walking out now. If you try anything, BANE will throw your daughter naked into the streets. And you can imagine where it'll go from there. Anyway, bye," Toga said, sauntering out of the room, leaving the chairman to sit and await the coming horrors. And there you have it, folks. The dust has settled, the battles have been fought, and we've witnessed the clash of titans in What If Villain Deku Was BANE, the movie. Wasn't that just mind-blowing? If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to hit that like button and share it with your fellow time travelers. And for the newcomers, welcome to the Chronos Squad. Join us by subscribing and become part of the coolest community on YouTube.